Section 1 of the Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius PLUTARCHUS, translated by Bernadotte, PERRIN. Demosthenes, chapters 1 through 10. The author of the encomium upon Alcibiades for his victory in the chariot race at Olympia, whether he was Euripides, as the prevailing report has it, or some other, says, Socius, that the first requisite to a man's happiness is birth in a famous city. But in my opinion, for a man who would enjoy true happiness, which depends for the most part on character and disposition, is at no disadvantage to belong to an obscure and mean city, any more than it is to be born of a mother who is of little stature and without beauty. For it were laughable to suppose that Iulius, which is a little part of a small island of Ceos, and Aegina, which a certain Athenian was urgent to have removed as an eyesore of the Piraeus, should breed good actors and poets, but should never be able to produce a man who is just, independent, wise, and magnanimous. The arts, indeed, since their object is to bring business or fame, naturally pine away in obscure and mean cities, but virtue, like a strong and hardy plant, takes root in any place, if she finds there a generous nature, and a spirit that shuns no labor. Wherefore we also, if we fail to live and think as we ought, will justly attribute this not to the smallness of our native city, but to ourselves. However, when one has undertaken to compose a history based upon readings which are not readily accessible or even found at home, but in foreign cities for the most part, and scattered about among different owners, for him it is really necessary, first and above all things, that he should live in a city which is famous, friendly to the liberal arts and populace, in order that he may have all sorts of books in plenty, and may by hearsay and enquiry come into possession of all those details which elude writers and are preserved with more conspicuous fidelity in the memories of men. He will thus be prevented from publishing a work which is deficient in many, and even in essential things. But as for me, I live in a small city, and I prefer to dwell there that it may not become smaller still. And during the time when I was in Rome and various parts of Italy, I had no leisure to practice myself in the Roman language, owing to my public duties and the number of my pupils in philosophy. It was therefore late, when I was well on in years, that I began to study Roman literature. And here my experience was an astonishing thing, but true. For it was not so much that by means of words I came to a complete understanding of things, as that from things I somehow had an experience which enabled me to follow the meaning of words, but to appreciate the beauty and quickness of the Roman style, the figures of speech, the rhythm, and the other embellishments of language, while I think it a graceful accomplishment, and one not without its pleasures, still the careful practice necessary for attaining this is not easy for one like me, but appropriate for those who have more leisure, and those whose remaining years still suffice for such pursuits. Therefore, in this 5th book of my Parallel Lives, where I write about Demosthenes and Cicero, I shall examine their actions and their political careers to see how their natures and dispositions compare with one another, but I shall make no critical comparison of their speeches, nor try to show which was the more agreeable or the more powerful orator. For useless, as Ion says, is a dolphin's might upon dry ground, a maxim which Cecilius, who goes to excess in everything, forgot when he boldly ventured to put forth a comparison of Demosthenes and Cicero. But really it is possible that, if the know thyself of the oracle were an easy thing for every man, it would not be held to be a divine injunction. In the case of Demosthenes and Cicero, then, it would seem that the deity originally fashioned them on the same plan, implanting in their natures many similarities, such as their love of distinction, their love of freedom in their political activities, and their lack of courage for wars and dangers, and uniting in them also many similarities of fortune. For in my opinion 2 other orators could not be found, who, from small and obscure beginnings, became great and powerful, who came into conflict with kings and tyrants, who lost each a daughter, who were banished from their native cities and returned with honor, and who, after taking to flight again and being captured by their enemies, ended their lives as soon as their countrymen ceased to be free. So that if there should be a competition between nature and fortune, as between artists, it would be difficult to decide whether the one made the men more alike in their characters, or the other in their circumstances of their lives. But I speak of the more ancient first. Demosthenes, the father of Demosthenes, belonged to the better class of citizens, as Theopompus tells us, and was surnamed Cutler because he had a large factory and slaves who were skilled workmen in this business. But as for what Aeschines the orator says of the mother of Demosthenes, namely, that she was a daughter of one Glion, who was banished from the city on a charge of treason, and of a barbarian woman, I cannot say whether he speaks truly, or is uttering slander and lies. However, at the age of 7, Demosthenes was left by his father in affluence, since the total value of his estate fell little short of 15 talents. But he was wronged by his guardians, who appropriated some of his property to their own uses and neglected the rest, so that even his teachers were deprived of their pay. It was for this reason, as it seems, that he did not pursue the studies which were suitable and proper for a well-born boy, and also because of his bodily weakness and fragility, since his mother would not permit him to work hard in the Pelster, and his tutors would not force him to do so. For from the first he was lean and sickly, and his opprobrious surname of Batallus is said to have been given him by the boys in mockery of his physique. Now Batallus, as some say, was an effeminate flute player, and Antiphanes wrote a farce in which he held him up to ridicule for this. But some speak of Batallus as a poet, who wrote voluptuous verses and drinking songs, and it appears that one of the parts of the body which it is not decent to name was at that time called Batallus by the Athenians. But the name of Argas, for they tell us that Demosthenes had this nickname also, was given him with either reference to his manners, which were harsh and savage, the snake being called Argas by some of the poets, or with reference to his way of speaking, which was distressing to his hearers, Argas being the name of a composer of vile and disagreeable songs. So much on this head. The origin of his eager desire to be an orator, they tell us, was as follows. Callistratus, the orator, was going to make a plea in court on the question of Oropus, and the trial was eagerly awaited, not only because of the ability of the orator, who was then at the very height of his reputation, but also because of the circumstances of the case, which was notorious. Accordingly, when Demosthenes heard the teachers and tutors agreeing among themselves to be present at the trial, with great importunity he persuaded his own tutor to take him to the hearing. This tutor, having an acquaintance with public officials who opened the courts, succeeded in procuring a place where the boys could sit unseen and listen to what was said. Callistratus won the case, and was extravagantly admired, and Demosthenes conceived a desire to emulate his fame, seeing him escorted on his way by the multitude and congratulated by all. But he had a more wondering appreciation of the power of his oratory, which was naturally adapted to subdue and master all opposition. Wherefore, bidding farewell to his other studies and to the usual pursuits of boyhood, he practiced himself laboriously in declamation, with the idea that he too was to be an orator. He also employed Isaias as his guide to the art of speaking, although Isocrates was lecturing at the time, either, as some say, because he was an orphan and unable to pay Isocrates his stipulated fee of 10 minas, or because he preferred the style of Isaias for its effectiveness and adaptability in actual use. But Hermippus says that he once came upon some anonymous memoirs in which it was recorded that Demosthenes was a pupil of Plato, and got most help from him in rhetorical studies. He also quotes Cestibius as saying that from Callias the Cyrusian and others that Demosthenes secretly obtained the rhetorical systems of Isocrates and Alcidamas and mastered them. However this may be, when Demosthenes came of age, he began to bring suits against his guardians and to write speeches attacking them. They devised many evasions and new trials, but a Demosthenes, after practicing himself in these exercises, as Thucydides says, not without toil and danger, won his cause, although he was not able to recover even a small fraction of his patrimony. However, he acquired sufficient practice and confidence in speaking, and got a taste of the distinction and power that go with forensic contests, and therefore essayed to come forward and engage in public matters. And just as Laomedon the Orchomenian, so we are told, practiced long-distance running by the advice of his physicians, to ward off some disease of the spleen, and then, after restoring his health in this way, entered the great games and became one of the best runners of the long course. So Demosthenes, after applying himself to the oratory, in the first place for the sake of recovering his private property, by this means acquired ability and power in speaking, and at last in the public business, as it were in the great games, won the first place among the citizens, who strove with one another on the bema. And yet, when he first addressed the people, he was interrupted by their clamors, and laughed at for his inexperience, since his discourse seemed to them confused by long periods and too harshly and immoderately tortured by formal arguments. He had also, as it would appear, a certain weakness of voice, and indistinctness of speech, and shortness of breath, which disturbed the sense of what he said by disjoining his sentences. And finally, when he had forsaken the assembly, and was wandering about dejectedly in the Piraeus, Eunomus the Thracian, who was already a very old man, caught sight of him, and upbraided him, because, although he had a style of speaking which was most like that of Pericles, he was throwing himself away out of weakness and lack of courage, neither facing the multitude with boldness, nor preparing his body for these forensic contests, but suffering it to wither away in slothful neglect. At another time, too, they say, when he had been rebuffed by the people, and was going off homewards disconcerted and in great distress, Satyrus the actor, who was a familiar acquaintance of his, followed after and went indoors with him. Demosthenes lamented to him that although he was the most laborious of all the orators, and had almost used up the vigor of his body in this calling, he had no favor with the people, but debauchees, sailors, and illiterate fellows were listened to and held the bema, while he himself was ignored. "You are right, Demosthenes," said Cicero, "but I will quickly remedy the cause of all this, if you will consent to recite offhand for me some narrative speech from Euripides or Sophocles." Demosthenes did so, whereupon Satyrus, taking up the same speech after him, gave it such a form, and recited it with such appropriate sentiment and disposition, that it appeared to Demosthenes to be quite another. Persuaded now how much of ornament and grace action lends to an oratory, he considered it of little or no use for a man to practice declaiming if he neglected the delivery and disposition of his words. After this, we are told that he built a subterranean study, which, in fact, was preserved in our time, and into this he would descend every day without exception, in order to form his action and cultivate his voice, and he would often remain there even for 2 or 3 months together, shaving one side of his head in order that shame might keep him from going abroad, even though he greatly wished to do so. Nor was this all, but he would make his interviews, conversations, and business with those outside the foundation and starting point for eager toil. For as soon as he parted from his associates, he would go down into his study, and there would go over his transactions with them in due order, and the arguments used in defense of each course. And still further, whatever speeches he chanced to hear delivered he would take up by himself, and reduce to propositions and periods, and he would introduce all sorts of corrections and changes of expression into the speeches made by others against himself, or contrariwise by himself against others. Consequently, it was thought that he was not a man of good natural parts, but that his ability and power were the product of toil. And there would seem to be strong proof of this in the fact that Demosthenes was rarely heard to speak on the spur of the moment, but though the people often called upon him by name as he sat in the assembly, he would not come forward unless he had given thought to the question, and was prepared to speak upon it. For this many of the popular leaders used to rail at him, and Pythias, in particular, once told him scoffingly that his arguments smelt of lamp-wicks. To him then Demosthenes made a sharp answer. "Indeed," said he, "thy lamp and mine, O Pythias, are not privy to the same pursuits." To the rest, however, he made no denial at all, but confessed that his speeches were neither altogether unwritten, nor yet fully written out. Moreover, he used to declare that he who rehearsed his speeches was a true man of the people, for such preparation was a mark of deference to the people, whereas heedlessness of what the multitude will think of his speech marks a man of oligarchical spirit, and one who relies on force rather than on persuasion. Another circumstance, too, is made a proof of his lack of courage for an emergency, namely, that when he was interrupted by the clamors of the people, Demades often rose and spoke offhand in his support, but he never rendered such a service to Demades. How then, some might say, could Ascanes call him a man of most astonishing boldness in his speeches? And how was it that, when Python of Byzantium was inveighing with much boldness and a great torrent of words against the Athenians, Demosthenes alone rose up and spoke against him? Or how did it happen that, when Lamachus the Muranian had written an encomium on Kings Philip and Alexander, in which many injurious things were said of Thebes and Olympus, and while he was reading it aloud at Olympia, Demosthenes came forward and rehearsed with historical proofs all the benefits which the people of Thebes and Chalcidice had conferred upon Greece, and on the other hand, all the evils of which the flatterers of the Macedonians had been the cause, and thereby so turned the minds of the audience that the sophist was terrified at the outcry against him and slunk away from the festival assemblage. But although Demosthenes, as it would appear, did not regard the other characteristics of Pericles as suitable for himself, he admired and sought to imitate the formality of his speech and bearing, as well as his refusal to speak suddenly or on every subject that might present itself, as if his greatness was due to these things. But he by no means sought the reputation which is won in a sudden emergency, nor did he often of his own free will stake his influence upon chance. However, those orations which were spoken offhand by him had more courage and boldness than those which he wrote out. If we are to put any confidence in our Eratosthenes, Demetrius the Phalerean, and the comic poets. Of these, Eratosthenes says that often in his speeches Demosthenes was like one frenzied, and the Phalerean says that once, as if under inspiration, he swore by the famous metrical oath to the people, "By earth, by springs, by rivers, and by streams." Of the comic poets, one calls him a rhopoperathos, or a trumpety braggart, and another, ridiculing his youth of the antithesis, says this: First slave, my master as he took retook. Second slave, Demosthenes would have been delighted to take over this phrase. Unless, indeed, this, too, was a jest of the Epiphanes upon the speech of Demosthenes concerning Haloneus, in which the orator counseled the Athenians not to take the island from Philip, but to retake it. Still, all men used to agree that Demades, in the exercise of his natural gifts, was invincible, and that when he spoke on the spur of the moment, he surpassed the studied preparations of Demosthenes. And Ariston the Chian records an opinion which Theophrastus also passed upon the two orators. When he asked namely what sort of an orator he thought Demosthenes was, he replied, worthy of the city, and what Demades, too good for the city. And the same philosopher tells us that Polyeuctus the Cephaedan, one of the political leaders of that time at Athens, declared that Demosthenes was the greatest orator, but Phocion the most influential speaker, since he impressed the most sense in the fewest words. Indeed, we are told that even Demosthenes himself, whenever Phocion mounted the bema to reply to him, would say to his intimates, "Here comes the chopper of my speeches." Now, it is not clear whether Demosthenes had this feeling toward Phocion because of his oratory or because of his life and reputation, believing that a single word or nod from a man who is trusted has more power than very many long periods. End of section 1. Section 2 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius PLUTARCHUS, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Demosthenes, chapters 11 through 20. For his bodily deficiencies, he adopted the exercises which I shall describe, as Demetrius the Phalerean tells us, who says he heard about them from Demosthenes himself, now grown old. The indistinctness and lisping in his speech he used to correct and drive away by taking pebbles in his mouth, and then reciting speeches. His voice he used to exercise by discoursing while running or going up steep places, and by reciting speeches or verses at a single breath. Moreover, he had in his house a large looking-glass, and in front of this he used to stand and go through his exercises in declamation. A story is told of a man coming to him and begging his services as advocate, and telling at great length how he had been assaulted and beaten by someone. But certainly, said Demosthenes, you got none of the hurts which you describe. Then the man raised his voice and shouted, I, Demosthenes, no hurts? Now indeed, said Demosthenes, I hear the voice of one who is wronged and hurt. So important in winning credence did he consider the tone and action of the speaker. Accordingly, his own action in speaking was astonishingly pleasing to most men. But men of refinement, like Demetrius the Phalerean, thought his manner low, ignoble, and weak. And Hermippus tells us that Isian, when asked his opinion of the ancient orators, as compared with those of his own time, said that one would have listened with admiration when the older orators discoursed to the people decorously and in the grand manner, but that the speeches of Demosthenes, when read aloud, were far superior in point of arrangement and power. Now, it is needless to remark that his written speeches have much in them that is harsh and bitter, but in his extemporaneous rejoinders he was also humorous. For instance, when Demades said, Demosthenes teach me, as well might the sow teach Athena. It was this Athena, said Demosthenes, that was lately found playing the harlot in Colitis. And to the thief nicknamed Brazen, who attempted to make fun of him for his late hours and his writing at night, he said, I know I annoy you with my lighted lamp, but you, men of Athens, must not wonder at the thefts that are committed, when we have thieves of brass, but house walls of clay. However, though I have still more to say on this head, I shall stop here. The other traits of his character and his disposition should be surveyed in connection with his achievements as a statesman. Well, then, he set out to engage in public matters after the Phocian War had broken out, as he himself says, and it is possible to gather from his Philippic harangues. For some of these were made after the Phocian War was already ended, and the earliest of them touch upon affairs which were closely connected with it. And it is clear that when he prepared himself to speak in the prosecution of Medius, he was 32 years old, but as yet had no power or reputation in the conduct of the city's affairs. And his fears on this score were the chief reason, in my opinion, why he compromised his case against the man he hated for a sum of money. Quote, "For he was not at all a sweet-tempered man or of gentle mood," end quote, but vehement and violent in his requitals. However, seeing that it was no mean task and one beyond his power to overthrow a man like Medius, who was well hedged about with wealth, oratory, and friends, he yielded to those who interceded in his behalf. For it does not seem to me that the 3,000 drachmas of themselves could have dulled the bitter feelings of Demosthenes, if he had expected or felt able to triumph over his adversary. But when he had once taken as a noble basis for his political activity the defense of the Greeks against Philip, and was contending worthily here, he quickly won a reputation, and was lifted into a conspicuous place by the boldness of his speeches, so that he was admired in Greece, and treated with deference by the great king. Philip, too, made more account of him than of any other popular leader at Athens, and it was admitted even by those who hated him that they had to contend with a man of mark. For both Aeschines and Hippariades say thus much for him while denouncing him. Wherefore I do not know how it occurred to Theopompus to say that Demosthenes was unstable in his character and unable to remain true for any length of time to the same policies or the same men. For it is apparent that after he had at the outset adopted a party and a line of policy in the conduct of the city's affairs, he maintained this to the end, and not only did not change his position while he lived, but actually gave up his life that he might not change it. For he was not like Demades, who apologized for his change of policy by saying that he often spoke at variance with himself, but never at variance with the interests of the city, nor like Melanopus, who, though opposed politically to Callistratus, was often brought over by him, and then would say to the people, "The man is my enemy, it is true, but the interests of the city shall prevail." Nor like Nicodemus the Mycenaean, who first attached himself to Cassander, and then again advocated the interests of Demetrius, but said that he was not contradicting himself, for it was already advantageous to listen to one's masters. We cannot say that such things of Demosthenes also, as of one who is turned from his course, and veers to and fro either in word or deed. Nay, he followed one unchangeable scale, as it were, and ever held to one key in politics. And Panaetius, the philosopher, says that most of his speeches also are written in the conviction that the good alone is to be chosen for its own sake. As, for instance, the speech on the crown, the one against aristocracies, that for the immunities, and the Philippics, for in all these he does not try to lead his countrymen to do what is pleasantest or easiest or most profitable, but in many places thinks that they ought to make their safety and preservation secondary to what is honorable and fitting, so that if the loftiness of his principles and the nobility of his speeches had been accompanied by such bravery as becomes a warrior, and by incorruptibility in all his dealings, he would have been worthy to be numbered not with such orators as Morocles, Polyeuctus, Hyperides, and their contemporaries, but high up with Cimon, Thucydides, and Pericles. At any rate, Phocion, among his contemporaries, though he took the lead in a policy which is not to be commended, and though he had the reputation of favoring Macedonia, nevertheless, by reason of his bravery and integrity, was held to be in no wise inferior to Ephialtes and Aristides and Cimon. Demosthenes, however, was not worthy of confidence when he bore arms, as Demetrius says, nor was he altogether inaccessible to bribes. But though he did not succumb to the gold which came from Philip and Macedonia, that which came down in streams from Susa and Ecbatana reached and overwhelmed him, and therefore he was most capable of praising the virtues of earlier generations, but he was not so good at imitating them. For certainly the orators of his own day, though I leave Phocion out of the account, were surpassed by him even in his life and conversation. And it is manifest that beyond them all he reasoned boldly with the people, opposed himself to the desires of the multitude, and persistently attacked their faults, as may be gathered from his speeches. And even Theopompus tells us that when the Athenians nominated him to conduct a certain impeachment, and, on his refusal, raised a tumult against him, he rose and said, "Men of Athens, I will serve you as a counselor, even though you do not wish it, but not as a false accuser, even though you wish it." Moreover, the measures which he took in the case of Antiphon were exceedingly aristocratic in their spirit. Antiphon had been acquitted by the assembly, but Demosthenes arrested him and brought him before the council of the Areopagus, and making no account of the offense thus given to the people, convicted him of having promised Philip to set fire to the dockyards, and Antiphon was given up to justice by the council and suffered death. He also accused the priestess Theorus of many misdemeanors, and particularly of teaching the slaves to practice deceit, and by fixing the penalty at death he brought about her execution. It is said, too, that the speech which Apollodorus used in order to secure the conviction of Timotheus the general in action for debt was written for him by Demosthenes, and likewise the speeches which Apollodorus used against Phormio and Stephanus, in which cases Demosthenes properly won discredit. For Phormio contended against Apollodorus with a speech Demosthenes had written for him, the orator thus simply selling to the disputants, from one cutlery shop, the knives with which to wound each other. Moreover, of his public orations, those against Antrioton and Timocrates and Aristocles were written for others to pronounce, before he had as yet entered public life, for it appears that these speeches were produced when he was 27 or 28 years of age. But he himself delivered the speech against Aristogiton, as well as the one on the immunities, as the instance, as he himself says, of Cestippus, the son of Chabrias, but as some say, because he was wooing the mother of this young man. However, he did not marry this woman, but had a certain woman of Samos to wife, as Demetrius the Magnesian tells us in his work on persons of the same nature. Whether the speech denouncing the treacherous embassage of Aeschines was delivered or not, it is uncertain, and yet Idomeneus says that Aeschines got off by only 30 votes. But this would seem to be untrue if we are to judge by the written speeches of both orators on the crown, for neither of them speaks clearly and distinctly of that contention as one which came to trial. This question, however, will have to be decided by others. The political attitude of Demosthenes was manifest while peace still lasted, for he would let no act of the Macedonian pass uncensured, but on every occasion kept rousing and inflaming the Athenians against him. Therefore Philip also made most account of him, and when Demosthenes came to Macedonia in an embassy of 10, Philip listened indeed to them all, but took most pains to answer his speech. As regards all other marks of honor and kindly attention, however, Philip did not treat Demosthenes as well as the others, but courted rather the party of Aeschines and Philocrates. And so when these lauded Philip as most powerful in speaking, most fair to look upon, and, indeed, as a most capable fellow drinker, Demosthenes had to say in bitter raillery that the first encomium was appropriate for a sophist, the second for a woman, and the third for a sponge, but none of them for a king. And when matters were inclining at last to war, since Philip was unable to keep quiet, and the Athenians were being stirred up by Demosthenes, in the first place he urged the Athenians to invade Euboea, which had been brought into subjection to Philip by its tyrants, and it was on his motion that they crossed over to the island and drove out the Macedonians. In the second place, he came to the aid of the citizens of Byzantium and Perinthus, when the Macedonian was making war upon them, by persuading the Athenian people to remit their hatred and forget the wrongs committed by each of these cities in the social war, and to send them a force, the force which saved them. Next he went on to an embassy to the Greek states, and by arguing with them and pricking them on, brought almost all of them into a league against Philip, so that they raised a mercenary force of 15,000 foot and 2,000 horse, apart from the citizen soldiery, and readily contributed money to pay them. It was at this time, as Theophrastus says, when the allies were demanding that their contributions be fixed within limits, that Crobulus, the popular leader, said, "War has no fixed rations." Greece was now in suspense as it thought of their future, and its peoples and cities were leaguing themselves together, Euboeans, Achaeans, Corinthians, Megarians, Lucidians, and Corcyraeans. For the most important struggle still remained for Demosthenes in bringing the Thebans to join the alliance, for they had a territory bounding that of Attica, and a force ready to take the field, and at that time were accounted the best soldiers in Greece. But it was no easy matter, in view of the recent benefits with which Philip had cultivated their favor during the Phocian War, to make the Thebans change sides, and especially because in the petty quarrels brought on by their proximity to Athens, the differences which made for war between the two cities were all the while stirred up anew. Philip, however, elated by his good fortune in the matter of Amphissa, surprised Elatia and occupied Phocis. This step drove the Athenians out of their senses. No one ventured to ascend the bema, and no one knew what ought to be said, but perplexity and silence reigned in the assembly. Then it was that Demosthenes, and he alone, came forward and advised the people to cling to Thebes, and after giving them courage in other ways and buoying them up with hopes, as he was wont to do, he was sent with others as ambassador to Thebes. Philip also, as Marsyas tells us, sent Amyntas and Clearchus of Macedonia, Diocus of Thessaly, and Phrasidaeus to speak in opposition to the Athenians. Well then, the Thebans in their calculations were not blind to their own interests, but each of them had before his eyes the terrors of war, since their losses in the Phocian War were still fresh. However, the power of the orator, as Theopompus says, fanned up their courage and inflamed their honorable ambition, and obscured all other considerations, so that, casting away fear and calculation and feelings of obligation, they were rapt away by his words into the path of honor. And so great and glorious was the orator's success seen to be, that Philip at once sent out an embassy and asked for peace, while Greece was confident and up in arms to aid Demosthenes for the future. And not only did the Athenian generals assist him and do what he ordered, but also the Boeotarchs. He managed at this time all the assemblies of the Thebans, no less than those of the Athenians. He was beloved by both peoples and exercised supreme power, not illegally nor unworthily, as Theopompus declares, but rather with perfect propriety. But it would seem that some divinely ordered fortune in the revolution of the Theirs, which was putting an end at this time to the freedom of the Greeks, opposed their efforts, and showed forth many signs of what was to come. Along these were the dire prophecies which the Pythian priestess made known. from an ancient oracle which was recited from the Sibylline books. Quote, "From the battle on Thermodon may I be far removed, no, to behold it like an eagle in clouds in upper air. Tears are for the conquered there, and for the conqueror death." End quote. Now, the Thermodon, they say, is in my native territory, in Chaeronea, being a little river which empties into the Cephisus. But I know of no river bearing this name at the present time. I conjecture, however, that the stream now called Hymen then bore the name of Thermodon, for it flows past the Herculaneum, where the Greeks had their camp, and I judge that after the battle the river was filled with blood and corpses, and therefore received its present name in exchange. Juris, however, says that this Thermodon was not a river, but that some soldiers who were pitching a tent and digging a trench about it found a small stone figure, an inscription upon which was signified that it was Thermodon, carrying in its arms a wounded Amazon. They say also that in reference to this another oracle is recited as follows, quote, "For the battle on Thermodon wait thou, all black bird, there thou shalt have in abundance the flesh of men." End quote. How this matter really stands, then, it is difficult to decide. But as for Demosthenes, he is said to have had complete confidence in the Greek forces, and to have been lifted into a state of glowing excitement by the strength and ardor of so many men eager to engage the enemy, so that he would not suffer his countrymen to give heed to oracles or to listen to prophecies. Nay, he even suspected the Pythian priestess of being in sympathy with Philip, minding the Thebans of Epaminondas and the Athenians of Pericles, and declaring those great leaders regarded things of this kind as pretexts for cowardice, and therefore followed the dictates of reason. Up to this point, then, he was a brave man, but in battle he displayed no conduct that was honorable or consonant with his words, but forsook his post, cast away his arms, and ran away most disgracefully, nor was he ashamed to belie the inscription on his shield, as Pythias said, whereon was written in letters of gold, "With good fortune." Immediately after his victory, then, Philip waxed insolent for joy, and going forth in revel rout to see the bodies of the slain, and being in his cups, recited the beginning of the decree introduced by Demosthenes, dividing it into feet and marking off the time. Quote, "Demosthenes, son of Demosthenes of Paeania, thus moves." End quote. But when he got sober and realized the magnitude of the struggle in which he had been involved, he shuddered at the power and the ability of the orator who had forced him to hazard his empire and his life in the brief span of a single day. And the fame of this orator penetrated even to the Persian king, who sent letters to his satraps on the coast, bidding them to offer money to Demosthenes, and to pay more attention to him than to any other Greek, since he was able to distract and detain the Macedonian with the troubles which he raised in Greece. These things now were discovered at a later time by Alexander, who found at Sardis certain letters of Demosthenes and documents of the king's generals, which disclosed the amount of money they had given him. End of section 2. Section 3 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Demosthenes, chapters 21 through 31. At this time, however, when their disaster fell upon the Greeks, the orators of the opposing party assailed Demosthenes and prepared reckonings and indictments against him. But the people not only absolved him from these, nay, they actually continued to honor him and invited him again as a loyal man to take part in public affairs. Consequently, when the bones of those who had fallen at Chaeronea were brought home for burial, they assigned to him the honor of pronouncing the eulogy over the men. nor did they show a base or ignoble spirit under the calamity which had befallen them, as Theopompus writes in his inflated style, but by the special honor and respect which they paid to their counselor, they made it manifest that they did not repent of the counsels he had given them. The oration then was pronounced by Demosthenes, but to the decrees which he proposed he would not put his own name, but rather those of his friends, one after the other, avoiding his own as inauspicious and unfortunate, until he once more took courage upon Philip's death. And Philip died, surviving his success at Chaeronea only a short time, and this, it would seem, was foretold by the last verse of the oracle. Quote, "Tears are for the conquered there, and for the conqueror death." End quote. Now Demosthenes had secret intelligence of Philip's death, and by way of inspiring the Athenians with courage for the future, he came forth to the council with a glad countenance, declaring that he had had a dream which led him to expect some great blessing for Athens. And not long afterwards the messengers came with tidings of Philip's death. At once then the Athenians proceeded to make thank offerings for glad tidings and voted a crown for Pausanias. And Demosthenes came forth in public dressed in a splendid robe and wearing a garland on his head, although his daughter had died only 6 days before, as Aeschines says, who rails at him for this and denounces him as an unnatural father. And yet Aeschines himself was of a weak and ungenerous nature, if he considered mournings and lamentations as the signs of an affectionate spirit, but condemned the bearing of such losses serenely and without repining. For my own part, I cannot say that it was honorable in the Athenians to crown themselves with garlands and offer sacrifices to the gods on the death of a king who, in the midst of his successes, had treated them so mildly and humanely in their reverses. For besides provoking the indignation of the gods, it was also an ignoble thing to honor him while he was alive, and make him a citizen of Athens, but when he had fallen by another's hand, to set no bounds to their joy, nay, to leap, as it were, upon the dead, and sing paeans of victory, as if they themselves had wrought a deed of valor. However, for leaving his domestic misfortunes and tears and lamentations to the women, and going about such business as he thought advantageous to the city, I commend Demosthenes, and I hold it to be part of a statesmanlike and manly spirit to keep ever in view of the good of the community, to find support for domestic sorrows and concerns in the public welfare, and to preserve one's dignity far more than the actors do when they take the parts of kings and tyrants. For these, as we see in the theatres, neither weep nor laugh according to their own inclinations, but as the subject of the action demands. And apart from these considerations, if it is our duty not to allow the unfortunate to lie comfortless in his sorrow, but to address him with cheering words, and turn his thoughts to pleasanter things, like those who tell people with sore eyes to withdraw their gaze from bright and hard colors, and fix it upon those which are soft and green, how can a man obtain better consolation for his domestic griefs than by blending them with the general welfare of a prosperous country, thus making the better things obscure the worse? These things, then, I have been led to say, on seeing that many have their hearts softened to effeminate pity by this discourse of Aeschines. The cities of Greece, under the incitations of Demosthenes, now formed themselves into a league again. The Thebans, whom Demosthenes had helped to provide with arms, fell upon their Macedonian garrison, and slew many of them, while the Athenians made preparations to go to war along with them. Demosthenes reigned supreme in the assembly, and wrote letters to the king's generals in Asia, stirring them up to make war upon Alexander, whom he called a boy and a Margites. When, however, Alexander had settled the affairs of his own country, and came in person with his forces into Boeotia, prone lay the courage of the Athenians, and Demosthenes was extinguished, while the Thebans, betrayed by their allies, fought by themselves and lost their city. Then, in the midst of the great confusion which reigned at Athens, Demosthenes was chosen and sent with others as an ambassador to Alexander. But fearing the wrath of the king, he turned back at Cithaeron and abandoned the embassy. Then straightway Alexander sent to Athens a demand for the surrender to him of 10 of their popular leaders, according to Idomeneus and Juris, but according to the most reputable writers, only 8, namely, Demosthenes, Polyeuctus, Ephialtes, Lycurgus, Morocles, Damon, Callisthenes, and Charidemus. It was on this occasion that Demosthenes told the Athenians the story of how the sheep surrendered their dogs to the wolves, comparing himself and his fellow orators to dogs fighting in defense of the people, and calling Alexander the Macedonian archwolf. Moreover, he said further, just as the grain merchants sell their whole stock by means of a few kernels of wheat, which they carry about with them in a bowl as a sample, so in surrendering us you unwittingly surrender also yourselves, all of you. Such, then, is the account which Aristobulus of Cassandreia has given. The Athenians were deliberating on this demand, and were at a loss how to treat it, when Demades, for 5 talents which he had received from the men demanded, agreed to go on an embassy to the king and entreat him in their behalf, either because he relied on the friendship of Alexander, or because he expected to find him sated, like a lion glutted with slaughter. At any rate, Demades persuaded the king to let the men off, and reconciled him with the city. So, when Alexander went back to Macedonia, Demades and his associates were in high power, but Demosthenes acted a humble part. It is true that when Agis the Spartan was active in revolt, Demosthenes once more made a feeble effort in his support, but then he cowered down, since the Athenians would not join in the uprising. Agis fell in battle, and the Lacedaemonians were crushed. It was at this time that the indictment against Ctesiphon in the matter of the crown came on for trial. It had been prepared in the archonship of Chironadas a little before the battle of Chironia, but came on for trial 10 years later in the archonship of Aristophon. It became the most celebrated of all public causes, not only on account of the fame of the orators, but also because of the noble conduct of the judges, who, though the prosecutors of Demosthenes were then at the height of power, and acting in the interests of Macedonia, would not vote against him, but acquitted him so decisively that Aeschines did not get a 5th part of their ballots. Consequently, Aeschines forsook the city at once, and spent the rest of his life as a teacher of rhetoric in Rhodes and Ionia. Not long afterwards, Harpalus came out of Asia to Athens. He had run away from Alexander because he was conscious that his prodigality had led him into criminal practices, and because he was afraid of his master, who was now become harsh to his friends. But after he had taken refuge with the Athenian people, and put himself in their hands with his ships and his treasures, the other orators at once fixed their longing eyes upon his wealth, came to his aid, and tried to persuade the Athenians to receive and save the suppliant. But Demosthenes, in the beginning, counseled them to drive Harpalus away, and to beware lest they plunge the city into war upon an unnecessary and unjust ground. A few days afterwards, however, while they were making an inventory of the treasure, Harpalus saw that Demosthenes was eyeing with pleasure a cup of barbarian make, with a keen appreciation of its fashion and of the ornamental work upon it. He therefore bade him poise it in his hand and see how heavy the gold was. And when Demosthenes was amazed at its weight, and asked how much it would amount to, Harpalus smiled and said, "For you it will amount to 20 talents. And as soon as night was come, he sent him the cup with the 20 talents. Now, Harpalus was skillful in detecting the character of a man who had a passion for gold, by means of the look that spread over his face and the glances of his eyes. For Demosthenes could not resist, but was overcome by the bribe, and now that he had, as it were, admitted a garrison into his house, promptly went over to the side of Harpalus. Next day, after swathing his neck carefully in woolen bandages, he went forth into the assembly, and when he was urged to rise and speak, he made signs that his voice was ruined. The wits, however, by way of raillery, declared that the orator had been seized overnight, not with an ordinary quinsy, but with a silver quinsy. And afterwards, when the whole people learned that he had been bribed, and would not permit him when he wished it to have a hearing and make his defense, but were angry and raised a tumult against him, someone rose and said jokingly, "Men of Athens, will you not listen to the man who holds the cup?" At that time, then, they sent Harpalus away from the city, and fearing lest they should be called to account for the moneys which the orators had seized, they made a zealous search for it, and went round to the houses on the quest, except that of Callicles, the son of Arrhenides. For his house was the only one which they would not allow to be searched, since he was a newly married man, and his bride was within, as Theopompus relates. But Demosthenes put a bold face on the matter, and introduced a bill providing that the case should be referred for investigation to the council of Areopagus, and that those should be brought to trial who were found guilty there. He was himself, however, among the first condemned by the council, and came before the court for trial, where he was sentenced to a fine of 50 talents, and delivered over to prison in default of payment. But out of shame at the charge under which he lay, as he says, and owing to the weakness of his body, which could not endure confinement, he ran away through the carelessness of some of his keepers and the connivance of others. At any rate, we are told that when he was in flight at a short distance from the city, he learned that some of the citizens who were his enemies were in pursuit of him, and therefore wished to hide himself. And when they called upon him loudly by name, and came up near to him, and begged him to accept from them provision for his journey, declaring that they were bringing money from home for this very purpose, and were pursuing him only in order to get it to him, and when at the same time they exhorted him to be of good courage, and not to be pained at what had happened, Demosthenes broke out all the more into cries of grief, saying, "Surely I must be distressed to leave a city where my enemies are as generous as I can hardly find friends to be in another." And he bore his exile without fortitude, taking up his quarters in Aegina and Troezen for the most part, and looking off towards Attica with tears in his eyes, so that utterances of his are on record which are not generous or consonant with his spirited efforts as a statesman. We are told, namely, that as he was leaving the city, he lifted up his hands towards the Acropolis, and said, "O potent guardian of the city Athena, how, pray, canst thou take delight in those three most intractable beasts, the owl, the serpent, and the people?" Moreover, when young men came to visit and converse with him, he would try to deter them from public life, saying that if true roads had been presented to him in the beginning, one leading to the bema and the assembly, and the other straight to destruction, and if he could have known beforehand the evils attendant on a public career, namely fears, hatreds, calumnies, and contentions, he would have taken the road which led directly to death. But while he was still undergoing the exile of which I have spoken, Alexander died, and the Greek states proceeded to form a league again, while Demosthenes was displaying deeds of valor and walling Antipater up in Lamia, where he held him in siege. Accordingly, the orators Pythius and Calamedon, called the Stag Beetle, fled from Athens and joined the party of Antipater, and traveling about with the regent's friends and ambassadors, tried to prevent the Greeks from revolting or attaching themselves to Athens. But Demosthenes, joining himself to the ambassadors from Athens, used his utmost efforts in helping them to induce the cities to unite in attacking the Macedonians and expelling them from Greece. and Phliarchus tells us that in Arcadia, Pythias and Demosthenes actually fell to abusing one another in an assembly, the one speaking in behalf of the Macedonians, the other in behalf of the Greeks. Pythias, we are told, said that just as we think that a house into which ass's milk is brought must certainly have some evil in it, so also a city must of necessity be diseased, into which an Athenian embassy comes. Whereupon Demosthenes turned the illustration against him by saying that ass's milk was given to restore health, and that the Athenians came to bring salvation to the sick. At this conduct, the Athenian people were delighted, and voted that Demosthenes might return from exile. The decree was brought in by Demon of Paeania, who was a cousin of Demosthenes, and a trireme was sent to Aegina to fetch him home. When he set out to go up to the city from Piraeus, not an archon or a priest was missing, and all the rest of the people also met him in a body, and welcomed him eagerly. It was said at this time, too, as Demetrius the Magnesian says, that he lifted his hands toward heaven, and blessed himself for that day, since he was coming home from exile more honorably than Alcibiades did, for he had persuaded, not forced, his fellow citizens to welcome him. It is true that his pecuniary fine remained standing against him, for it was not lawful to remit an assessment by act of grace, but they found a device to evade the law. It was their custom, namely, in the case of a sacrifice to Zeus the Saviour, to pay a sum of money to those who prepared and adorned the altar, and they now gave Demosthenes the contract to make these preparations for 50 talents, which was just the amount of his assessment. However, he did not enjoy his native city for long after his return from exile, but the cause of the Greece was speedily crushed, and in the month of Metageitnian the battle at Cranon took place. In that of Boedramian the Macedonian garrison entered Muncia, and in that of Pinapsian Demosthenes died in the following manner. When Antipater and Craterus were reported to be advancing upon Athens, Demosthenes and his associates succeeded in escaping by stealth from the city, and the people, on motion of Demades, passed sentence of death upon them. Since they had dispersed themselves to different places, Antipater sent his soldiers about to arrest them, under the command of Archias, the so-called exile hunter. This man was a native of Thurii, and the story goes that he was once a tragic actor. Indeed, it is recorded that Polus of Aegina, the best actor of his time, was a pupil of his. But Hermippus states that Archias was one of the pupils of Locritus the rhetorician, while Demetrius says that he belonged to the school of Anaximenes. This Archias, then, finding that Hyperides the orator, and Aristonachus of Marathon, and Himeraius, the brother of Demetrius the Phalerean, had taken refuge in the sanctuary of Isaeus at Aegina, hailed them away, and sent them to Antipater at Cleonae. There they were also put to death, and Hyperides, it is said, also had his tongue cut out. Moreover, on learning that Demosthenes had taken sanctuary in the temple of Poseidon at Caluria, Archias sailed across to the island in small boats, and after landing with Thracian spearmen, tried to persuade the fugitive to leave the temple and go with him to Antipater, assuring them that he would suffer no harsh treatment. But it chanced that Demosthenes, in his sleep the night before, had seen a strange vision. He dreamed, namely, that he was acting in a tragedy, and contending with Archias for the prize, and that although he acquitted himself well and won the favor of the audience, his lack of stage decorations and costumes cost him the victory. Therefore, after Archias had said many kindly things to him, Demosthenes, just as he sat, looked steadfastly at him, and said, O Archias, thou didst never convince me by thine acting, nor wilt thou now convince me by thy promises. And now when Archias began to threaten him angrily, "Now," said he, "thou utterest the language of the Macedonian oracle, but a moment ago thou wert acting a part. Wait a little, then, that I may write a message to my family." With these words he retired into the temple, and taking a scroll, as if about to write, he put his pen into his mouth and bit it, as he was wont to do when thinking what he should write, and kept it there some time, then covered and bent his head. The spearmen then who stood at the door laughed at him for playing the coward, and called him weak and unmanly. But Archias came up and urged him to rise, and reiterating the same speeches as before, promised him a reconciliation with Antipater. But Demosthenes, now conscious that the poison was affecting and overpowering him, uncovered his head, and fixing his eyes upon Archias, "Thou canst not be too soon now," said he, in playing the part of Creon in the tragedy, and casting this body out without burial. "But I, O beloved Poseidon, will depart from thy sanctuary while I am still alive, whereas Antipater and the Macedonians would not have left even thy temple undefiled." So speaking, and bidding someone to support him, since he was now trembling and tottering, he had no sooner gone forth and passed by the altar than he fell, and with a groan gave up the ghost. As for the poison, Ariston says he took it from the pen, as I have said, but a certain Pappus, from whom Hermippus took his story, says that when he had fallen by the side of the altar, there was found written in the scroll the beginning of a letter, Demosthenes to Antipater, and nothing more, and that when men were amazed at the suddenness of his death, the Thracians who had stood at the door told the story that he took the poison into his hand from a cloth, and put it to his mouth and swallowed it, and that they themselves, strange to say, had supposed that what he swallowed was gold, and the little maid who served him, when inquiries were made by Archias, said that Demosthenes had long worn that cloth girdle as a safeguard against his enemies. And even Eratosthenes himself says that Demosthenes kept the poison in a hollow bracelet, and that he wore this bracelet as an ornament upon his arm. But the divergent stories of all the others who have written about the matter, and they are very many, need not be recounted, except that Democarches, the relative of Demosthenes, says that in his opinion it was not due to poison, but to the honor and kindly favor shown him by the gods, that he was rescued from the cruelty of the Macedonians by a speedy and painless death. And he died on the 16th of the month Paenepsion, the most gloomy day of the Sesmophoria, which the women observe by fasting in the temple of the goddess. It was to this man, a little while after his death, that the Athenian people paid worthy honor by erecting his statue in bronze, and by decreeing that the eldest of his house should have public maintenance in the Prytaneum. And this celebrated inscription was inscribed upon the pedestal of his statue, quote, "If thy strength had only been equal to thy purposes, Demosthenes, never would the Greeks have been ruled by a Macedonian Ares." End quote. Of course, those who say that Demosthenes himself composed these lines in Caluria, as he was about to put the poison to his lips, talk utter nonsense. Now, a short time before I took up my abode in Athens, the following incident is said to have occurred. A soldier who had been called to an account by his commander put what little gold he had into the hands of this statue of Demosthenes. It stood with its fingers interlaced, and hard by grew a small plane tree. Many of the leaves from this tree, whether the wind accidentally blew them thither, or whether the depositor himself took this way of concealing his treasure, lay clustering together about the gold and hid it for a long time. At last, however, the man came back, found his treasure intact, and an account of the matter was spread about, whereupon the wits of the city took for a theme the incorruptibility of Demosthenes, and vied with one another in their epigrams. As for Demades, he had not long enjoyed his growing reputation, when vengeance for Demosthenes brought him into Macedonia, whose people he had disgracefully flattered, only to be by them justly put to death. He had been obnoxious to them even before this, but now fell under a charge from which there was no escape. A letter of his, namely, leaked out, in which he had urged Perdiccas to seize Macedonia and deliver the Greeks who, he said, were fastened to it only by an old and rotten thread, meaning Antipater. And when Dinarchus the Corinthian denounced him for this, Cassander flew into a rage and slew the son of Demades as he stood close by his father's side, and then ordered that Demades should be likewise killed. Demades was now learning amid his extremest misfortunes that traitors sell themselves first, a truth of which Demosthenes had often assured him, but which he would not believe. And so, Socius, thou hast the promised life of Demosthenes, drawn from such written or oral sources as I could find. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Cicero, chapters 1 to 12. It is said of Helvia, the mother of Cicero, that she was well born and lived an honorable life, but of his father nothing can be learned that does not go to an extreme. For some say that he was born and reared in a fuller's shop, while others trace the origin of his family to Tullus Attius, an illustrious king of the Volscians, who waged war upon the Romans with great ability. However, the first member of the family who was surnamed Cicero seems to have been worthy of note, and for that reason his posterity did not reject the surname, but were fond of it, although many made it a matter of raillery. For Cicer is the Latin name for chickpea, and this ancestor of Cicero, as it would seem, had a faint dent in the end of his nose, like the cleft of a chickpea, from which he acquired his surname. Cicero himself, however, whose life I now write, when he first entered public life and stood for office and his friends thought he ought to drop or change the name, is said to have replied with spirit that he would strive to make the name of Cicero more illustrious than such names as Scaurus or Catullus. Moreover, when he was quaestor in Sicily and was dedicating to the gods a piece of silver plate, he had his first two names inscribed thereon, the Marcus and the Tullius, but instead of the third, by way of jest, he ordered the artificer to engrave a chickpea in due sequence. This, then, is what is told about his name. It is said that Cicero was born without travail or pain on the part of his mother, on the 3rd day of the new calends, the day on which, at the present time, the magistrates offer sacrifices and prayers for the health of the emperor. It would seem also that a phantom appeared to his nurse and foretold that her charge would be a great blessing to all the Romans. And although these presages were thought to be mere dreams and idle fancies, he soon showed them to be true prophecy, for when he was of an age for taking lessons, his natural talent shone out clear, and he won name and fame among the boys, so that their fathers used to visit the schools in order to see Cicero with their own eyes, and observe the quickness and intelligence in his studies, for which he was extolled, though the ruder ones among them were angry at their sons when they saw them walking with Cicero placed in their midst as a mark of honor. And although he showed himself, as Plato thought a nature should do, which was fond of learning and fond of wisdom, capable of welcoming all knowledge, and incapable of slighting any kind of literature or training, he lent himself with somewhat greater ardor to the art of poetry. And the little poem which he wrote when a boy is still extant, called Pontius Glaucus, and composed in tetrameter verse. Moreover, as he grew older and applied himself with greater versatility to such accomplishments, he got the name of being not only the best orator, but also the best poet among the Romans. His fame for oratory abides to this day, although there have been great innovations in style. But his poetry since many gifted poets have followed him, has altogether fallen into neglect and disrepute. After he had finished the studies of boyhood, he attended the lectures of Philon the academic, whom, above all the other disciples of Cleitomachus, the Romans admired for his eloquence and loved for his character. At the same time, he consorted with Mucius Scaevola, a statesman and leader of the Senate, and was helped by him to an acquaintance with the law. And for a little while he also did military service under Sulla in the war against the Marsians. Then, seeing that the Commonwealth was hurrying into factions, and from factions into unlimited monarchy, he betook himself to a retired and contemplative life, associated with Greek scholars, and pursued his studies until Sulla got the mastery and the state appeared to be somewhat settled. About this time, Chrysogonus, a freedman of Sulla's, put up at public auction the estate of a man who, as it was said, had been put to death under prescription, and bought it in himself for 2,000 drachmas. Then Roscius, the son and heir of the deceased, was indignant, and set forth clearly that the estate was worth 250 talents, whereupon Sulla, enraged to have his actions called in question, indicted Roscius for the murder of his father, Chrysogonus having trumped up the evidence. No advocate would help Roscius, but all avoided him through their fear of Sulla's cruelty, and so at last, in his destitution, the young man had recourse to Cicero. Cicero's friends encouraged him to undertake the case, arguing that he would never again have a more brilliant or a more honorable opportunity to win fame. Accordingly, he undertook the defense of Roscius, won his cause, and men admired him for it, but fearing Sulla, he made a journey to Greece, after spreading a report that his health needed attention. For in fact he was spare and lean, and owing to a weakness of the stomach, could only with difficulty take a little light food late in the day. His voice, however, was full and strong, but harsh and unmodulated, and, since owing to the vehemence and passion of his oratory, it was always forced into the higher tones, it made men apprehensive for his health. On coming to Athens, he attended the lectures of Antiochus of Ascalon, and was charmed by his fluency and grace of diction, although he disapproved of his innovations in doctrine. For Antiochus had already fallen away from what was called the New Academy, and abandoned the sect of Carneades, either moved thereto by the clear evidence of the sense perceptions, or, as some say, led by a feeling of ambitious opposition to the disciples of Cleitomachus and Philon, to change his views and cultivate, in most cases, the doctrine of the Stoics. But Cicero loved the systems which Antiochus discarded, and devoted himself the rather to them, purposing, in case he was altogether driven out of a public career, to change his home to Athens, away from the forum and the business of the state, and spend his life in the quiet pursuit of philosophy. But word was now brought to him that Sulla was dead, and since his body, strengthened by exercise, was taking on a vigorous habit, while his voice, acquiring modulation, had grown pleasant to the ear, and had been moderated into keeping with the habit of his body, and since, moreover, his friends at Rome earnestly besought him by letter, and Antiochus strongly urged him to apply himself to public affairs, he once more sought to prepare for service therein his instrument, as it were, to wit his rhetorical style, and to rouse to action his political powers, diligently cultivating himself in declamation, and taking lessons of the popular rhetoricians. With this end in view, he made a voyage to Asia and Rhodes. In Asia, he studied oratory with Xenocles of Adramyttium, Dionysius of Magnesia, and Menippus the Carian. In Rhodes, oratory with Apollonius the son of Molon, and philosophy with Posidonius. Apollonius, we are told, not understanding the Roman language, requested Cicero to declaim in Greek, with which request Cicero readily complied, thinking that in this way his faults could be better corrected. After he had declaimed, his other hearers were astounded, and vied with one another in their praises. But Apollonius was not greatly moved while listening to him, and when he had ceased, sat for a long time lost in thought. Then, since Cicero was distressed at this, he said, "Thee, indeed, O Cicero, I admire and commend. But Greece I pity for her sad fortune, since I see that even the only glories which were left to us, culture and eloquence, are through thee to belong also to the Romans." However, though Cicero, full of hope, was being borne on towards a political career, a certain oracle took the edge from his eager desire. When he inquired, namely, of the god at Delphi, how he could become most illustrious, the Pythian priestess enjoined upon him to make his own nature and not the opinion of the multitude his guide in life. And so, during the first part of his time at Rome, he conducted himself with caution, was reluctant to sue for office, and was therefore neglected, being called Greek and scholar, those names which the low and ignorant classes at Rome were wont to give so readily. But he was naturally ambitious, and was urged on by his father and his friends, and so, when he gave himself in earnest to the work of an advocate, he did not advance slowly to the primacy, but his fame shone forth at once, and he far surpassed those who strove with him for distinction in the forum. But it is said that he too, no less than Demosthenes, was weak in his delivery, and therefore sought with care to imitate, now Lucius the comedian, and now Aesop the tragedian. This Aesop, they tell us, was once acting in a theatre the part of Atreus, planning to take vengeance on Thyestes, when one of the assistants suddenly ran across the scene, and the actor, losing control of himself in the intensity of his passion, smote him with his scepter and laid him dead. Now, Cicero's delivery contributed not a little to his persuasive power. Moreover, of those orators who were given to loud shouting, he used to say jestingly that they were led by their weakness to resort to clamor, as cripples were to mount upon a horse. And his readiness to indulge in such jests and pleasantry was thought indeed to be a pleasant characteristic of a pleader, but he carried it to excess, and so annoyed many, and got the reputation of being malicious. He was appointed quaestor at a time when grain was scarce, and had the province of Sicily allotted to him, where he annoyed people at first by compelling them to send grain to Rome. But afterwards they found him careful, just and mild, and honored him beyond any governor they had ever had. Moreover, when large numbers of young men from Rome, of illustrious and noble families, were accused of lack of discipline and courage in the war, and sent up for trial to the praetor of Sicily, Cicero pleaded their cause brilliantly and won the day. While he was journeying to Rome, then, highly elated over these successes, he had a laughable experience, as he tells us. In Campania, namely, he fell in with an eminent man whom he deemed his friend, and asked him what the Romans were saying and thinking about his achievements, supposing that he had filled the whole city with the name and fame of them. But his friend said, "Where, pray, have you been, Cicero, all this time?" At that time, then, as he tells us, he was altogether disheartened, seeing that the story of his doings had sunk into the city as into a bottomless sea, without any visible effect upon his reputation. But afterwards he reasoned with himself, and abated much of his ambition, convinced that the fame towards which he was emulously struggling was a thing that knew no bounds and had no tangible limit. However, his excessive delight in the praise of others and his too passionate desire for glory remained with him until the very end, and very often confounded his saner reasonings. And now that he was engaging in public life with greater ardor, he considered it a shameful thing that, while craftsmen, using vessels and instruments that are lifeless, know the name and place and capacity of every one of them, the statesmen, on the contrary, whose instruments for carrying out public measures are men, should be indifferent and careless about knowing his fellow citizens. Wherefore, he not only accustomed himself to remember their names, but also learned to know the quarter of the city in which every notable person dwelt, where he owned a country place, what friends he had, and what neighbors, so that, whatever road in Italy Cicero traveled, it was easy for him to name and point out the estates and villas of his friends. His property, though sufficient to meet his expenses, was nevertheless small, and therefore men wondered that he would accept neither fees nor gifts for his services as advocate, and above all, when he undertook the prosecution of Verres. This man, who had been praetor of Sicily, and whom the Sicilians prosecuted for many villainous acts, Cicero convicted, not by speaking, but, in a way, by actually not speaking. For the praetors favored Verres, and by many obstacles and delays had put off the case until the very last day, since it was clear that a day's time would not be enough for the speeches of the advocates, and so the trial would not be finished. But Cicero rose and said there was no need of speeches, and then brought up and examined his witnesses and bade the jurors cast their votes. Nevertheless, many witty sayings of his in connection with this trial are on record. For instance, Verres is the Roman word for a castrated porker. When, accordingly, a freedman named Caecilius, who was suspected of Jewish practices, wanted to thrust aside the Sicilian accusers and denounce Verres himself, Cicero said, "What has a Jew to do with a Verres?" Moreover, Verres had a young son who had the name of lending himself to base practices. Accordingly, when Cicero was reviled by Verres for effeminacy, "You ought," said he, "to revile your sons at home." And again, the orator Hortensius did not venture to plead the cause of Verres directly, but was persuaded to appear for him at the assessment of the fine, and received an ivory sphinx as his reward. And when Cicero made some oblique reference to him, and Hortensius declared that he had no skill in solving riddles, "And yet," said Cicero, "thou hast the sphinx at thy house." When Verres had thus been convicted, Cicero assessed his fine at 750,000 denarii, and was therefore accused of having been bribed to make the fine a low one. The Sicilians, however, were grateful to him, and when he was idle, brought him from their island all sorts of livestock and produce. From these he derived no personal profit, but used the generosity of the islanders only to lower the price of provisions. He owned a pleasant country seat at Arpinum, and had a farm near Naples, and another near Pompeii, both small. His wife Terentia brought him, besides, a dowry of 100,000 denarii, and he received a bequest which amounted to 90,000. From these he lived, in a generous and at the same time modest manner, with the Greek and Roman men of letters who were his associates. He rarely, if ever, came to table before sunset, not so much on account of business as because his stomach kept him in poor health. In other ways, too, he was exact and over-scrupulous in the care of his body, so that he actually took a set number of rubbings and walks. By carefully managing his health in this way, he kept it free from sickness and able to meet the demands of many great struggles and toils. The house which had been his father's he made over to his brother, and dwelt himself near the Palatine Hill, in order that those who came to pay their court to him might not have the trouble of a long walk. And men came to his house every day to pay him court, no fewer than came to Crassus for his wealth, or to Pompey because of his influence with the soldiery, and these were the two greatest men among the Romans and the most admired. Nay, Pompey actually paid court to Cicero, and Cicero's political efforts contributed much towards Pompey's power and fame. Although many men of importance stood for the praetorship, along with Cicero, he was appointed first of them all, and men thought that he managed the cases which came before him with integrity and fairness. It is said, too, that Licinius Macer, a man who had great power in the city on his own account, and also enjoyed the help of Crassus, was tried before Cicero for fraud, and that, relying upon his influence and the efforts made in his behalf, he went off home while the jurors were still voting, hastily trimmed his hair, and put on a white toga in the belief that he had been acquitted, and was going forth again to the forum. But Crassus met him at the house door and told him that he had been convicted unanimously, whereupon he turned back, lay down upon his bed, and died. And the case brought Cicero the reputation of having been a scrupulous presiding officer. Again, there was Vicinius, a man who had a harsh manner, and one which showed contempt for the magistrates before whom he pleaded. His neck also was covered with swellings. As this man once stood at Cicero's tribunal and made some request of him, Cicero did not grant it at once, but took a long time for deliberation, whereupon Vicinius said that he himself would not have stuck at the matter had he been praetor. At this, Cicero turned upon him and said, "But I have not the neck that you have." 2 or 3 days before his term of office expired, Manilius was brought before him on a charge of fraudulent accounting. This Manilius had the goodwill and eager support of the people, since it was thought that he was prosecuted on Pompey's account, being a friend of his. On his demanding several days in which to make his defense, Cicero granted him only one, and that the next. And the people were indignant, because it was customary for the praetor to grant 10 days at least to the accused. And when the tribunes brought Cicero to the rostra and denounced him, he begged for a hearing, and then said that he had always treated defendants, so far as the laws allowed, with clemency and kindness, and thought it an unfortunate thing that Manilius should not have this advantage. Wherefore, since only 1 day was left to his disposal as praetor, he had purposely set this day for the trial, and surely it was not the part of one who wished to help Manilius to defer it to another praetor's term. These words produced a wonderful change in the feelings of the people, and with many expressions of approval they begged Cicero to assume the defense of Manilius. This he willingly consented to do, chiefly for the sake of Pompey, who was absent, and once more mounting the rostra, harangued the people anew, vigorously attacking the oligarchical party and those who were jealous of Pompey. Yet he was advanced to the consulship, no less by the aristocrats than by the common people, and for the interests of the city, both parties seconding his efforts for the following reasons. The change which Sulla had made in the constitution at first appeared absurd, but now it seemed to the majority, owing to lapse of time and their familiarity with it, to afford at last a kind of settlement which was not to be despised. There were those, however, who sought to agitate and change the existing status for the sake of their own gain, and not for the best interests of the state, while Pompey was still carrying on war with the kings in Pontus and Armenia, and there was no power in Rome which was able to cope with the revolutionaries. These had for their chief a man of bold, enterprising, and versatile character, Lucius Catiline, who, in addition to other great crimes, had once been accused of deflowering his own daughter and of killing his own brother, and fearing prosecution for this murder, he persuaded Sulla to put his brother's name, as though he were still alive, in the list of those who were to be put to death under proscription. Taking this man, then, as their leader, the miscreants gave various pledges to one another, one of which was the sacrifice of a man and the tasting of his flesh. Moreover, Catiline had corrupted a large part of the young men in the city, supplying each of them continually with amusements, banquets, and amours, and furnishing without stint the money to spend on these things. Besides, all Etruria was roused to revolt, as well as most of Cisalpine Gaul. And Rome was most dangerously disposed towards change, on account of the irregularity in the distribution of property, since men of the highest reputation and spirit had beggared themselves on shows, feasts, pursuit of office, and buildings, and riches had streamed into the coffers of low-born and mean men, so that matters needed only a slight impulse to disturb them, and it was in the power of any bold man to overthrow the commonwealth, which of itself was in a diseased condition. However, Catiline wished to obtain first a strong base of operations, and therefore sued for the consulship. And he had bright hopes that he would share the consulship with Caius Antonius, a man who, of himself, would probably not take the lead either for good or for bad, but would add strength to another who took the lead. Most of the better class of citizens were aware of this, and therefore put forward Cicero for the consulship, and as the people readily accepted him, Catiline was defeated, and Cicero and Caius Antonius were elected. And yet, Cicero was the only one of the candidates who was the son not of a senator, but of a knight. The schemes of Catiline were still to remain concealed from the multitude, but great preliminary struggles awaited the consulship of Cicero. For, in the first place, those who were prevented from holding office by the laws of Sulla, and they were neither few nor weak, sued for offices and tried to win the favor of the people, making many charges against the tyranny of Sulla, which were just and true indeed, but disturbing the government at an improper and unseasonable time. And, in the second place, the tribunes were introducing laws to the same purpose, appointing a commission of 10 men with unlimited powers, to whom was committed, as supreme masters of all Italy, of all Syria, and of all the territories which Pompey had lately added to the empire, the right to sell the public lands, to try whom they pleased, to send into exile, to settle cities, to take monies from the public treasury, and to levy and maintain as many soldiers as they wanted. Therefore, many of the prominent men also were in favor of the law, and foremost among them Antonius, the colleague of Cicero, who expected to be one of the 10. It was thought also that he knew about the conspiracy of Catiline, and was not averse to it, owing to the magnitude of his debts, and this was what gave most alarm to the nobles. This alarm Cicero first sought to allay by getting the province of Macedonia voted to his colleague, while he himself declined the proffered province of Gaul. And by this favor he induced Antonius, like a hired actor, to play the second role to him in defense of their country. Then, as soon as Antonius had been caught and was tractable, Cicero opposed himself with more courage to the innovators. Accordingly, he denounced the proposed law in the Senate at great length, and so terrified the very promoters of it that they had no reply to make to him. And when they made a second attempt, and after full preparation summoned the consuls to appear before the people, Cicero had not the slightest fear, but bidding the Senate follow him and leading the way, he not only got the law rejected, but also induced the tribunes to desist from the rest of their measures, so overpowered were they by his eloquence. End of section 4. Section 5 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Cicero, chapters 13 to 25. For this man, beyond all others, show the Romans how great a charm eloquence adds to the right, and that justice is invincible if it is correctly put in words, and that it behooves the careful statesman always in his acts to choose the right instead of the agreeable, and in his words to take away all vexatious features from what is advantageous. A proof of the charm of his discourse may be found in an incident of his consulship connected with the public spectacles. In earlier times, it seems, the men of the equestrian order were mingled with the multitudes in the theatres, and saw the spectacles along with the people, seated as chance would have it. Marcus Otho was the first to separate in point of honor the knights from the rest of the citizens, which he did when he was praetor, and gave them a particular place of their own at the spectacles, which they still retain. The people took this as a mark of dishonor to themselves, and when Otho appeared in the theatre, they hissed him insultingly, while the knights received him with loud applause. The people renewed and increased their hisses, and then the knights their applause. After this, they turned upon one another with reviling words, and disorder reigned in the theatre. When Cicero heard of this, he came and summoned the people to the temple of Bellona, where he rebuked and exhorted them, whereupon they went back again to the theatre and applauded Otho loudly, and vied with the knights in showing him honor and esteem. But Catiline and his fellow conspirators, who at first were cowed and terrified, began once more to take courage, and assembling themselves together, exhorted one another to take matters in hand more boldly before Pompey came back, and he was said to be now returning with his army. It was the old soldiers of Sulla, however, who were most of all urging Catiline on to action. These were to be found in all parts of Italy, but the greatest numbers and the most warlike of them had been scattered among the cities of Etruria, and were again dreaming of robbing and plundering the wealth that lay ready to hand. These men, I say, with Manlius for a leader, one of the men who had served with distinction under Sulla, associated themselves with Catiline and came to Rome to take part in the consular elections. For Catiline was again a candidate for the consulship and had determined to kill Cicero in the very tumult of the elections. Moreover, even the heavenly powers seemed, by earthquakes and thunderbolts and apparitions, to foreshow what was coming to pass. And there were also human testimonies which were true indeed, but not sufficient for the conviction of a man of reputation and great power like Catiline. For this reason, Cicero postponed the day of the elections, and summoning Catiline to the Senate, examined him concerning what was reported. But Catiline, thinking that there were many in the Senate who were desirous of a revolution, and at the same time making a display of himself to the conspirators, gave Cicero the answer of a madman. "What dreadful thing, pray," said he, "am I doing, if, when there are two bodies, one lean and wasted, but with a head, and the other headless, but strong and large, I myself become a head for this?" Since this riddle of Catiline's referred to the Senate and the people, Cicero was all the more alarmed, and he wore a breastplate when all the nobles and many of the young men escorted him from his house to the Campus Martius. Moreover, he purposely allowed the spectators to get a glimpse of his breastplate by loosing his tunic from his shoulders, thus showing them his peril. The people were incensed and rallied about him, and finally, when they voted, they rejected Catiline once more and elected Silanus and Murena consuls. Not long after this, when Catiline's soldiers in Etruria were already assembling and forming into companies, and when the day set for their attack was near, there came to the house of Cicero at midnight men who were the leading and most powerful Romans, Marcus Crassus, Marcus Marcellus, and Scipio Metellus. And knocking at the door and summoning the doorkeeper, they bade him wake Cicero and tell him they were there. Their business was what I shall now relate. After Crassus had dined, his doorkeeper handed him some letters, which an unknown man had brought. They were addressed to different persons, and one, which had no signature, was for Crassus himself. Crassus read this letter only, and since its contents told him that there was to be much bloodshed caused by Catiline, and advised him to escape secretly from the city, he did not open the rest, but came at once to Cicero, terrified by the danger, and seeking to free himself somewhat from charges that had been made against him on account of his friendship for Catiline. Cicero, accordingly, after deliberation, convened the Senate at break of day, and carrying the letters thither, gave them to the persons to whom they had been sent, with orders to read them aloud. All the letters alike were found to tell of a plot. And when also Quintus Arrius, a man of praetorian dignity, brought word of the soldiers who were being mustered into companies in Etruria, and Manlius was reported to be hovering about the cities there with a large force, in constant expectation of some news from Rome, the Senate passed a decree that matters should be put in the hands of the consuls, who were to accept the charge and manage as best as they knew how for the preservation of the city. Now, The Senate is not wont to do this often, but only when it fears some great danger. On receiving this power, Cicero entrusted matters outside to Quintus Metellus, while he himself kept the city in hand, and daily went forth, attended by so large a bodyguard that a great part of the forum was occupied when he entered it with his escort. Thereupon, Catiline, no longer able to endure the delay, resolved to hasten forth to Manlius and his army, and ordered Marcius and Cethegus to take their swords and go early in the morning to the house of Cicero, on pretense of paying him their respects, and there to fall upon him and dispatch him. This scheme Fulvia, a woman of high rank, made known to Cicero, coming to him by night, and urging him to be on his guard against Cethegus and his companion. The men came at break of day, and when they were prevented from entering, they were incensed and made an outcry at the door, which made them the more suspected. Then Cicero went forth and summoned the Senate to the temple of Jupiter Stasius, or Stator, as the Romans say, which was situated at the beginning of the Via Sacra, as you go up to the Palatine Hill. Thither Catiline also came with the rest, in order to make his defense. No senator, however, would sit with him, but all moved away from the bench where he was. And when he began to speak, he was interrupted by outcries. And at last Cicero rose and ordered him to depart from the city, saying that, since one of them did his work with words and the other with arms, the city wall must needs lie between them. Catiline accordingly left the city at once with 300 armed followers, assumed the fasces and axes as though he were a magistrate, raised standards, and marched to join Manlius. And since about 20,000 men altogether had been collected, he marched round the various cities, endeavoring to persuade them to revolt, so that there was now open war, and Antonius was sent off to fight it out. The creatures of Catiline who had been left behind in the city were brought together and encouraged by Cornelius Lentulus, surnamed Sura, a man of illustrious birth, but one who had led a low life, and for his licentiousness had formerly been expelled from the Senate, though now he was serving as praetor for the second time, as is the custom with those who have recovered their senatorial dignity. It is said, too, that he got his surname of Sura for the following reason. In Sulla's time he was quaestor, and lost and wasted large amounts of the public moneys. Sulla was angry at this, and demanded an account from him in the Senate, whereupon Lentulus came forward with a very careless and contemptuous air, and said that he would not give an account, but would offer his leg, as boys were accustomed to do when they were playing ball and made a miss. On this account he was named Sura, for Sura is a Roman word for leg. At another time, too, he was under prosecution and had bribed some of the jurors, and when he was acquitted by only 2 votes, he said that what he had given to the second juror was wasted money, since it would have sufficed if he had been acquitted by 1 vote only. Such was the nature of this man who had been stirred up by Catiline, and he was further corrupted by vain hopes held out to him by false prophets and jugglers. These recited forged oracles in verse purporting to come from the Sibylline books, which set forth that 3 Cornelii were fated to be monarchs in Rome, 2 of whom had already fulfilled their destiny, namely Cinna and Sulla, and that now, to him, the 3rd and remaining Cornelius, the heavenly powers were come with a proffer of the monarchy, which he must by all means accept, and not ruin his opportunities by delay like Catiline. Accordingly, it was no trifling or insignificant plan which Lentulus was cherishing. Nay, it was decided to kill all the senators and as many of the other citizens as they could, to burn down the city itself, and to spare no one except the children of Pompey. These they were to seize and hold in their own custody, and keep as hostages for their reconciliation with Pompey. For already there was current a widespread and sure report of his coming back from his great expedition. A night had also been fixed for the attempt, a night of the Saturnalia, and swords, tow, and brimstone had been carried to the house of Cethegus and hidden there. Moreover, they had appointed 100 men and assigned by lot as many quarters of Rome to each one severally, in order that within a short time many might play the incendiary and the city be everywhere in a blaze. Others too were to stop up the aqueducts and kill those who tried to bring water. But while this was going on, there chanced to be staying at Rome 2 ambassadors of the Allobroges, a nation which at that time was in a particularly evil plight and felt oppressed by the Roman sway. These men Lentulus and his partisans thought would be useful in stirring up Gaul to revolt, and therefore took them into the conspiracy. They also gave them letters to their Senate and letters to Catiline, making the Senate promises of freedom and urging Catiline to set the slaves free and march upon Rome. They also sent with them to Catiline a certain Titus of Croton, who was to carry the letters. But the conspirators were unbalanced men, who seldom met together without wine and women, while Cicero was following their schemes industriously, with sober judgment and surpassing sagacity. He also had many men outside of their conspiracy who kept watch upon their doings and helped him track them down, and he conferred secretly and confidentially with many who were supposed to belong to the conspiracy. He therefore came to know of their conference with the strangers, and, laying an ambush by night, he seized the men of Croton and his letters with the secret cooperation of the Allobroges. At break of day, then, he assembled the Senate in the Temple of Concord, read the letters aloud, and examined the informers. Silanus Junius also said that certain ones had heard Cethegus declare that 3 consuls and 4 praetors were going to be taken off. Piso, too, a man of consular dignity, brought in other reports of a like nature. Moreover, Caius Sulpicius, one of the praetors, on being sent to the house of Cethegus, found in it many missiles and weapons, and a huge quantity of swords and knives, all newly sharpened. And finally, after the Senate had voted immunity to the man of Croton, on condition that he gave information, Lentulus was convicted, resigned his office, he was then praetor, and laying aside his purple-bordered toga in the Senate, assumed in its place a garment suitable to his predicament. He and his associates, therefore, were handed over to the praetors for custody without fetters. It was now evening, and the people were waiting about the temple in throngs, when Cicero came forth and told his fellow citizens what had been done. They then escorted him to the house of a friend and neighbor, since his own was occupied by the women who were celebrating mysterious rites to a goddess who the Romans called Bonadea and the Greeks Gynaikea. Sacrifice is offered to her annually in the house of the consul, by his wife or his mother, in the presence of the Vestal Virgins. Cicero then, having gone into his friend's house, began to deliberate with himself, and he had only very few companions, what he should do with the men. For he shrank from inflicting the extreme penalty, and the one befitting such great crimes, and he hesitated to do it because of the kindliness of his nature, and at the same time that he might not appear to make an excessive use of his power and to trample ruthlessly upon men who were of the highest birth and had powerful friends in the city. And if he treated them with less severity, he was afraid of the peril into which they would bring the state. For if they suffered any milder penalty than death, he was sure they would not be satisfied, but would break out into every extreme of boldness, having added fresh rage to their old villainy. And he himself would be thought unmanly and weak, especially as the multitude already thought him very far from courageous. While Cicero was in this perplexity, a sign was given to the women who were sacrificing. The altar, it seems, although the fire was already thought to have gone out, sent forth from the ashes and burnt bark upon it a great bright blaze. The rest of the women were terrified at this, but the sacred virgins bade Terentia, the wife of Cicero, go with all speed to her husband and tell him to carry out his resolutions in behalf of the country, since the goddess was giving him a great light on this path to safety and glory. So Terentia, who was generally of no mild spirit nor without natural courage, but an ambitious woman, and, as Cicero himself tells us, more inclined to make herself a partner in his political perplexities than to share with him her domestic concerns, gave him this message and incited him against the conspirators. So likewise did Quintus, his brother, and Publius Nigidius, one of his philosophical companions, of whom he made the most and greatest use in his political undertakings. On the following day, the Senate discussed the punishment of the conspirators, and Silanus, who was the first to be asked to give his opinion, said that they ought to be taken to prison and there suffer extremest punishment. All the senators acceded to his opinion, one after the other, until it came to Caius Caesar, who afterwards became dictator. At this time, however, he was a young man still, and at the very beginning of his rise to power. But in his public policy and his hopes, he had already entered upon that road by which he changed the Roman state into a monarchy. His designs were still unnoticed by the rest, but to Cicero he had given many grounds for suspicion, and yet no hold which could lead to his conviction, although many were heard to say that he had come near being caught by Cicero, but had eluded him. Some, however, say that Cicero purposely overlooked and neglected the information against him through fear of his friends and his power, since it was clear to everyone that the other conspirators would be included in Caesar's acquittal rather than Caesar in their punishment. When then it was Caesar's turn to give his opinion, he rose and declared it to be against putting the conspirators to death, but in favor of confiscating their property and removing them to whatever cities of Italy Cicero might deem best, there to be put in fetters and closely guarded until Catiline should be defeated. The proposal of Caesar was merciful, and its author a very able speaker, and Cicero added no little weight to it. For when he rose to speak himself, he handled the subject in both ways, now favoring the first proposal and now that of Caesar. All his friends, too, thinking that Caesar's proposal was an advantageous one for Cicero, who would be less subject to censure if he did not put the conspirators to death, chose the second proposal rather, so that Silanus also changed his position, and excused himself by saying that even his proposal had not meant death, for extremest punishment, in the case of a Roman senator, meant the prison. Lutatius Catulus was the first to oppose the opinion which Caesar had given. Then Cato followed him, helping by the vehemence of his speech to fix suspicion upon Caesar, and fill the Senate with angry resolution, so that a decree of death was passed upon the conspirators. As regarded the confiscation of their property, however, Caesar made opposition, deeming it wrong that the merciful part of his own proposal should be rejected, and the one part that was most severe adopted. And when many of the senators insisted upon it, he invoked the aid of the tribunes, but they would not listen to his appeal. Cicero himself, however, yielded the point, and remitted that part of the vote which called for confiscation. Then he went with the Senate to fetch the conspirators. These were not all in the same place, but different praetors had different ones under guard. And first he took Lentulus from the Palatine Hill, and led him along the Via Sacra, and through the middle of the Forum, the men of highest authority surrounding him as a bodyguard, and the people shuddering at what was being done and passing along in silence, and especially the young men, as though they thought they were being initiated with fear and trembling into some ancient mysteries of an aristocratic regime. When Cicero had passed through the Forum and reached the prison, he delivered Lentulus to the public executioner with the order to put him to death. Then Cethegus in his turn, and so each one of the others, he brought down to the prison and had him executed. And seeing that many members of the conspiracy were still assembled in the Forum, in ignorance of what had been done, and waiting for night to come, with the idea that the men were still living and might be rescued, he cried out to them with a loud voice and said, "They have lived," for thus the Romans who wish to avoid words of ill omen indicate death. It was now evening, and Cicero went up through the Forum to his house, the citizens no longer escorting him on his way with silent decorum, but receiving him with cries and clapping of hands as he passed along, calling him the savior and founder of his country. and many lights illuminated the streets, since people placed lamps and torches at their doors. The women, too, displayed lights upon the housetops in honor of the man, and that they might see him going up to his home in great state under escort of the noblest citizens. Most of these had brought to an end great wars and entered the city in triumph, and had added to the Roman dominion no small extent of land and sea. But they now walked along, confessing to one another that to many of the commanders and generals of the time, the Roman people were indebted for wealth and spoils and power, but for preservation and safety to Cicero alone, who had freed them from so peculiar and so great a peril. For it was not his preventing their schemes and punishing the schemers which seemed so wonderful, but his quenching the greatest of all revolutions with the fewest possible evils, without sedition and commotion. For most of those who had flocked to the standard of Catiline, as soon as they learned the fate of Lentulus and Cethegus, deserted him and went away, and Catiline, after a conflict with his remaining forces against Antonius, perished himself and his army with him. However, there were those who were ready to abuse Cicero for what he had done, and to work him harm, and they had as leaders among the magistrates elect Caesar as praetor, and Metellus and Bestia as tribunes. When these assumed office, Cicero having still a few days of consular authority, they would not permit him to harangue the people, but placing their benches so as to command the rostra, would not suffer or allow him to speak. Instead, they ordered him, if he wished, merely to pronounce the oath usual on giving up office, and then come down. Cicero accepted these terms and came forward to pronounce his oath. And when he had obtained silence, he pronounced, not the usual oath, but one of his own and a new one, swearing that in very truth he had saved his country and maintained her supremacy. And all the people confirmed his oath for him. At this, Caesar and the tribunes were still more vexed and contrived fresh troubles for Cicero. Among other things, a law was introduced by them for calling Pompey home with his army, in order, forsooth, that he might put down the arbitrary power of Cicero. But Cato, who was tribune at this time, was a great help to Cicero and to the whole state, and opposed the measures of the other tribunes with an authority equal to theirs and a greater good repute. For he easily put a stop to their other projects, and so highly extolled the arbitrary power of Cicero in a speech to the people, that they voted him the greatest honors ever conferred, and called him the father of his country. For he was the first, as it seems, to receive this title, after Cato had given it to him before the people. So, at this time, Cicero had the greatest power in the state, but he made himself generally odious, not by any base action, but by continually praising and magnifying himself, which made him hateful to many. For there could be no session, either of Senate or Assembly or Court of Justice, in which one was not obliged to hear Catiline and Lentulus endlessly talked about. Nay, he even went so far as to fill his books and writings with these praises of himself, and he made his oratory, which was naturally very pleasant and had the greatest charm, irksome and tedious to his hearers, since this unpleasant practice clung to him like a fatality. But, nevertheless, although he cherished so strong an ambition, he was free from envying others, since he was most ungrudging in his encomiums upon his predecessors and contemporaries, as may be gathered from his writings. There are also many sayings of his on record which prove this. For instance, he said of Aristotle that he was a river of liquid gold, and of the dialogues of Plato that Jupiter, were it his nature to use human speech, would thus discourse. Theophrastus, too, he used to call his own special delight. And when he was asked which of the speeches of Demosthenes he thought the best, he replied, the longest. And yet, some of those who pretend to be imitators of Demosthenes dwell much upon an expression which Cicero used in a letter to one of his friends, to the effect that, in some parts of his speeches, Demosthenes nods, but of the great and admirable praises which he often bestows upon him, and of the fact that those speeches of his own to which he devoted most labor, namely, the speeches against Antony, were entitled by him Philippics, they say nothing. Moreover, of the men of his own time who were famous for eloquence or learning, there is not one whom he did not make more famous by what he said or wrote in favor of him. For Cratippus the Peripatetic, he obtained the Roman citizenship from Caesar, now in power, and he also induced the council of the Areopagus to pass a decree requesting him to remain at Athens and discourse with the young men, and thus be an ornament to the city. Furthermore, there are letters from Cicero to Herodes and others to his son, in which he urges them to study philosophy with Cratippus. But Gorgias the rhetorician he censured for leading the young man into pleasures and drinking parties, and banished him from his son's society. This is almost the only one of his Greek letters. There's also a second addressed to Pelops of Byzantium, which was written in a spirit of anger, and Gorgias he properly rebukes if, as he was thought to be, he was worthless and intemperate. But towards Pelops he shows a mean and querulous spirit, for having neglected to obtain for him certain honorary decrees from the Byzantines. These complaints were characteristic of ambition, as well as the fact that he was often led on by the cleverness of his speech to disregard propriety. For instance, he once served as advocate for Monatius, who was no sooner acquitted than he prosecuted a friend of Cicero's, Sabinus, whereupon it is said Cicero was so transported with anger as to say, "Was it, pray, on your own merits, Munatius, that you were acquitted, and not because I spread much darkness about the court when before there was light?" And again, he gained great applause by an encomium on Marcus Crassus from the rostra, and then a few days afterwards, as publicly, reviled him, whereupon Crassus said, "What, did you not stand there yourself a day or two ago and praise me?" "Yeah," said Cicero, "exercising my eloquence by way of practice on a bad subject." Again, Crassus once said that no Crassus had lived in Rome to be older than 60 years, and then tried to deny it, exclaiming, "What could have led me to say this?" "You knew," said Cicero, "that the Romans would be delighted to hear it, and by that means you tried to court their favor." And when Crassus expressed his satisfaction with the Stoics because they represented the good men as rich, "Consider," said Cicero, "whether your satisfaction is not rather due to their declaration that all things belong to the wise." Now, Crassus was accused of covetousness. Again, one of the sons of Crassus, who was thought to resemble a certain Axius, and on this account had brought his mother's name into scandalous connection with that of Axius, once made a successful speech in the Senate, and when Cicero was asked what he thought of him, he answered with the Greek words Axios Crassu, worthy of Crassus. End of section 5. Section 6 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Cicero. Chapters 26 to 37. 26. When Crassus was about to set out for Syria, wishing that Cicero should be a friend rather than an enemy, he said to him, in a friendly manner, that he wished to dine with him, and Cicero readily received him into his house. But a few days afterward, when some friends interceded with him for Vatinius, saying that the man sought reconciliation and friendship, for he was an enemy, "It surely cannot be," said Cicero, "that Vatinius also wishes to dine with me." Such, then, was his treatment of Crassus. Now, Vatinius himself had swellings on his neck, and once, when he was pleading a case, Cicero called him a tumid orator. Again, after hearing that Vatinius was dead, and then, after a little, learning for a surety that he was alive, "Wretchedly perished then," said Cicero, "the wretch who lied." And, again, Caesar once got a decree passed that the land in Campania should be divided among his soldiers, and many of the senators were dissatisfied, and Lucius Gellius, who was about the oldest of them, declared that it should never be done while he was alive. Whereupon Cicero said, "Let us wait, since Gellius does not ask for a long postponement." There was a certain Octavius, too, who was reputed to be of African descent. To this man, who said at a certain trial that he could not hear Cicero, the orator replied, "And yet your ear is not without a perforation." And when Metellus Nepos declared that Cicero had brought more men to death as a hostile witness than he had saved from it as an advocate, "Yes," said Cicero, "I admit that my credibility is greater than my eloquence." Again, when a certain young man who was accused of having given his father poison in a cake put on bold airs and threatened to cover Cicero with abuse, "That," said Cicero, "I would rather have from you than a cake." There was Publius Sextius, too, who retained Cicero as an advocate in a case, along with others, and then wanted to do all the speaking himself, and would allow no one else a word. When it was clear that he was going to be acquitted by the jurors, and the vote was already being given, "Use your opportunity today, Sextius," said Cicero, "for tomorrow you are going to be a nobody." Publius Consta, too, who wanted to be a lawyer, but was ignorant and stupid, was once summoned by Cicero as witness in a case. And when he kept saying that he knew nothing, "Perhaps," said Cicero, "you think you are being questioned on points of law." Again, in a dispute with Cicero, Metellus Nepos asked repeatedly, "Who's your father?" "In your case," said Cicero, "your mother has made the answer to this question rather difficult." Now, the mother of Nepos was thought to be unchaste, and he himself a fickle sort of man. He once suddenly deserted his office of tribune and sailed off to join Pompey in Syria, and then came back from there with even less reason. Moreover, after burying his teacher Philagrus with more than usual ceremony, he set upon his tomb a raven in stone, whereupon Cicero remarked, "In this you have acted more wisely than is your wont, for he taught you to fly rather than to speak." And again, when Marcus Appius prefaced his speech in a case by saying that his friend had begged him to exhibit diligence, eloquence, and fidelity, "And then," said Cicero, "are you so hard-hearted as to exhibit none of those great qualities which your friend demanded?" 27. Now, this use of very biting jests against enemies or legal opponents seems to be part of the orator's business, but his indiscriminate attacks for the sake of raising a laugh made many people hate Cicero. And I will give a few instances of this also. Marcus Aquinius, who had 2 sons-in-law in exile, he called Adrastus. Again, Lucius Cotta, who held the office of censor, was very fond of wine, and Cicero, when canvassing for the consulship, was athirst, and as his friends stood about him while he drank, said, "You have good reason to fear that the censor will deal harshly with me for drinking water." And when he met Voconius escorting 3 very ugly daughters, he cried out, "It was against the will of Phoebus that he begat children." Again, when Marcus Gillius, who was thought to be of servile birth, had read letters to the Senate in a loud and clear voice, "Do not marvel," said Cicero, "he too is one of those who have cried aloud for their freedom." And when Faustus, the son of the Sulla, who was dictator at Rome and placarded many people for death, got into debt, squandered much of his substance, and placarded his household goods for sale, Cicero said he liked this placarding better than his father's. 28. As a consequence of this, he became odious to many, and besides, the partisans of Claudius combined against him on the following ground. Claudius was a man of noble birth, young in years, but bold and presumptuous in spirit. This man, being in love with Pompeia, Caesar's wife, got into his house secretly, by assuming the dress and guise of a lute player. For the women of Rome were celebrating in Caesar's house that mysterious rite which men were not allowed to witness, and no man was there. But being still a beardless youth, Claudius hoped, without being noticed, to slip through to Pompeia along with the women. But since he got in at night and the house was large, he lost his way in the passages, and as he was wandering about, a maid of Aurelia, Caesar's mother, caught sight of him and asked him his name. Being thus compelled to speak, he said that he was looking for an attendant of Pompeia named Abra, whereupon the maid, perceiving that his voice was not that of a woman, raised a cry and called the women together. These shut the doors, searched carefully all about, and found Claudius, who had taken refuge in the chamber of the girl with whom he came into the house. The affair having become noised abroad, Caesar divorced Pompeia and had an action for sacrilege brought against Claudius. 29. Now Cicero was a friend of Claudius, and in the affair of Catiline had found him a most eager co-worker and guardian of his person. But when Claudius replied to the charge against him by insisting that he had not even been in Rome at the time, but had been staying in places at the farthest remove from there, Cicero testified against him, declaring that Claudius had come to his house and consulted him on certain matters, which was true. However, it was thought that Cicero did not give his testimony for the truth's sake, but by way of defense against the charges of his own wife Terentia. For there was enmity between her and Claudius on account of his sister Claudia, whom Terentia thought to be desirous of marrying Cicero, and to be contriving this with the aid of a certain Tullus. Now, Tullus was a companion and an especial intimate of Cicero, and his constant visits and attentions to Claudia, who lived nearby, made Terentia suspicious. So, being a woman of harsh nature, and having sway over Cicero, he incited him to join in the attack upon Claudius and give testimony against him. Moreover, many men of the better class bore witness against Claudius for perjury, recklessness, bribery of the multitude, and debauching of women. And Lucullus actually produced female slaves who testified that Claudius had commerce with his youngest sister when she was living with Lucullus as his wife. There was also a general belief that Claudius had intercourse with his other two sisters, of whom Tertia was the wife of Marcius Rex, and Claudia of Metellus Celer. The latter was called Quadrantia, because one of her lovers had put copper coins into a purse and sent them to her for silver, and the smallest copper coin was called quadrans. It was with regard to this sister in particular that Claudius was in evil repute. However, since the people at this time set themselves against those who combined and testified against him, the jurors were frightened and surrounded themselves with a guard, and most of them cast their voting tablets with the writing on them confused. But nevertheless, those who were for acquittal appeared to be in the majority, and some bribery also was said to have been used. This led Catulus to say, when he met the jurors, "It was indeed a measure of safety that you asked for your guard. You were afraid that someone would take your money away from you." And Cicero, when Claudius told him that as a witness he had found no credit with the jurors, said, "Nay, 25 of the jurors gave me credit, for so many voted against you, and 30 of them gave you no credit, for they did not vote to acquit you until they had got your money." Caesar, however, when summoned as a witness, gave no testimony against Claudius, and denied that he had condemned his wife for adultery, but said that he had put her away because Caesar's wife must be free, not only from shameful conduct, but even from shameful report. 30. But Claudius, having escaped his peril and having been chosen tribune, at once began to attack Cicero, arraying and stirring up against him all things and all men alike. He won the favor of the people by benevolent laws, got large provinces voted to each of the consuls, Macedonia to Piso and Syria to Gabinius, brought many of the poorer class into organized political activity, and kept armed slaves about his person. Now, of the 3 men who at that time had most power, Crassus was an out-and-out foe of Cicero, Pompey was dallying with both, and Caesar was about to set out for Gaul with an army. Into Caesar's favor, therefore, Cicero insinuated himself, although Caesar was not a friend, but an object of suspicion owing to the affair of Catiline, and asked to accompany him on his campaign as a legate. But no sooner had Caesar granted the request than Claudius, seeing that Cicero was thus escaping his tribunicial power, pretended to be desirous of a reconciliation, and by laying the chief blame upon Terentia, and always speaking of Cicero in friendly terms and using kindly expressions about him, as one who bore him no hatred or even ill will, but had moderate complaints to make of him in a friendly way, he altogether took away his fear, so that he declined the office of legate under Caesar, and again applied himself to public matters. But at this conduct Caesar was exasperated, and encouraged Claudius against Cicero, and completely alienated Pompey from him, while he himself testified before the people that he did not think it right or lawful that men should be put to death without a trial, as in the case of Lentulus, Cethegus, and their accomplices. For this was the denunciation made against Cicero, and to this he was summoned to make answer. And so, being in peril of prosecution, he changed his attire, and with his hair untrimmed went about supplicating the people. But Claudius met him everywhere in the streets, with a band of bold and insolent men about him, who made many unbridled jests upon Cicero's change of attire, and often pelted him with mud and stones, and so interfered with his supplications to the people. 31. However, in the first place, nearly the whole body of knights changed their attire with Cicero, and as many as 20,000 young men escorted him with their hair untrimmed, and joined in his suppliant entreaties to the people. And besides, when the Senate had met in order to pass a vote that the people should change their dress in token of public calamity, and the consuls had opposed it, and Claudius was in arms about the Senate house, not a few of the senators ran out, rending their garments and crying aloud. But since this sight awakened neither pity nor any mercy, but Cicero was obliged either to go into exile or to appeal to force and the sword against Claudius, he begged for aid from Pompey, who had purposely got out of the way and was staying at his country seat in the Alban hills. First, Cicero sent Piso, his son-in-law, to entreat for him. Then he went up thither himself also. Pompey, however, on learning of his coming, could not endure to see him, for he felt a strong sense of shame towards the man who had made great struggles in his behalf, and had often adopted a political course to please him. But since he was Caesar's son-in-law, at his request he proved false to his old obligations, slipped out by another door, and so ran away from the interview. Thus betrayed by him and left desolate, Cicero fled for refuge to the consuls. Gabinius was always severe with him, but Piso dealt with him more gently, advising him to stand aside and yield to the impetuous assaults of Claudius, to submit to the change in the times, and to become once more a savior of his country when she was involved in seditions and misfortunes through Claudius. After getting such answer to his appeal, Cicero took counsel with his friends. Lucullus urged him to remain in the city, believing that he would prevail, but others advised him to go into exile, believing that the people would quickly long for him when they were sated with the folly and madness of Claudius. This Cicero decided to do, so he took the statue of Minerva, which had long stood in his house, and which he honored exceedingly, carried it to the Capitol, and dedicated it there with the inscription, "To Minerva, guardian of Rome." Then, accepting an escort from his friends, about midnight he slipped out of the city, and set out on foot through Lucania, desiring to reach Sicily. 32. But as soon as it was known that he had fled, Claudius caused a vote of banishment to be passed upon him, and issued an edict that all men should refuse him fire and water, and that no man should give him shelter within 500 miles of Italy. Now, most men paid not the slightest heed to this edict, out of respect for Cicero, and escorted him on his way with every mark of kindness. But at Hipponium, a city of Lucania, which is now called Vibius, a Sicilian who had profited much from Cicero's friendship, and particularly by being made prefect of engineers during his consulship, would not receive him in his home, but sent him word that he would assign him his country place for residence. And Caius Virgilius, the praetor of Sicily, who had been on most intimate terms with Cicero, wrote him to keep away from Sicily. Disheartened at this treatment, he set out for Brundisium, and from there tried to cross to Dyrrachium with a fair breeze. But since he met a counterwind at sea, he came back the next day, and then set sail again. It is said, too, that after he had put in at Dyrrachium and was about to land, there was an earthquake, accompanied by a violent convulsion of the sea. Wherefore the soothsayers conjectured that his exile would not be lasting, since these were signs of change. But although many people visited him out of goodwill, and the Greek cities vied with one another in sending him deputations, still he passed his time for the most part in dejection and great grief, looking off towards Italy like a disconsolate lover, while in his spirit he became very petty and mean by reason of his misfortune, and was more humbled than one would have expected in a man who had enjoyed so lofty a discipline as his. And yet he often asked his friends not to call him an orator, but a philosopher, because he had chosen philosophy as an occupation, but used oratory merely as an instrument for attaining the needful ends of a political career. But public opinion has great power to wash away reason, like a dye, from the soul of men, and by force of familiar association to impress the feelings of the vulgar on those who engage in political life, unless one is right well on his guard when he engages himself in things external, and is resolved to participate only in the things themselves, and not in the feelings attendant upon them. 33. As for Claudius, after driving Cicero away, he burned down his villas, and burned down his house, and erected on its site a temple to liberty. The rest of his property he offered for sale, and had it proclaimed daily, but nobody would buy anything. Being therefore formidable to the patricians, and dragging along with him the people, who indulged in great boldness and effrontery, he assailed Pompey, attacking fiercely some of the arrangements made by him on his expedition. The disgrace which this brought upon Pompey led him to reproach himself for his abandonment of Cicero, and changing front, he used every effort to effect Cicero's return, and so did his friends. But since Claudius opposed himself to this, the Senate decided to ratify no measure that came up in the meantime, and to do no public business, unless Cicero should be permitted to return. During the consulship of Lentulus, however, when the disorder went on increasing, so that tribunes were wounded in the forum, and Quintus, the brother of Cicero, lay unnoticed for dead among the slain, the people began to change their minds, and Ennius Milo, one of the tribunes, first ventured to prosecute Claudius for violence, and many joined themselves to Pompey, both from the people and from the surrounding cities. With these, Pompey came forth, drove Claudius from the forum, and summoned the citizens to the vote. And it is said that the people never passed any vote with such unanimity. The Senate, too, vying with the people, wrote letters of thanks to all the cities which had ministered to Cicero during his exile, and decreed that his house and his villas, which Claudius had destroyed, should be restored at the public cost. Thus Cicero came home in the 16th month after his exile, and so great was the joy of the cities and the eagerness of men to meet him, that what was said by Cicero afterwards fell short of the truth. He said, namely, that Italy had taken him on her shoulders and carried him into Rome. And there Crassus also, who was his enemy before his exile, now readily met him and was reconciled with him, to gratify his son Publius, as he said, who was an ardent admirer of Cicero. 34. After allowing only a short time to pass, and watching for an opportunity, when Claudius was absent from the city, Cicero went up with a great company to the capital, and there tore away and destroyed the tablets of the tribunes, in which were the records of their administration. When Claudius brought charges against him for this, and Cicero argued that it was illegal for Claudius to pass from the ranks of the patricians into the tribunate, and that therefore none of his acts was valid, Cato was indignant, and spoke against Cicero. Not that he approved of Claudius, nay, he was actually displeased at his political course, but he set forth that it was a strange and violent measure for the Senate to vote the abrogation of so many acts and decrees, among which were those for his own administration in Cyprus and Byzantium. This led to an antagonism between him and Cicero, which came to no open manifestation, but made their friendly treatment of one another less marked. 35. After this, Claudius was killed by Milo, and Milo, being prosecuted for murder, engaged Cicero as his advocate. But the Senate was afraid that at the trial of Milo, who was a man of repute and high spirit, there might be a disturbance in the city, and therefore entrusted the superintendence of this and the other trials to Pompey, who was to furnish security for the city in the courts of justice. So Pompey, while it was still night, posted his soldiers on the heights so as to command the forum, and Milo, fearing that Cicero might be disturbed at the unusual sight and conduct his case less successfully, persuaded him to be brought in a litter to the forum, and to wait there quietly until the jurors assembled and the courtroom was filled. Now Cicero, as it would seem, was not only without courage under arms, but also felt fear when he began to speak, and in many trials he hardly ceased quivering and trembling after his eloquence had become high and sustained. When he was to plead for Licinius Murena in a case brought against him by Cato, and was ambitious to surpass Hortensius, who had made a successful plea, he took no rest at all during the night before, so that his lack of sleep and his great anxiety did him harm, and he was thought inferior to himself in his plea. And so, at this time, when he came out of his litter to plead Milo's cause and saw Pompey stationed on the heights as in a camp, and arms flashing all around the forum, he was confounded, and could scarcely begin his speech, for his body quivered and his voice faltered. Whereas Milo showed the good courage of a brave man at the trial, and had not deigned to let his hair go untrimmed, or to change his attire to a dark one. And this seems most of all to have contributed to his condemnation. However, Cicero's behavior led men to think him devoted to his friends, rather than cowardly. 36. He became also one of the priests whom the Romans call augurs, in place of the younger Crassus, who had died among the Parthians. Then the lot gave him Cilicia as his province, with an army of 12,000 men at arms and 2,600 horsemen, and he set sail, with instructions to keep Cappadocia friendly and obedient to King Ariobarzanes. This he accomplished and arranged satisfactorily without war, and seeing that the Cilicians, in view of the Parthian disaster to the Romans and the uprising in Syria, were in an agitated state, he pacified them by his mild government. Gifts he would not receive, not even when the kings offered them, and he relieved the provincials from the expense of entertainments. But he himself daily received men of pleasing accomplishments at banquets, which were not expensive, although generous. His house, too, had no doorkeeper, nor did anyone ever see him lying abed, but early in the morning he would stand or walk in front of his chamber and receive those who came to pay him their respects. It is said, moreover, that he never ordered any man to be chastised with rods or to have his raiment torn from him, and that he never inflicted angry abuse or contumelious punishments. He discovered that much of the public property had been embezzled, and by restoring it he made the cities well-to-do, and men who made restitution he maintained in their civil rights without further penalties. He engaged in war, too, and routed the robbers who made their homes on Mount Amanus, and for this he was actually saluted by his soldiers as Imperator. When Silius the orator asked Cicero to send him panthers from Cilicia for a certain spectacle, at Rome, Cicero, pluming himself upon his exploits, wrote to him that there were no panthers in Cilicia, for they had fled to Caria in indignation, because they alone were warred upon, while everything else enjoyed peace. On his voyage back from his province, he first touched at Rhodes, and then gladly spent some time at Athens, in fond remembrance of his old pursuits in that place. Then, after associating with men who were foremost for their learning, and after greeting his old-time friends and intimates, and after receiving from Greece the tokens of admiration that were his due, he returned to Rome, where violent inflammation, as it were, was already forcing matters on towards the civil war. 37. Accordingly, when the senators were voting him a triumph, he said he would more gladly follow in Caesar's triumphal procession if matters could be settled, and privately he gave much advice to Caesar by letter, and much to Pompey in person, by way of personal entreaty, trying to mollify and pacify each of them. But when things were past healing, and Caesar was advancing upon the city, and Pompey did not stay there, but abandoned the city in the company of many good men, Cicero did not take part in this flight, and was thought to be attaching himself to Caesar. And it is clear that his judgment drew him strongly in both directions, and that he was in distress. For he writes in his letters that he knew not which way he ought to turn, since Pompey had honorable and good grounds for going to war, while Caesar managed matters better and had more ability to save himself and his friends. He therefore knew from whom he should flee, but not to whom he should flee. And when Trebatius, one of the companions of Caesar, wrote him a letter stating that Caesar thought he ought above all things to range himself on his side and share his hopes, but that if he declined to do this by reason of his age, he ought to go to Greece and take up a quiet life there out of the way of both, Cicero was amazed that Caesar himself did not write, and replied in a passion that he would do nothing unworthy of his political career. Such, then, is the purport of his letters. End of section 6. Section 7 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Cicero, chapters 38 to 49. 38. But when Caesar set out for Spain, Cicero at once sailed to Pompey. The rest of Pompey's followers were glad to see him, but when Cato saw him, he privately blamed him much for attaching himself to Pompey. In his own case, Cato said, it was not honorable to abandon the line of public policy which he had chosen from the beginning, but Cicero, though he was of more service to his country and his friends if he remained at home without taking sides, and accommodated himself to the issue of events, without any reason and under no compulsion, had made himself an enemy of Caesar, and had come thither to share in their great danger. By these words the purpose of Cicero was upset, as well as by the fact that Pompey made no great use of him. But he was himself to blame for this, since he made no denial that he was sorry he had come, made light of Pompey's preparations, and showed a lurking displeasure at his plans, and did not refrain from jests and witty remarks about his comrades in arms. Nay, although he himself always went about in the camp without a smile and scowling, still he made others laugh in spite of themselves. And it will be well to give a few instances of this also. When Domitius then was advancing to a post of command, a man who was no soldier, with the remark that he was gentle in his disposition and prudent, "Why then," said Cicero, "do you not keep him as a guardian of your children?" And when certain ones were praising Theophanes the Lesbian, who was prefect of engineers in the camp, because he had given excellent consolation to the Rhodians on the loss of their fleet, "What a great blessing it is," said Cicero, "to have a Greek as prefect." Again, when Caesar was successful for the most part, and in a way was laying siege to them, Lentulus said he had heard that Caesar's friends were gloomy, to which Cicero replied, "You mean that they are ill-disposed to Caesar." And when a certain Marcius, who had recently come from Italy, spoke of a report which prevailed in Rome that Pompey was besieged, "And then," said Cicero, "did you sail off that you might see with your own eyes and believe?" Again, after the defeat, when Nonius said they ought to have good hopes, since 7 eagles were left in the camp of Pompey, "Your advice would be good," said Cicero, "if we were at war with jackdaws." And when Labienus, insisting on certain oracles, said that Pompey must prevail, "Yes," said Cicero, "this is the generalship that has now cost us our camp." 39. However, after the battle at Pharsalus, in which Cicero took no part because of illness, had been fought, and Pompey was in flight, Cato, who had a considerable army and a large fleet at Dyrrhachium, asked Cicero to take the command in accordance with custom and because of his superior consular rank. But Cicero rejected the command and was altogether averse to sharing in the campaign, whereupon he came near being killed. For the young Pompey and his friends called him a traitor and drew their swords upon him. And that would have been the end of him, had not Cato interposed, and with difficulty rescued him and sent him away from the camp. So Cicero put in at Brundisium and tarried there, waiting for Caesar, who was delayed by his affairs in Asia and Egypt. But when word was brought that Caesar had landed at Tarentum and was coming round by land from there to Brundisium, Cicero hastened to meet him, being not altogether despondent, but feeling shame to test in the presence of many witnesses the temper of a man who was an enemy and victorious. However, there was no need that he should do or say anything unworthy of himself, for Caesar, when he saw him approaching far in advance of the rest, got down and embraced him, and journeyed on for many furlongs, conversing with him alone. And after this he continued to show him honour and kindness, so that in his reply to the encomium upon Cato, which Cicero wrote, he praised Cicero's eloquence and his life, as most resembling that of Pericles and Theramenes. Now, the discourse of Cicero was entitled Cato, and that of Caesar Anti-Cato. It is said also that when Quintus Ligarius was under prosecution because he had been one of the enemies of Caesar, and Cicero was his advocate, Caesar said to his friends, "What is to prevent our hearing a speech from Cicero after all this while, since Ligarius has long been adjudged a villain and an enemy?" But when Cicero had begun to speak and was moving his hearers beyond measure, and his speech, as it proceeded, showed varying pathos and amazing grace, Caesar's face often changed colour, and it was manifest that all the emotions of his soul were stirred. And at last, when the orator touched upon the struggles at Pharsalus, he was so greatly affected that his body shook, and he dropped from his hand some of his documents. At any rate, he acquitted Ligarius under compulsion. 40. After this, when the government had been changed to a monarchy, Cicero abstained from public affairs, and devoted his time to those of the young men who wished to study philosophy, and mainly from his intimacy with these, since they were of the highest birth and standing, he once more very influential in the state. He made it his business also to compose and translate philosophical dialogues, and to render into Latin the several terms of dialectics and natural philosophy, for he it was, as they say, who first or principally provided Latin names for Fantasia, Syncotathesis, Epoche, and Catalepsis, as well as for Atomon, Amiris, Canon, and many others like these, contriving partly by metaphors and partly by new and fitting terms to make them intelligible and familiar. His facility in verse-making, too, he employed to divert himself. It is said, indeed, that when he applied himself to such work, he would make 500 verses in a night. During this time, then, he lived for the most part at his country seat in Tusculum, and he used to write to his friends that he was living the life of Laertius, either jesting, as was his wont, or because his ambition filled him with a desire for public activity and made him dissatisfied with the turn things had taken. He rarely went down to the city, and then only to pay court to Caesar, and he was foremost among those who advocated Caesar's honours and were eager to be ever saying something new about him and his measures. Of this sort is what he said about the statues of Pompey. These Caesar ordered to be set up again after they had been thrown down and taken away, and they were set up again. What Cicero said was that, by this act of generosity, Caesar did indeed set up the statues of Pompey, but firmly planted his own also. 41. He purposed, as we are told, to write a comprehensive history of his native country, combining with it many Greek details, and introducing there all the tales and myths which he had collected. But he was prevented by many public affairs which were contrary to his wishes, and by many private troubles, most of which seem to have been of his own choosing. For, in the first place, he divorced his wife Terentia, because he had been neglected by her during the war, so that he set out in lack of the necessary means for his journey, and even when he came back again to Italy, did not find her considerate of him. For she did not come to him herself, although he tarried a long time at Brundisium, and when her daughter, a young girl, made the long journey thither, she supplied her with no fitting escort and with no means. Nay, she actually stripped and emptied Cicero's house of all that it contained, besides incurring many large debts. These, indeed, are the most plausible reasons given for the divorce. Terentia, however, denied that these were the reasons, and Cicero himself made her defense a telling one by marrying shortly afterwards a maiden. This he did, as Terentia asserted, out of love for her youthful beauty, but as Tiro, Cicero's freedman, has written, to get means for the payment of his debts. For the girl was very wealthy, and Cicero had been left her trustee and had charge of her property. So, since he owed many tens of thousands, he was persuaded by his friends and relatives to marry the girl, old as he was, and to get rid of his creditors by using her money. But Antony, who spoke of the marriage in his replies to Cicero's Philippics, says that he cast out of doors the wife with whom he had grown old, and at the same time makes witty jibes upon the stay-at-home habits of Cicero, who was, he said, unfit for business or military service. Not long after Cicero's marriage, his daughter died in childbirth at the house of Lentulus, to whom she had been married after the death of Piso, her former husband. His friends came together from all quarters to comfort Cicero, but his grief at his misfortune was excessive, so that he actually divorced the wife he had wedded, because she was thought to be pleased at the death of Tullia. 42. Such then were Cicero's domestic affairs. But in the design that was forming against Caesar he took no part, although he was one of the closest companions of Brutus, and was thought to be distressed at the present, and to long for the old state of affairs more than anybody else. But the conspirators feared his natural disposition as being deficient in daring, and his time of life, in which courage fails the strongest natures. And so, when the deed had been accomplished by the partisans of Brutus and Cassius, and the friends of Caesar were combining against the perpetrators of it, and it was feared that the city would again be plunged into civil wars, Antony, as consul, convened the Senate and said a few words about concord, while Cicero, after a lengthy speech appropriate to the occasion, persuaded the Senate to imitate the Athenians and decree an amnesty for the attack upon Caesar, and to assign provinces to Cassius and Brutus. But none of these things came to pass. For when the people, who of themselves were strongly moved to pity, saw Caesar's body carried through the forum, and when Antony showed them the garments drenched with blood and pierced everywhere with the swords, they went mad with rage, and sought for the murderers in the forum, and ran to their houses with firebrands in order to set them ablaze. For this danger the conspirators were prepared beforehand, and so escaped it. But expecting others many and great, they forsook the city. 43. At once, then, Antony was highly elated, and all men were fearful that he would make himself sole ruler, and Cicero most fearful of all. For Antony saw that Cicero's power in the state was reviving, and knew that he was attached to Brutus and his party, and was therefore disturbed at his presence in the city. And besides, they had previously been somewhat suspicious of one another, because of the marked difference in their lives. Fearing these things, Cicero at first was inclined to sail to Syria with Dolabella as his legate. But the consuls elect to succeed Antony, Hirtius and Pansa, who were good men and admirers of Cicero, begged him not to desert them, and undertook to put down Antony if Cicero would remain at Rome. So Cicero, who neither distrusted nor trusted them altogether, let Dolabella go without him, and after agreeing with Hirtius and Pansa, to spend the summer at Athens, and to come back again when they had assumed office, set off by himself. But there was some delay about his voyage, and, as is often the case, new and unexpected reports came from Rome, to the effect that Antony had undergone a wonderful change, and was doing and administering everything to please the Senate, and that matters needed only Cicero's presence to assume the best possible complexion. He, therefore, blamed himself for his excessive caution, and turned back again to Rome. And in his first expectations he was not disappointed, for a great crowd of people, moved with joy and longing for him, poured forth to meet him, and almost a day's time was consumed in the friendly greetings given him at the gates and as he entered the city. On the following day, however, when Antony convened the Senate and invited him to be present, Cicero did not come, but kept his bed, pretending to be indisposed from fatigue. The truth, however, seemed to be that he was afraid of a plot against him, in consequence of some suspicion and of information that had unexpectedly come to him on the road. But Antony was indignant at the implication, and sent soldiers with orders to bring Cicero or burn down his house. But since many opposed this course, and entreated him to desist, he did so, after merely taking sureties. And thenceforth they kept up this attitude, quietly ignoring one another, and mutually on their guard, until a young Caesar came from Apollonia, assumed the inheritance of the elder Caesar, and engaged in a dispute with Antony concerning the 25 million drachmas which Antony was detaining from the estate. After this, Philip, who had married the mother, and Marcellus, who had married the sister of the young Caesar, came with the young man to Cicero, and made a compact that Cicero should give Caesar the influence derived from his eloquence and political position, both in the Senate and before the people, and that Caesar should give Cicero the security to be derived from his wealth and his armed forces. For already the young man had about him many of the soldiers who had served under the elder Caesar. It was thought, too, that there was a stronger reason why Cicero readily accepted the young man's friendship, for it would appear that while Pompey and Caesar were still living, Cicero dreamed that someone invited the sons of the senators to the Capitol, on the ground that Jupiter was going to appoint one of their number ruler of Rome, and that the citizens eagerly ran and stationed themselves about the temple, while the youths, in their purple-bordered togas, seated themselves there in silence. Suddenly the door of the temple opened, and one by one the youths rose and walked round past the god, who reviewed them all and sent them away sorrowing. But when this young Caesar advanced into his presence, the god stretched out his hand and said, "O Romans, ye shall have an end of civil wars when this youth has become your ruler." By such a dream as this, they say, Cicero had impressed upon him the appearance of the youth, and retained it distinctly, but did not know him. The next day, however, as he was going down to the Campus Martius, the youths, who had just finished exercising there, were coming away, and the youth of his dream was seen by Cicero for the first time, and Cicero, amazed, inquired who his parents were. Now, his father was Octavius, a man of no great prominence, but his mother was Attia, a daughter of Caesar's sister. For this reason Caesar, who had no children of his own, willed his property and his family name to him. After this, it is said, Cicero took pains to converse with the youth when they met, and the youth welcomed his kind attentions. And indeed it happened that he was born during Cicero's consulship. 45. These then were the reasons that were mentioned. But it was Cicero's hatred for Antony in the first place, and then his natural craving for honor, that attached him to the young Caesar, since he thought to add Caesar's power to his own political influence. And indeed, the young man carried his court to him so far as actually to call him father. At this, Brutus was very angry, and in his letters to Atticus attacked Cicero, saying that, in paying court to Caesar through fear of Antony, he was plainly not obtaining liberty for his country, but wooing a kind master for himself. However, Brutus took up Cicero's son, who was studying philosophy at Athens, gave him a command, and achieved many successes through his instrumentality. Cicero's power in the city reached its greatest height at this time, and since he could do what he pleased, he raised a successful faction against Antony, drove him out of the city, and sent out the two consuls, Hirtius and Pansa, to wage war upon him, while he persuaded the Senate to vote Caesar the lictors and insignia of a praetor, on the ground that he was fighting in defense of the country. But after Antony had been defeated, and both consuls having died after the battle, the forces had united under Caesar, the Senate became afraid of a young man who had enjoyed such brilliant good fortune, and endeavored by honors and gifts to call his troops away from him, and to circumscribe his power, on the ground that there was no need of defensive armies now that Antony had taken to flight. Under these circumstances, Caesar took alarm, and secretly sent messengers to Cicero, begging and urging him to obtain the consulship for them both, but to manage affairs as he himself thought best, after assuming the office, and to direct in all things a youthful colleague who only craved name and fame. And Caesar himself admitted afterwards that it was the fear of having his troops disbanded, and the danger of finding himself left alone, which led him to make use, in an emergency, of Cicero's love of power, by inducing him to sue for the consulship with his cooperation and assistance in the canvass. 46. Here, indeed, more than at any other time, Cicero was led on and cheated, an old man by a young man. He assisted Caesar in his canvass, and induced the Senate to favor him. For this he was blamed by his friends at the time, and shortly afterwards he perceived that he had ruined himself and betrayed the liberty of the people. For after the young man had waxed strong and obtained the consulship, he gave Cicero the go-by, and after making friends with Antony and Lepidus, and uniting his forces with theirs, he divided the sovereignty with them like any other piece of property. And the list was made out by them of men who must be put to death, more than 200 in number. The proscription of Cicero, however, caused most strife in their debates, Antony consenting to no terms unless Cicero should be the first man to be put to death, Lepidus siding with Antony, and Caesar holding out against them both. They held secret meetings by themselves near the city of Bononia for 3 days, coming together in a place at some distance from the camps and surrounded by a river. It is said that for the first 2 days Caesar kept up his struggle to save Cicero, but yielded on the 3rd day and gave him up. The terms of their mutual concessions were as follows. Caesar was to abandon Cicero, Lepidus his brother Paulus, and Antony Lucius Caesar, who was his uncle on the mother's side. So far did anger and fury lead them to renounce their human sentiments, or rather, they showed that no wild beast is more savage than man when his passion is supplemented by power. 47. While this was going on, Cicero was at his own country seat in Tusculum, having his brother with him. But when they learned of the proscriptions, they determined to move to Astura, a place of Cicero's on the sea-coast, and from there to sail to Brutus in Macedonia, for already a report was current that he was in force there. So they were carried along in litters, being worn out with grief. And on the way they would halt, and with their litters placed side by side would lament to one another. But Quintus was the more dejected, and began to reflect upon his destitute condition, for he said that he had taken nothing from home. Nay, Cicero too had scanty provision for the journey. It was better, then, he said, that Cicero should press on in his flight, but that he himself should get what he wanted from home and then hasten after him. This they decided to do, and after embracing one another and weeping aloud, they parted. So then, Quintus, not many days afterwards, was betrayed by his servants to those who were in search of him, and put to death, together with his son. But Cicero was brought to Astura, and finding a vessel there, he embarked at once, and coasted along as far as Circaeum, with the wind in his favour. From there his pilots wished to set sail at once, but Cicero, whether it was that he feared the sea, or had not yet altogether given up his trust in Caesar, went ashore, and travelled along on foot 100 furlongs in the direction of Rome. But again losing resolution and changing his mind, he went down to the sea at Astura. And there he spent the night in dreadful and desperate calculations. He actually made up his mind to enter Caesar's house by stealth, to slay himself upon the hearth, and so to fasten upon Caesar an avenging demon. But a fear of tortures drove him from this course also. Then, revolving in his mind many confused and contradictory purposes, he put himself in the hands of his servants to be taken by sea to Caeira, where he had lands and an agreeable retreat in summer-time, when the breath of the Etesian winds is most pleasant. The place has also a temple of Apollo, a little above the sea. From thence a flock of crows flew with loud clamour towards the vessel of Cicero as it was rowed towards land, and alighting on either end of the sail-yard, some cawed, and other pecked at the ends of the ropes, and everybody thought that the omen was bad. Nevertheless, Cicero landed, and going to his villa lay down to rest. Then most of the crows perched themselves about the window, cawing tumultuously, but one of them flew down upon the couch where Cicero lay with muffled head, and with its beak, little by little, tried to remove the garment from his face. The servants, on seeing this, rebuked themselves for waiting to be spectators of their master's murder, while wild beasts came to his help and cared for him in his undeserved misfortune, but they themselves did nothing in his defence. So, partly by entreaty and partly by force, they took him and carried him in his litter towards the sea. 48. But meantime his assassins came to the villa, Herennius a centurion, and Popilius a tribune, who had once been prosecuted for parricide and defended by Cicero, and they had helpers. After they had broken in the door, which they found closed, Cicero was not to be seen, and the inmates said they knew not where he was. Then, we are told, a youth who had been liberally educated by Cicero, and who was a freedman of Cicero's brother Quintus, Philologus by name, told the tribune that the litter was being carried through the wooded and shady walks towards the sea. The tribune, accordingly, taking a few helpers with him, ran round towards the exit, but Herennius hasted on the run through the walks, and Cicero, perceiving him, ordered the servants to set a litter down where they were. Then he himself, clasping his chin with his left hand, as was his wont, looked steadfastly at his slayers, his head all squalid and unkempt, and his face wasted with anxiety, so that most of those that stood by covered their faces while Herennius was slaying him. For he stretched his neck forth from the litter, and was slain, being then in his 64th year. Herennius cut off his head by Antony's command, and his hands, the hands with which he wrote the Philippics. For Cicero himself entitled his speeches against Antony Philippics, and to this day the documents are called Philippics. 49. When Cicero's extremities were brought to Rome, it chanced that Antony was conducting an election. But when he heard of their arrival and saw them, he cried out, "Now let our proscriptions have an end." Then he ordered the head and hands to be placed over the ships' beaks on the rostra, a sight that made the Romans shudder, for they thought they saw there, not the face of Cicero, but an image of the soul of Antony. However, he showed at least one sentiment of fair dealings in the case, when he handed over Philologus to Pomponia, the wife of Quintus. And she, having got the man into her power, besides other dreadful punishments which she inflicted upon him, forced him to cut off his own flesh bit by bit and roast it, and then to eat it. This indeed is what some of the historians say. But Cicero's own freedman, Tiro, makes no mention at all of the treachery of Philologus. I learned that Caesar, a long time after this, paid a visit to one of his daughter's sons, and the boy, since he had in his hands a book of Cicero's, was terrified, and sought to hide it in his gown. But Caesar saw it, and took the book, and read a great part of it as he stood, and then gave it back to the youth, saying, "A learned man, my child, a learned man, and the lover of his country." Moreover, as soon as he had finally defeated Antony, and when he was himself consul, he chose Cicero's son as his colleague in the office, and it was in his consulship that the Senate took down the statues of Antony, made void the other honors that had been paid him, and decreed besides that no Antony should have the name of Marcus. Thus the heavenly powers devolved upon the family of Cicero the final steps in the punishment of Antony. End of section 7. Section 8 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Comparison of Demosthenes and Cicero. These, then, are the memorable incidents in the recorded careers of Demosthenes and Cicero which have come to our knowledge. And though I have renounced the comparison of their oratorical styles, yet this, I think, ought not to be left unsaid, namely, that Demosthenes devoted to the rhetorical art all the powers of speech which he possessed by nature or acquired by practice, surpassing in force and effectiveness his rivals in forensic and judicial pleading, in pomp and majesty of utterance the professional declaimers, and in precision and skill the sophists. Cicero, on the other hand, became widely learned, and had a variety of interest in the pursuit of letters, and left behind him not a few philosophical treatises of his own conforming to the fashion of the Academy. Indeed, even in the speeches which he wrote for the Forum and the courts, he clearly desires to display by the way a considerable acquaintance with letters. It is possible, too, to get a glimpse of the character of each in his style of speaking. For that of Demosthenes, which had no prettiness or pleasantry, and was condensed with a view to power and earnestness, did not smell of lamp-wicks, as Pythias scoffingly said, but of water-drinking and anxious thought, and of what men called the bitterness and sullenness of his disposition, whereas Cicero was often carried away by his love of jesting into scurrility, and when, to gain his ends in his cases, he treated matters worthy of serious attention with ironical mirth and pleasantry, he was careless of propriety. Thus, in his defense of Celius, he said that his client, surrounded as he was by great luxury and extravagance, did nothing out of the way when indulging in pleasures, for not to enjoy what is in one's possession was madness, he said, particularly when the most eminent philosophers assert that true happiness consists in pleasure. And we are told that when Cato prosecuted Murena, Cicero, who was then consul, defended him, and because of Cato's beliefs, made much fun of the Stoic sect in view of the absurdities of their so-called paradoxes. And when loud laughter spread from the audience to the jurors, Cato, with a quiet smile, said to those who sat by, "What a funny man we have, my friends, for consul." And it would seem that Cicero was naturally prone to laughter and fond of jesting. His face, too, was smiling and peaceful. But in that of Demosthenes there was always a certain intense seriousness, and this look of thoughtfulness and anxiety he did not easily lay aside. For this reason his enemies, as he himself says, called him morose and ill-mannered. Still further, then, in their writings, it is possible to see that the one touches upon his own praises cautiously, and so as not to give offense, when there was need of this, for some weightier end, while on other occasions he is careful and moderate, whereas Cicero's immoderate boasting of himself in his speeches proves that he had an intemperate desire for fame, his cry being that arms must give place to the toga, and the laurel of triumph to the tongue. and at last he praises not only his deeds and actions, but also his speeches, both those which he delivered himself and those which he committed to writing, as if he were impetuously vying with Isocrates and Anaximenes the sophists, instead of claiming the right to lead and instruct the Roman people. Steadfast, in heavy armor clad, destructive to foes. It is necessary, indeed, that a political leader should prevail by reason of his eloquence, but ignoble for him to admire and crave the fame that springs from his eloquence. Wherefore, in this regard, Demosthenes is more stately and magnificent, since he declares that his ability in speaking was a mere matter of experience, depending greatly upon the goodwill of his hearers, and considers illiberal and vulgar as they are those who are puffed up at such success. It is true that in haranguing and guiding the people, both had equal power, so that even those who controlled armies and camps had need of their services. Chares, Diopithes, and Leosthenes needed Demosthenes, and Pompey and the young Caesar needed Cicero, as Caesar himself says in his memoirs addressed to Agrippa and Maecenas. But what is thought and said most of all to reveal and test the character of a man, namely, power and authority, which rouses every passion and uncovers every baseness, this Demosthenes did not have, nor did he give any such proof of himself, since he held no conspicuous office, nor did he even command the force which was raised by him against Philip, whereas Cicero was sent out as quaestor to Sicily, and as proconsul to Cilicia and Cappadocia, at a time when the love of wealth was at its greatest height, and when those who were sent out as praetors and governors, feeling that theft was an ignoble thing, resorted to open plundering, so that the taking of property was not thought heinous, but he who did this in moderation was held in high esteem. And yet Cicero gave many proofs of his contempt for wealth, and many of his humanity and goodness. And when in Rome itself he was appointed consul in name, but really received the power of dictator and sole ruler against Catiline and his conspirators, he bore witness to the truth of Plato's prophecy, that states would then have respite from evil, when in one and the same person, by some happy fortune, great power and wisdom should be conjoined with justice. Moreover, it is said to the reproach of Demosthenes that he made money by his eloquence, since he secretly wrote speeches for Phormio and Apollodorus, who were adversaries in the same case, and since he was accused in the matter of the great king's money, and condemned for taking that of Harpalus. And if we should say that those who write these things, and these writers are not few, tell what is untrue, still, at least, that Demosthenes could not bring himself to look with indifference upon gifts which kings offered as marks of honor and favor, and that this was not to be expected of a man who lent money on bottomry, it is impossible to deny. Whereas, in the case of Cicero, that the Sicilians, when he was quaestor, and the king of Cappadocia, when he was proconsul, and his friends in Rome, when he was going into exile, offered him large sums, and begged him to take them, only to meet with his refusal, has been said. And surely, in the matter of banishment at least, for the one it was disgraceful, since he had been convicted of theft, but for the other it was a most honorable result, since he had rid his country of baleful men. Therefore, no account was made of the one when he went into exile, but for the other the Senate changed its garb and put on mourning, and could not be induced to discuss any business until Cicero's return had been decreed. However, Cicero spent his exile idly, remaining quietly in Macedonia, but the exile of Demosthenes proved to be a great part of his service to the state, for he took part in the struggles of the Greeks, as has been said, and drove out the Macedonian envoys in the various cities which he visited, and so showed himself to be a far better citizen than Themistocles or Alcibiades when they were having the same fortune. And furthermore, when he returned from exile, he again devoted himself to the same public service, and steadfastly continued waging war upon Antipater and the Macedonians. Cicero, on the contrary, was reproached in the Senate by Laelius for sitting silent when Caesar asked leave to stand for the consulship, which was contrary to law since he was still a beardless youth. And Brutus also, in one of his letters, accused him of having reared up a tyranny greater and more severe than that which the writer himself had overthrown. And, after all, the one is to be pitied for the manner of his death, an old man ignobly carried up and down by servants trying to escape death, hiding himself from those who were coming after him, not much in advance of nature's final summons, and then beheaded. Whereas, in that of the other, even though it had a slight touch of supplication, we must admire the preparation of the poison and its place of custody, must admire, too, the use he made of it, because, since the god would not afford him asylum, he took refuge at a greater altar, as it were, made his escape from arms and mercenaries, and left to scorn the cruelty of Antipater. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Alexander, chapters 1 to 11. It is the life of Alexander the king, and of Caesar who overthrew Pompey that I am writing in this book. And the multitude of the deeds to be treated is so great that I shall make no other preface than to entreat my readers, in case I do not tell of all the famous actions of these men, nor even speak exhaustively at all in each particular case, but in epitome for the most part, not to complain. For it is not histories that I am writing, but lives. And in the most illustrious deeds there is not always a manifestation of virtue or vice. Nay, a slight thing like a phrase or a jest often makes a greater revelation of character than battles where thousands fall, or the greatest armaments, or sieges of cities. Accordingly, just as painters get the likenesses in their portraits from the face and the expression of the eyes wherein the character shows itself, but make very little account of the other parts of the body, so I must be permitted to devote myself rather to the signs of the soul in men, and by means of these to portray the life of each, leaving to others the description of their great contests. As for the lineage of Alexander, on his father's side he was a descendant of Heracles, through Caranus, and on his mother's side a descendant of Aeacus, through Neoptolemus. This is accepted without any question, and we are told that Philip, after being initiated into the mysteries of Samothrace, at the same time with Olympias, he himself being still a youth and she an orphan child, fell in love with her, and betrothed himself to her at once with the consent of her brother Arimbas. Well then, the night before that on which the marriage was consummated, the bride dreamed that there was a peal of thunder, and that a thunderbolt fell upon her womb, and that thereby much fire was kindled, which broke into flames that travelled all about, and then was extinguished. At a later time, too, after the marriage, Philip dreamed that he was putting a seal upon his wife's womb, and the device of the seal, as he thought, was the figure of a lion. The other seers now were led by the vision to suspect that Philip needed to put a closer watch upon his marriage relations. But Aristander of Telmessus said that the woman was pregnant, since no seal was put upon what was empty, and pregnant of a son whose nature would be bold and lion-like. Moreover, a serpent was once seen lying stretched out by the side of Olympias as she slept, and we are told that this, more than anything else, dulled the ardour of Philip's attentions to his wife, so that he no longer came often to sleep by her side, either because he feared that some spells and enchantments might be practised upon him by her, or because he shrank from her embraces in the conviction that she was the partner of a superior being. But concerning these matters, there is another story to this effect. All the women of these parts were addicted to the Orphic rites and the orgies of Dionysus from the very ancient times, being called Clodones and Mimalones. Footnote: Macedonian names for Bacchantes. End of footnote. and imitated in many ways the practices of the Edonian women and the Thracian women about Mount Haemus, from whom, as it would seem, the word threskaven came to be applied to the celebration of extravagant and superstitious ceremonies. Footnote: Plutarch apparently derives this verb from Thracia, Thracian women. End of footnote. Now Olympias, who affected these divine possessions more zealously than other women, and carried out these divine inspirations in wilder fashion, used to provide the revelling companies with great tame serpents, which would often lift their heads from out the ivy and the mystic winnowing baskets, footnote, sacred to Dionysus and carried on the heads of the celebrants, end of footnote, or coil themselves about the wands and garlands of the women, thus terrifying the men. However, after his vision, as we are told, Philip sent Charon of Megalopolis to Delphi, by whom an oracle was brought him from Apollo, who bade him sacrifice to Ammon and hold that god in greatest reverence, but told him he was to lose that one of his eyes which he had applied to the chink in the door when he espied the god in the form of a serpent sharing the couch of his wife. Moreover, Olympias, as Eratosthenes says, when she sent Alexander forth upon his great expedition, told him, and him alone, the secret of his begetting, and bade him have purposes worthy of his birth. Others, on the contrary, say that she repudiated the idea, and said, Alexander must cease slandering me to Hera, footnote, the lawful spouse of Zeus Ammon, end of footnote. Be that as it may, Alexander was born early in the month Hecatombion, the Macedonian name for which is Loas, on the 6th day of the month, and on this day the temple of Ephesian Artemis was burnt. Footnote, 356 BC. The day of birth has probably been moved back 2 or 3 months for the sake of the coincidence mentioned below. Hecatombion corresponds nearly to July. End of footnote. It was apropos of this that Hagesias the Magnesian made an utterance frigid enough to have extinguished that great conflagration. He said, namely, it was no wonder that the temple of Artemis was burned down, since the goddess was busy bringing Alexander into the world. But all the Magi, who were then at Ephesus, looking upon the temple's disaster as a sign of further disaster, ran about beating their faces and crying aloud that woe and great calamity for Asia had that day been born. To Philip, however, who had just taken Potidaea, there came 3 messages at the same time. The first, that Parmenio had conquered the Illyrians in a great battle. The second, that his racehorse had won a victory at the Olympic Games, while a third announced the birth of Alexander. These things delighted him, of course, and the seers raised his spirits still higher by declaring that the son whose birth coincided with 3 victories would be always victorious. The outward appearance of Alexander is best represented by the statues of him which Lysippus made, and it was by this artist alone that Alexander himself thought it fit that he should be modelled. For those peculiarities which many of his successors and friends afterwards tried to imitate, namely the poise of the neck, which was bent slightly to the left, and the melting glance of his eyes, this artist has accurately observed. Apelles, however, in painting him as a wielder of the thunderbolt, did not reproduce his complexion, but made it too dark and swarthy, whereas he was of a fair colour, as they say, and his fairness passed into ruddiness on his breast particularly, and in his face. Moreover, that a very pleasant odour exhaled from his skin, and that there was a fragrance about his mouth and all his flesh, so that his garments were filled with it. This we have read in the memoirs of Aristoxenus. Now the cause of this, perhaps, was the temperament of his body, which was a very warm and fiery one, for fragrance is generated, as Theophrastus thinks, where moist humours are acted upon by heat. Wherefore, the dry and parched regions of the world produce the most and best spices, for the sun draws away the moisture which, like material of corruption, abounds in vegetable bodies. And in Alexander's case it was the heat of his body, as it would seem, which made him prone to drink and choleric. But while he was still a boy, his self-restraint showed itself in the fact that, although he was impetuous and violent in other matters, the pleasures of the body had little hold upon him, and he indulged in them with great moderation, while his ambition kept his spirit serious and lofty in advance of his years. For it was neither every kind of fame, nor fame from every source that he courted, as Philip did, who plumed himself like a sophist on the power of his oratory, and took care to have the victories of his chariots at Olympia engraved upon his coins. Nay, when those about him inquired whether he would be willing to contend in the foot race at the Olympic Games, since he was swift of foot, "Yes," said he, "if I could have kings as my contestants." And in general, too, Alexander appears to have been averse to the whole race of athletes. At any rate, though he instituted very many contests, not only for tragic poets and players on the flute and players on the lyre, but also for rhapsodists, as well as for hunting of every sort and for fighting with staves, he took no interest in offering prizes either for boxing or for the pancratium. He once entertained the envoys from the Persian king who came during Philip's absence, and associated with them freely. He won upon them by his friendliness, and by asking no childish or trivial questions, but by inquiring about the length of the roads and the character of the journey into the interior, about the king himself, what sort of a warrior he was, and what the prowess and might of the Persians. The envoys were therefore astonished, and regarded the much talked of ability of Philip as nothing compared with his son's eager disposition to do great things. At all events, as often as tidings were brought that Philip had either taken a famous city, or been victorious in some celebrated battle, Alexander was not very glad to hear them, but would say to his comrades, "Boys, my father will anticipate everything, and for me he will leave no great or brilliant achievement to be displayed to the world with your aid. For since he did not covet pleasure, nor even wealth, but excellence and fame, he considered that the more he should receive from his father, the fewer would be the successes won by himself. Therefore, considering that increase in prosperity meant the squandering upon his father of opportunities for achievement, he preferred to receive from him a realm which afforded not wealth nor luxury and enjoyment, but struggles and wars and ambitions. In the work of caring for him, then, many persons, as was natural, were appointed to be his nurturers, tutors, and teachers, but over them all stood Leonidas, a man of stern temperament and a kinsman of Olympias. Although he did not himself shun the title of tutor, since the office afforded an honourable and brilliant occupation, yet by other people, owing to his dignity and his relationship, he was called Alexander's foster-father and preceptor. The man, however, who assumed the character and the title of tutor was Lysimachus, a native of Acarnania, who had no general refinement, but because he called himself Phoenix, footnote, the preceptor of Achilles, end of footnote, Alexander Achilles and Philip Peleus, was highly regarded and held a second place. Once upon a time, Philoniacus the Thessalian brought Bucephalus, offering to sell him to Philip for 13 talents. Footnote, the talent was worth about £235, or $1,200, with 4 or 5 times the purchasing power of modern money. End of footnote. And they went down into the plain to try the horse, who appeared to be savage and altogether intractable, neither allowing any one to mount him, nor heeding the voice of any of Philip's attendants, but rearing up against all of them. Then Philip was vexed, and ordered the horse to be led away, believing him to be altogether wild and unbroken. But Alexander, who was near by, said, "What a horse they are losing, because for lack of skill and courage they cannot manage him." At first, then, Philip held his peace, but as Alexander many times let fall such words, and showed great distress, he said, "Dost thou find fault with thine elders in the belief that thou knowest more than they do, or art better able to manage a horse?" "This horse, at any rate," said Alexander, "I could manage better than others have." "And if thou shouldst not, what penalty wilt thou undergo for thy rashness?" "Indeed," said Alexander, "I will forfeit the price of the horse." There was laughter at this, and then an agreement between father and son as to the forfeiture, and at once Alexander ran to the horse, took hold of his bridle rein, and turned him towards the son. For he had noticed, as it would seem, that the horse was greatly disturbed by the sight of his own shadow falling in front of him and dancing about. And after he had calmed the horse a little in this way, and had stroked him with his hand, when he saw that he was full of spirit and courage, he quietly cast aside his mantle, and with a light spring safely bestrode him. Then, with a little pressure of the reins on the bit, and without striking him or tearing his mouth, he held him in hand. But when he saw that the horse was rid of the fear that had beset him, and was impatient for the course, he gave him his head, and at last urged him on with sterner tone and thrust of foot. Philip and his company were speechless with anxiety at first. But when Alexander made the turn in proper fashion and came back towards them proud and exultant, all the rest broke into loud cries, but his father, as we are told, actually shed tears of joy. And when Alexander had dismounted, kissed him, saying, "My son, seek thee out a kingdom equal to thyself. Macedonia has not room for thee." And since Philip saw that his son's nature was unyielding, and that he resisted compulsion, but was easily led by reasoning into the path of duty, he himself tried to persuade rather than to command him. And because he would not wholly entrust the direction and training of the boy to the ordinary teachers of poetry and the formal studies, feeling that it was a matter of too great importance, and in the words of Sophocles, a task for many bits and rudder sweeps as well, he sent for the most famous and learned of philosophers, Aristotle, and paid him a noble and appropriate tuition fee. The city of Stagira, that is, of which Aristotle was a native, and which he had himself destroyed, he peopled again, and restored to it those of its citizens who were in exile or slavery. Well then, as a palace where master and pupil could labour and study, he assigned them the precinct of the nymphs, Nymnieza, where to this day the visitor is shown the stone seats and shady walks of Aristotle. It would appear, moreover, that Alexander not only received from his master his ethical and political doctrines, but also participated in those secret and more profound teachings which philosophers designate by the special terms acromatic and epoptic, footnote, i.e. fit for oral teaching only, and for the initiated, esoteric as opposed to exoteric doctrines, end of footnote, and do not impart to many. For after he had already crossed into Asia, and when he learned that certain treatises on these recondite matters had been published in books by Aristotle, he wrote him a letter on behalf of philosophy, and put it in plain language, and this is a copy of the letter. Alexander, to Aristotle, greeting. Thou hast not done well to publish thy acromatic doctrines. For in what shall I surpass other men, if those doctrines wherein I have been trained are to be all men's common property? But I had rather excel in my acquaintance with the best things than in my power. Farewell. Accordingly, in defending himself, Aristotle encourages this ambition of Alexander by saying that the doctrines of which he spoke were both published and not published. For in truth, his treatise on metaphysics is of no use for those who would either teach or learn the science, but is written as a memorandum for those already trained therein. Moreover, in my opinion, Alexander's love of the art of healing was inculcated in him by Aristotle preeminently, for he was not only fond of the theory of medicine, but actually came to the aid of his friends when they were sick, and prescribed for them certain treatments and regimens, as one can gather from his letters. He was also by nature a lover of learning and a lover of reading, and since he thought and called the Iliad a viaticum of the military art, he took with him Aristotle's recension of the poem, called the Iliad of the Casket, and always kept it lying with his dagger under his pillow, as Onesicritus informs us. And when he could find no other books in the interior of Asia, he ordered Harpalus to send him some. So Harpalus sent him the books of Philistus, a great many of the tragedies of Euripides, Sophocles, and Aeschylus, and the dithyrambic poems of Telestus and Philoxenus. Aristotle he admired at the first, and loved him, as he himself used to say, more than he did his father, for that the one had given him life, but the other had taught him a noble life. Later, however, he held him in more or less of suspicion, not to the extent of doing him any harm, but his kindly attentions lacked their former ardour and affection towards him, and this was proof of estrangement. However, that eager yearning for philosophy, which was embedded in his nature, and which ever grew with his growth, did not subside from his soul, as is testified by the honour in which he held Anaxarchus, by his gift of 50 talents to Xenocrates, and by the attentions which he so lavishly bestowed upon Dandamis and Calanus. While Philip was making an expedition against Byzantium, footnote, in 340 BC, end of footnote, Alexander, though only 16 years of age, was left behind as regent in Macedonia and keeper of the royal seal, and during his time he subdued the rebellious Mede, and after taking their city drove out the barbarians, settled there a mixed population, and named the city Alexandropolis. He was also present at Chaeronea, and took part in the battle against the Greeks, in 338 BC, and he is said to have been the first to break the ranks of the sacred band of the Thebans. And even down to our day there was shown an ancient oak by the Cephissus called Alexander's Oak, near which at that time he pitched his tent, and the general sepulchre of the Macedonians is not far away. In consequence of these exploits then, as was natural, Philip was excessively fond of his son, so that he even rejoiced to hear the Macedonians call Alexander their king, but Philip their general. However, the disorders in his household, due to the fact that his marriages and amours carried into the kingdom the infection, as it were, which reigned in the women's apartments, produced many grounds of offence, and great quarrels between father and son, and these the bad temper of Olympias, who was a jealous and sullen woman, made still greater, since she spurred Alexander on. The most open quarrel was brought on by Attalus, at the marriage of Cleopatra, a maiden whom Philip was taking to wife, having fallen in love with the girl when he was past the age for it. In consequence of this passion, Philip had divorced Olympias. Attalus now was the girl's uncle, and being in his cups, he called upon the Macedonians to ask of the gods that from Philip and Cleopatra there might be born a legitimate successor to the kingdom. At this Alexander was exasperated, and with the words, "But what of me, base wretch? Dost thou take me for a bastard?" threw a cup at him. Then Philip rose up against him with drawn sword, but, fortunately for both, his anger and his wine made him trip and fall. Then Alexander, mocking over him, said, "Look now, men, here is one who was preparing to cross from Europe into Asia, and he is upset in trying to cross from couch to couch." After this drunken broil, Alexander took Olympias and established her in Epirus, while he himself tarried in Illyria. Meanwhile, Demosthenes the Corinthian, who was a guest friend of the house and a man of frank speech, came to see Philip. After the first greetings and welcomes were over, Philip asked him how the Greeks were agreeing with one another, and Demosthenes replied, "It is surely very fitting, Philip, that thou shouldst be concerned about Greece, when thou hast filled thine own house with such great dissensions and calamities." Thus brought to his senses, Philip sent and fetched Alexander home, having persuaded him to come through the agency of Demosthenes. But when Pixodarus, the satrap of Caria, trying by means of a tie of relationship to steal into a military alliance with Philip, wished to give his eldest daughter in marriage to Aridaeus, the son of Philip, and sent Aristocratus to Macedonia on this errand, once more slanderous stories kept coming to Alexander from his friends and his mother, who said that Philip, by means of a brilliant marriage and a great connection, was trying to settle the kingdom upon Aridaeus. Greatly disturbed by these stories, Alexander sent Thessalus, the tragic actor, to Caria to argue with Pixodarus that he ought to ignore the bastard brother, who was also a fool, and make Alexander his connection by marriage. And this plan was vastly more pleasing to Pixodarus than the former. But Philip, becoming aware of this, went to Alexander's chamber, taking with him one of Alexander's friends and companions, Philotas, the son of Parmenio, and upbraided his son severely, and bitterly reviled him as ignoble and unworthy of his high estate, in that he desired to become the son-in-law of a man who was a Carian, and a slave to a barbarian king. And as for Thessalus, Philip wrote to the Corinthians that they should send him back to Macedonia in chains. Moreover, of the other companions of Alexander, he banished from Macedonia Harpalus and Nearchus, as well as Erigius and Ptolemy, men whom Alexander afterwards recalled and had in the highest honours. And so, when Pausanias, who had been outrageously dealt with at the instance of Attalus and Cleopatra, and could get no justice at Philip's hands, slew Philip, most of the blame devolved upon Olympias, on the ground that she had added her exhortations to the young man's anger, and incited him to the deed. But a certain amount of accusation attached itself to Alexander also, for it is said that when Pausanias, after the outrage that he had suffered, met Alexander and bewailed his fate, Alexander recited to him the iambic verse of the Medea, the Medea of Euripides. The context makes the verse suggest the murder of Attalus, Philip, and Cleopatra. The giver of the bride, the bridegroom, and the bride. However, he did seek out the participants in the plot and punished them, and was angry with Olympias for her savage treatment of Cleopatra during his absence. Footnote. After his death, Olympias killed Philip's infant son, together with his mother Cleopatra, niece of Attalus, by dragging them over a bronze vessel filled with fire. Pausanias. End of footnote. Thus it was that at the age of 20 years, Alexander received the kingdom, which was exposed to great jealousies, dire hatreds, and dangers on every hand, for the neighbouring tribes of barbarians would not tolerate their servitude, and longed for their hereditary kingdoms. And as for Greece, although Philip had conquered her in the field, he had not had time enough to make her tame under his yoke, but had merely disturbed and changed the condition of affairs there, and then left them in a great surge and commotion, owing to the strangeness of the situation. The Macedonian councillors of Alexander had fears of the crisis, and thought he should give up the Greek states altogether, and use no more compulsion there, and that he should call the revolting barbarians back to their allegiance by mild measures, and try to arrest the first symptoms of their revolutions. But he himself set out from opposite principles to win security and safety for his realm by boldness and a lofty spirit, assured that, were he seen to abate his dignity even but a little, all his enemies would set upon him. Accordingly, he put a speedy stop to the disturbances and wars among the barbarians, by overrunning their territories with an army as far as to the river Danube, where he fought a great battle with Sirmus, the king of the Triballi, and defeated him. And on learning that the Thebans had revolted, and that the Athenians were in sympathy with them, he immediately led his forces through the pass of Thermopylae, declaring that since Demosthenes had called him a boy while he was among the Illyrians and Triballians, and a stripling when he had reached Thessaly, he wished to show him that before the walls of Athens he was a man. Arrived before Thebes, and wishing to give her still a chance to repent of what she had done, he merely demanded the surrender of Phoenix and Prothetes, and proclaimed an amnesty for those who came over to his side. Footnote, in September 335 BC, Plutarch makes no mention of a previous expedition of Alexander into southern Greece, immediately after Philip's death, when he received the submission of all the Greek states except Sparta, and was made commander-in-chief of the expedition against Persia in Philip's place. End of footnote. But the Thebans made a counter-demand that he should surrender to them Philotas and Antipater, and made a counter-proclamation that all who wished to help in setting Greece free should range themselves with them, and so Alexander set his Macedonians to the work of war. On the part of the Thebans, then, the struggle was carried on with a spirit and valour beyond their powers, since they were arrayed against an enemy who was many times more numerous than they. But when the Macedonian garrison also, leaving the citadel of the Cadmea, fell upon them in the rear, most of them were surrounded, and fell in the battle itself, and their city was taken, plundered, and razed to the ground. This was done in the main because Alexander expected that the Greeks would be terrified by so great a disaster, and cower down in quiet, but apart from this, he also plumed himself on gratifying the complaints of his allies, for the Phocians and Plataeans had denounced the Thebans. So after separating out the priests, all who were guest friends of the Macedonians, the descendants of Pindar, and those who had voted against the revolt, he sold the rest into slavery, and they proved to be more than 30,000. Those who had been slain were more than 6,000. Footnote. And we are told that Alexander preserved the house of Pindar, the poet, and the descendants of Pindar, out of regard for Pindar, Arian. End of footnote. End of section 9. Section 10 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Alexander, chapters 12 to 21. Among the many and grievous calamities which thus possessed the city, some Thracians broke into the house of Timoclea, a woman of high repute and chastity, and while the rest were plundering her property, their leader shamefully violated her, and then asked her if she had gold or silver concealed anywhere. She admitted that she had, and after leading him by himself into the garden, and showing him a well, told him that when the city was taken, she had with her own hands cast in there her most valuable possessions. Then, as the Thracian was bending over and inspecting the place, she came behind him and pushed him in, cast many stones upon him, and killed him. And when the Thracians led her, with hands bound, to Alexander, she showed by her mien and gait that she was a person of great dignity and lofty spirit. So calmly and fearlessly did she follow her conductors. And when the king asked her who she was, she replied that she was a sister of Theagenes, who drew up the forces which fought Philip in behalf of the liberty of the Greeks, and fell in command at Chaeronea. Amazed therefore at her reply, and at what she had done, Alexander bade her depart in freedom with her children. Furthermore, he was reconciled with the Athenians, although they showed exceeding sorrow at the misfortunes of Thebes. For although they had begun the festival of the mysteries, they gave it up in consequence of their grief. Footnote. According to Arrian, it was from panic, fright. End footnote. And upon the Thebans, who sought refuge in the city, they bestowed every kindness. But notwithstanding this, whether his rage was now sated as a lion's might be, or whether he wished to offset a deed of the most sullen savagery with one that was merciful, he not only remitted all his charges against the city, but even bade it give good heed to its affairs, since, if anything should happen to him, it would have the rule over Greece. In later times, moreover, as we are told, the calamity of the Thebans often gave him remorse, and made him milder towards many people, and certainly the murder of Cletus, which he committed in his cups, footnote, see chapter 51, end footnote, and the cowardly refusal of his Macedonians to follow him against the Indians, footnote, see chapter 62, end footnote, whereby they as it were robbed his expedition and his glory of their consummation, he was wont to attribute to the vengeful wrath of Dionysus. Footnote. This god was said to have been born of Semele, daughter of Cadmus, the founder of Thebes. End footnote. And there was not a Theban of those that survived who afterwards came to him with any request, and did not get what he wanted from him. Thus much concerning Thebes. Footnote. For a full account of Alexander's capture and destruction of Thebes, see Arrian. End footnote. And now a general assembly of the Greeks was held at the Isthmus, where a vote was passed to make an expedition against Persia with Alexander, and he was proclaimed their leader. Thereupon many statesmen and philosophers came to him with their congratulations, and he expected that Diogenes of Sinope also, who was tarrying in Corinth, would do likewise. But since that philosopher took not the slightest notice of Alexander, and continued to enjoy his leisure in the suburb Cranaon, Alexander went in person to see him, and he found him lying in the sun. Diogenes raised himself up a little when he saw so many persons coming towards him, and fixed his eyes upon Alexander. And when that monarch addressed him with greetings and asked if he wanted anything, "Yes," said Diogenes, "stand a little out of my sun." It is said that Alexander was so struck by this, and admired so much the haughtiness and grandeur of the man who had nothing but scorn for him, that he said to his followers, who were laughing and jesting about the philosopher as they went away, "But verily, if I were not Alexander, I would be Diogenes." And now, wishing to consult the god concerning the expedition against Asia, he went to Delphi, and since he chanced to come on one of the inauspicious days, when it is not lawful to deliver oracles, in the first place he sent a summons to the prophetess, and when she refused to perform her office, and cited the law in her excuse, he went up himself and tried to drag her to the temple, whereupon, as if overcome by his ardour, she said, "Thou art invincible, my son." On hearing this, Alexander said he desired no further prophecy, but had from her the oracle which he wanted. Moreover, when he set out upon his expedition, footnote in the early spring of 334 BC, end footnote, it appears that there were many signs from heaven, and among them the image of Orpheus at Libethra. It was made of cypress wood, sweated profusely at about that time. Most people feared the sign, but Aristander bade Alexander be of good cheer, assured that he was to perform deeds worthy of song and story, which would cost poets and musicians much toil and sweat to celebrate. As to the number of his forces, those who put it at the smallest figure mentioned 30,000 foot and 4,000 horse. Those who put it at the highest, 43,000 foot and 5,000 horse. Footnote, quote, "Not much more than 30,000 foot, including light-armed troops and archers, and over 5,000 horse," end quote. Arrian, end footnote. To provision these forces, Aristobulus says he had not more than 70 talents. Duris speaks of maintenance for only 30 days, and Onesicritus says he owed 200 talents besides. But although he set out with such meagre and narrow resources, he would not set foot upon his ship until he had inquired into the circumstances of his companions, and allotted to one a farm, to another a village, and to another the revenue from some hamlet or harbour. And when at last nearly all of the crown property had been expended or allotted, Perdiccas said to him, "But for thyself, O king, what art thou leaving?" And when the king answered, "My hopes." "In these then," said Perdiccas, "we also will share who make the expedition with thee." Then he declined the possessions which had been allotted to him, and some of the other friends of Alexander did likewise. But upon those who wanted and would accept his favours, Alexander bestowed them readily. And most of what he possessed in Macedonia was used up in these distributions. Such was the ardour and such the equipment with which he crossed the Hellespont. Then going up to Ilium, he sacrificed to Athena and poured libations to the heroes. Furthermore, the gravestone of Achilles he anointed with oil, ran a race by it with his companions, naked as is the custom, and then crowned it with garlands, pronouncing the hero happy in having, while he lived, a faithful friend, and after death a great herald of his fame. As he was going about and viewing the sights of the city, someone asked him if he wished to see the lyre of Paris. "For that lyre," said Alexander, "I care very little, but I would gladly see that of Achilles, to which he used to sing the glorious deeds of brave men." Meanwhile, the generals of Darius had assembled a large force and set it in array at the crossing of the river Granicus, so that it was practically necessary to fight, as it were at the gates of Asia, for entrance and dominion there. But most of the Macedonian officers were afraid of the depth of the river, and of the roughness and unevenness of the farther banks, up which they would have to climb while fighting. Some, too, thought they ought to observe carefully the customary practice in regard to the month, for in the month of Decius the kings of Macedonia were not wont to take the field with an army. This objection Alexander removed by bidding them call the month a second Artemisius, and when Parmenio, on the ground that it was too late in the day, objected to their risking the passage, he declared that the Hellespont would blush for shame if, after having crossed that strait, he should be afraid of the Granicus, and plunged into the stream with 13 troops of horsemen. And since he was charging against hostile missiles and precipitous positions covered with infantry and cavalry, and through a stream that swept men off their feet and surged about them, he seemed to be acting like a frenzied and foolish commander rather than a wise one. However, he persisted in his attempt to cross, gained the opposite banks with difficulty and much ado, though they were moist and slippery with mud, and was at once compelled to fight pell-mell and engage his assailants man by man before his troops who were crossing could form into any order. For the enemy pressed upon them with loud shouts, and matching horse with horse, plied their lances and their swords when their lances were shattered. Many rushed upon Alexander, for he was conspicuous by his buckler and by his helmet's crest, on either side of which was fixed a plume of wonderful size and whiteness. But although a javelin pierced the joint of his breastplate, he was not wounded. And when Rosaces and Spithridates, 2 Persian commanders, made at him together, he avoided the one, and smote Rosaces, who wore a breastplate, with his spear. And when this weapon snapped in two with a blow, he took to his sword. Then, while he was thus engaged with Rosaces, Spithridates rode up from one side, raised himself up on his horse, and with all his might came down with a barbarian battle-axe upon Alexander's head. Alexander's crest was broken off, together with one of its plumes, and his helmet could barely and with difficulty resist the blow, so that the edge of the battle-axe touched the topmost hair of his head. But while Spithridates was raising his arm again for another stroke, Cletus, Black Cletus, got the start of him and ran him through the body with his spear. At the same time Rosaces also fell, smitten by Alexander's sword. While Alexander's cavalry were making such a dangerous and furious fight, the Macedonian phalanx crossed the river, and the infantry forces on both sides engaged. The enemy, however, did not resist vigorously, nor for a long time, but fled in a rout, all except the Greek mercenaries. These made a stand at a certain eminence and asked that Alexander should promise them quarter. But he, influenced by anger more than by reason, charged foremost upon them and lost his horse, which was smitten through the ribs with a sword. It was not Bucephalus, but another. And most of the Macedonians, who were slain or wounded, fought or fell there, since they came to close quarters with men who knew how to fight and were desperate. Of the barbarians, we are told, 20,000 footmen fell, and 2,500 horsemen. Footnote: Diodorus says that more than 10,000 Persian footmen fell, and not less than 2,000 horsemen, while over 20,000 were taken prisoners. End footnote. But on Alexander's side, Aristobulus says there were 34 dead in all, of whom 9 were footmen. Of these, then, Alexander ordered statues to be set up in bronze, and Lysippus wrought them. Footnote: According to Arrian, about 25 of Alexander's companions, a select corps, fell at the first onset, and it was of these that Alexander ordered statues to be made by Lysippus. End footnote. Moreover, desiring to make the Greeks partners in his victory, he sent to the Athenians in particular 300 of the captured shields, and upon the rest of the spoils in general he ordered a most ambitious inscription to be wrought: Alexander, the son of Philip, and all the Greeks except the Lacedaemonians, from the barbarians who dwell in Asia. But the drinking vessels and the purple robes, and whatever things of this nature he took from the Persians, all these, except a few, he sent to his mother. This contest at once made a great change in the situation to Alexander's advantage, so that he received the submission even of Sardis, the bulwark of the barbarian dominion on the sea-coast, and added the rest of the country to his conquests. Halicarnassus alone withstood him, and Miletus, which cities he took by storm, and subdued all the territories about them. Footnote: The siege and capture of these cities occupied Alexander till the late autumn of 334 BC. End footnote. Then he was in doubt as to his future course. Many times he was eager to encounter Darius and put the whole issue to hazard, and many times he would make up his mind to practice himself first, as it were, and strengthen himself by acquiring the regions along the sea with their resources, and then to go up against that monarch. Now, there is in Lycia, near the city of Xanthus, a spring, which at this time, as we are told, was of its own motion upheaved from its depths, and overflowed, and cast forth a bronze tablet bearing the prints of ancient letters, in which it was made known that the empire of the Persians would one day be destroyed by the Greeks and come to an end. Encouraged by this prophecy, Alexander hastened to clear up the sea-coast as far as Cilicia and Phoenicia. His rapid passage along the coasts of Pamphylia has afforded many historians material for bombastic and terrifying description. They imply that by some great and heaven-sent good fortune the sea retired to make way for Alexander, although at other times it always came rolling in with violence from the main, and scarcely ever revealed to sight the small rocks which lie close up under the precipitous and riven sides of the mountain. Footnote: According to Arrian, there is no route along this beach except when the north wind blows. Quote, But at that time, after strong south winds, the north winds blew, and rendered his passage easy and quick, not without the divine intervention, as both he and his followers interpreted. End quote. End footnote. And Menander, in one of his comedies, evidently refers jestingly to this marvel. How Alexander-like indeed this is, and if I seek some one, spontaneous he'll present himself, and if I clearly must pass through some place by sea, this will lie open to my steps. Alexander himself, however, made no such prodigy out of it in his letters, but says that he marched by way of the so-called ladder, and passed through it, setting out from Phasaelis. This was the reason for his spending several days in that city, during which he noticed that a statue of Theodectus, a deceased citizen of Phasaelis, had been erected in the marketplace. Once, therefore, after supper and in his cups, he led a band of revellers to the statue and crowned it with many of their garlands, thus in pleasantry returning no ungraceful honour for the past association with the man which he owed to Aristotle and philosophy. After this, he overpowered such of the Pisidians as had offered him resistance, and subdued Phrygia, and after he had taken the city of Gordium, footnote, early in 333 BC, end footnote, reputed to have been the home of the ancient Midas, he saw the much talked of wagon bound fast to its yoke with bark of the cornel tree, and heard a story confidently told about it by the barbarians, to the effect that whosoever loosed the fastening was destined to become king of the whole world. Well then, most writers say that since the fastenings had their ends concealed and were intertwined many times in crooked coils, Alexander was at a loss how to proceed, and finally loosened the knot by cutting it through with his sword, and that when it was thus smitten many ends were to be seen. But Aristobulus says that he undid it very easily, by simply taking out the so-called hester or pin of the wagon pole, by which the yoke fastening was held together, and then drawing away the yoke. Setting out from there, he subdued Paphlagonia and Cappadocia, and on hearing of the death of Memnon, one of the commanders of Darius on the seaboard, who was thought likely to give Alexander abundant trouble and infinite annoyance, he was all the more encouraged for his expedition into the interior. Moreover, Darius was already coming down to the coast from Susa, exalted in spirit by the magnitude of his forces, for he was leading an army of 600,000 men, and also encouraged by a certain dream, which the Magi interpreted in a way to please him rather than as the probabilities demanded. For he dreamed that the Macedonian phalanx was all on fire, and that Alexander, attired in a robe which he himself formerly used to wear when he was a royal courier, was waiting upon him, after which service he passed into the temple of Belus and disappeared. By this means, as it would seem, it was suggested to Darius from heaven that the exploit of the Macedonians would be conspicuous and brilliant, that Alexander would be master of Asia just as Darius became its master when he was made king instead of royal courier, and would speedily end his life with glory. Darius was still more encouraged by Alexander's long delay in Cilicia, which he attributed to cowardice. The delay was due, however, to a sickness which assailed him in consequence of fatigues, according to some, but according to others because he took a bath in the river Kidnus, whose waters were icy cold. Be that as it may, none of the other physicians had the courage to administer remedies, but thinking that the danger was too great to be overcome by any remedy whatever, they were afraid of the charges which would be made against them by the Macedonians in consequence of their failure. But Philip, the Acarnanian, who saw that the king was in evil plight, put confidence in his friendship, and thinking it a shameful thing not to share his peril by exhausting the resources of art in trying to help him even at great risk, prepared a medicine and persuaded him to drink it boldly if he was anxious to regain his strength for the war. Meanwhile, however, Parmenio sent a letter to Alexander from the camp urging him to be on his guard against Philip, for the reason that he had been persuaded by Darius, with the promise of large gifts and a marriage with his daughter to kill Alexander. Alexander read the letter, and placed it under his pillow without showing it to any one of his friends. When the time appointed was at hand, and Philip came in with the king's companions carrying the medicine in a cup, Alexander handed him the letter, while he himself took the medicine from him with readiness, and no sign of suspicion. It was an amazing sight then, and one well worthy of the stage, the one reading the letter, the other drinking the medicine, and then both together turning their eyes upon one another, but not with the same expression. For Alexander, by his glad and open countenance, showed his good will towards Philip and his trust in him, while Philip was beside himself at the calumny, now lifting up his hands towards heaven and calling upon the gods to witness his innocence, and now falling upon the couch on which Alexander lay and beseeching him to be of good courage and obey his physician. For at first the medicine mastered the patient, and as it were drove back and buried deep his bodily powers, so that his voice failed. He fell into a swoon, and became almost wholly unconscious. However, he was speedily restored to his senses by Philip, and when he had recovered strength, he showed himself to the Macedonians, who refused to be comforted until they had seen Alexander. Now there was in the army of Darius a certain Macedonian who had fled from his country, Amyntas by name, and he was well acquainted with the nature of Alexander. This man, when he saw that Darius was eager to attack Alexander within the narrow passes of the mountains, begged him to remain where he was, that he might fight a decisive battle with his vast forces against inferior numbers in plains that were broad and spacious. And when Darius replied that he was afraid the enemy would run away before he could get at them, and Alexander thus escape him, "Indeed," said Amyntas on this point, "O king, thou mayest be without fear, for he will march against thee, nay, at this very moment probably, he is on the march." Darius would not listen to these words of Amyntas, but broke camp and marched into Cilicia, and at the same time Alexander marched into Syria against him. But having missed one another in the night, they both turned back again, Alexander rejoicing in his good fortune and eager to meet his enemy in the passes, while Darius was as eager to extricate his forces from the passes and regain his former camping ground. For he already saw that he had done wrong to throw himself into places which were rendered unfit for cavalry by sea and mountains and a river running through the middle, the Pinarus, which were broken up in many parts and favoured the small numbers of his enemy. And not only was the place for the battle a gift of fortune to Alexander, but his generalship was better than the provisions of fortune for his victory. For since he was so vastly inferior in numbers to the barbarians, he gave them no opportunity to encircle him, but, leading his right wing in person, extended it past the enemy's left, got on their flank, and routed the barbarians who were opposed to him, fighting among the foremost, so that he got a sword wound in the thigh. Chares says this wound was given him by Darius, with whom he had a hand-to-hand combat, but Alexander, in a letter to Antipater about the battle, did not say who it was that gave him the wound. He wrote that he had been wounded in the thigh with a dagger, but that no serious harm resulted from the wound. Although he won a brilliant victory and destroyed more than 110,000 of his enemies, he did not capture Darius, who got a start of 4 or 5 furlongs in his flight. But he did take the king's chariot and his bow before he came back from the pursuit. He found his Macedonians carrying off the wealth from the camp of the barbarians, and the wealth was of surpassing abundance, although its owners had come to the battle in light marching order, and had left most of their baggage in Damascus. He found, too, that his men had picked out for him the tent of Darius, which was full to overflowing with gorgeous servitors and furniture and many treasures. Straightway then Alexander put off his armour and went to the bath, saying, "Let us go and wash off the sweat of the battle in the bath of Darius." "No, indeed," said one of his companions, "but rather in that of Alexander, for the property of the conquered must belong to the conqueror and be called his." And when he saw the basins and pitchers and tubs and caskets, all of gold and curiously wrought, while the apartment was marvellously fragrant with spices and unguents, and when he passed from this into a tent which was worthy of admiration for its size and height, and for the adornment of the couch and tables and banquet prepared for him, he turned his eyes upon his companions and said, "This, as it would seem, is to be a king." As he was betaking himself to supper, someone told him that among the prisoners were the mother, wife, and 2 unmarried daughters of Darius, and that at sight of his chariot and bow they beat their breasts and lamented, believing that he was dead. Accordingly, after a considerable pause, more affected by their affliction than by his own success, he sent Leonatus with orders to tell them that Darius was not dead, and that they need have no fear of Alexander, for it was Darius upon whom he was waging war for supremacy, but they should have everything which they used to think their due when Darius was undisputed king. If this message was thought by the women to be mild and kindly, still more did the actions of Alexander prove to be humane, for he gave them permission to bury whom they pleased of the Persians, and to use for this purpose raiment and adornment from the spoils, and he abated not one jot of their honourable maintenance. Nay, they enjoyed even larger allowances than before. But the most honourable and most princely favour which these noble and chaste women received from him in their captivity was that they neither heard, nor suspected, nor awaited anything that could disgrace them, but lived as though guarded in sacred and inviolable virgins' chambers instead of in an enemy's camp, apart from the speech and sight of men. And yet it is said that the wife of Darius was far the most comely of all royal women, just as Darius himself also was handsomest and tallest of men, and the daughters resembled their parents. But Alexander, as it would seem, considering the mastery of himself a more kingly thing than the conquest of his enemies, neither laid hands upon these women, nor did he know any other before marriage except Barsine. This woman, Memnon's widow, was taken prisoner at Damascus, and since she had received a Greek education, and was of an agreeable disposition, and since her father Artabazus was son of a king's daughter, Alexander determined, at Parmenio's instigation, as Aristobulus says, to attach himself to a woman of such high birth and beauty. But as for the other captive women, seeing that they were surpassingly stately and beautiful, he merely said jestingly that Persian women were torments to the eyes, and displaying in rivalry with their fair looks the beauty of his own sobriety and self-control, he passed them by as though they were lifeless images for display. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7 by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Alexander, chapters 22 to 31. Moreover, when Philoxenus, the commander of his forces on the seaboard, wrote that there was with him a certain Theodorus of Tarentum, who had 2 boys of surpassing beauty to sell, and inquired whether Alexander would buy them, Alexander was incensed, and cried out many times to his friends, asking them what shameful thing Philoxenus had ever seen in him, that he should spend his time in making such disgraceful proposals. And on Philoxenus himself he heaped much reproach in a letter, bidding him send Theodorus to perdition, merchandise and all. He severely rebuked Hagnon also for writing to him that he wanted to buy Chrobulus, whose beauty was famous in Corinth, as a present for him. Furthermore, on learning that Damon and Timotheus, 2 Macedonian soldiers under Parmenio's command, had ruined the wives of certain mercenaries, he wrote to Parmenio, ordering him, in case the men were convicted, to punish them and put them to death as wild beasts born for the destruction of mankind. In this letter he also wrote expressly concerning himself, "As for me, indeed, it will be found not only that I have not seen the wife of Darius, or desired to see her, but that I have not even allowed people to speak to me of her beauty." And he used to say that sleep and sexual intercourse, more than anything else, made him conscious that he was mortal, implying that both weariness and pleasure arise from one and the same natural weakness. He had also the most complete mastery over his appetite, and showed this both in many other ways, and especially by what he said to Ada, whom he honoured with the title of mother and made queen of Caria, when, namely, in the kindness of her heart, she used to send him day by day many viands and sweetmeats, and finally offered him bakers and cooks reputed to be very skilful. He said he wanted none of them, for he had better cooks which had been given him by his tutor Leonidas, for his breakfast, namely a night march, and for his supper a light breakfast. And this same Leonidas, he said, used to come and open my chests of bedding and clothing to see that my mother did not hide there for me some luxury or superfluity. To the use of wine also he was less addicted than was generally believed. The belief arose from the time which he would spend over each cup, more in talking than in drinking, always holding some long discourse, and this too when he had abundant leisure. For in the stress of affairs he was not to be detained, as other commanders were, either by wine or sleep, or any sport or amour or spectacle. This is proved by his life, which, though altogether brief, he filled to overflowing with the greatest exploits. In his times of leisure, however, after rising and sacrificing to the gods, he immediately took breakfast sitting. Then he would spend the day in hunting, or administering justice, or arranging his military affairs, or reading. If he were making a march, which was not very urgent, he would practice, as he went along, either archery or mounting and dismounting from a chariot that was under way. Often, too, for diversion, he would hunt foxes or birds, as may be gathered from his journals. After he had taken quarters for the night, and while he was enjoying bath or anointing, he would enquire of his chief cooks and bakers whether the arrangements for his supper were duly made. When it was late and already dark, he would begin his supper, reclining on a couch, and marvellous was his care and circumspection at table, in order that everything might be served impartially and without stint. But over the wine, as I have said, he would sit long, for conversation's sake. And although in other ways he was of all princes most agreeable in his intercourse, and endowed with every grace, at this time his boastfulness would make him unpleasant and very like a common soldier. Not only was he himself carried away into blustering, but he suffered himself to be ridden by his flatterers. These were a great annoyance to the finer spirits in the company, who desired neither to vie with the flatterers, nor yet to fall behind them in praising Alexander. The one course they thought disgraceful, the other had its perils. After the drinking was over, he would take a bath and sleep, frequently until midday, and sometimes he would actually spend the entire day in sleep. In the matter of delicacies, too, he himself, at all events, was master of his appetite, so that often, when the rarest fruits or fish were brought to him from the sea-coast, he would distribute them to each of his companions until he was the only one for whom nothing remained. His suppers, however, were always magnificent, and the outlay upon them increased with his successes until it reached the sum of 10,000 drachmas. There it stood, and that was the prescribed limit of expenditure for those who entertained Alexander. After the battle of Issus, footnote November 333 BC, end footnote, he sent to Damascus and seized the money and baggage of the Persians together with their wives and children, and most of all did the Thessalian horsemen enrich themselves, for they had shown themselves surpassingly brave in the battle, and Alexander sent them on this expedition purposely, wishing to have them enrich themselves. But the rest of the army also was filled with wealth. Then, for the first time, the Macedonians got a taste of gold and silver and women, and barbaric luxury of life, and now that they had struck the trail, they were like dogs in their eagerness to pursue and track down the wealth of the Persians. However, Alexander determined first to make himself master of the sea-coasts. As for Cyprus, then, its kings came at once and put the island in his hands, together with Phoenicia, with the exception of Tyre. But Tyre he besieged for 7 months with moles and engines of war and 200 triremes by sea. Footnote: January to August 332 BC. End footnote. During this siege he had a dream, in which he saw Heracles stretching out his hands to him from the wall and calling him, and many of the Tyrians dreamed that Apollo told them he was going away to Alexander, since he was displeased at what was going on in the city. Whereupon, as if the god had been a common deserter caught in the act of going over to the enemy, they encircled his colossal figure with cords and nailed it down to its pedestal, calling him an Alexandrist. In another dream, too, Alexander thought he saw a satyr who mocked him at a distance and eluded his grasp when he tried to catch him, but finally, after much coaxing and chasing, surrendered. The seers, dividing the word satyros into 2 parts, said to him plausibly enough, "Tyre is to be thine," and a spring is pointed out, near which Alexander dreamed he saw the satyr. While the siege of the city was in progress, he made an expedition against the Arabians who dwelt in the neighbourhood of Mount Antilibanus. On this expedition he risked his life to save his tutor Lysimachus, who insisted on following him, declaring himself to be neither older nor weaker than Phoenix. But when the force drew near the mountains, they abandoned their horses and proceeded on foot, and most of them got far on in advance. Alexander himself, however, would not consent to abandon the worn and weary Lysimachus, since evening was already coming on and the enemy were near, but sought to encourage him and carry him along. Before he was aware of it, therefore, he was separated from his army with a few followers, and had to spend a night of darkness and intense cold in a region that was rough and difficult. In this plight he saw far off a number of scattered fires which the enemy were burning. So, since he was confident in his own agility, and was ever wont to cheer the Macedonians in their perplexities by sharing their toils, he ran to the nearest campfire. 2 barbarians who were sitting at the fire he dispatched with his dagger, and snatching up a firebrand, brought it to his own party. These kindled a great fire, and at once frightened some of the enemy into flight, routed others who came up against them, and spent the night without further peril. Such then is the account we have from Chares. The siege of the city had the following issue. While Alexander was giving the greater part of his forces a rest from the many struggles which they had undergone, and was leading up only a few men to attack the walls, in order that the enemy might have no respite, Aristander the seer made a sacrifice, and, after taking the omens, declared very confidently to the bystanders that the city would certainly be captured during that month. His words produced laughter and jesting, since it was then the last day of the month, and the king, seeing that he was perplexed, and being always eager to support his prophecies, gave orders to reckon that day, not as the 30th of the month, but as the 28th, and then, after the trumpet had sounded the signal, he attacked the walls with greater vigour than he had at first intended. The assault became fierce, and even those troops which had been left in camp could not restrain themselves, but ran in throngs to help the assailants, and the Tyrians gave up the fight, so Alexander took the city on that day. After this, as he was giving siege to Gaza, the principal city of Syria, footnote, during September and October of 332 BC, end footnote, a clod of earth, which had been dropped from on high by a bird, struck him on the shoulder. The bird alighted on one of the battering engines, and was at once caught in the network of sinews which were used to give a twist to the ropes. And the omen was fulfilled as Aristander predicted, for though Alexander was wounded in the shoulder, he took the city. Moreover, as he was dispatching great quantities of the spoils home to Olympias and Cleopatra and his friends, he sent also to Leonidas, his tutor, 500 talents weight of frankincense and 100 of myrrh, in remembrance of the hope with which that teacher had inspired his boyhood. It would seem, namely, that Leonidas, as Alexander was one day sacrificing and taking incense with both hands to throw upon the altar fire, said to him, "Alexander, when thou hast conquered the spice-bearing regions, thou canst be thus lavish with thine incense. Now, however, use sparingly what thou hast." Accordingly, Alexander now wrote him, "I have sent thee myrrh and frankincense in abundance, that thou mayest stop dealing parsimoniously with the gods." When a small coffer was brought to him, which those in charge of the baggage and wealth of Darius thought the most precious thing there, he asked his friends what valuable object they thought would most fittingly be deposited in it. And when many answered, and there were many opinions, Alexander himself said he was going to deposit the Iliad there for safe keeping. This is attested by many trustworthy authorities, and if what the Alexandrians tell us on the authority of Heraclides is true, then it would seem that Homer was no idle or unprofitable companion for him in his expedition. They say, namely, that after his conquest of Egypt he wished to found a large and populous Greek city which should bear his name, and by the advice of his architects was on the point of measuring off and enclosing a certain site for it. Then in the night, as he lay asleep, he saw a wonderful vision. A man with very hoary locks and of a venerable aspect appeared to stand by his side and recite these verses. Now there is an island in the much dashing sea, in front of Egypt. Pharos is what men call it. Accordingly, he rose up at once and went to Pharos, which at that time was still an island, a little above the canopic mouth of the Nile, but now it has been joined to the mainland by a causeway. And when he saw a sight of surpassing natural advantages, for it is a strip of land like enough to a broad isthmus, extending between a great lagoon and a stretch of sea which terminates in a large harbour, he said he saw now that Homer was not only admirable in other ways, but also a very wise architect, and ordered the plan of the city to be drawn in conformity with this site. There was no chalk at hand, so they took barley meal, and marked out with it on the dark soil a round area, to whose inner arc straight lines extended so as to produce the figure of a chlamys, or military cloak, the lines beginning from the skirts, as one may say, and narrowing the breadth of the area uniformly. The king was delighted with the design, but suddenly birds from the river and the lagoon, infinite in number and of every sort and size, settled down upon the place like clouds, and devoured every particle of the barley meal, so that even Alexander was greatly disturbed at the omen. However, the seers exhorted him to be of good cheer, since the city here founded by him would have most abundant and helpful resources, and be a nursing mother for men of every nation. And so he ordered those in charge of the work to proceed with it, while he himself set out for the temple of Ammon. The journey thither was long, full of toils and hardships, and had two perils. One is the dearth of water, which leaves the traveller destitute of it for many days. The other arises when a fierce south wind smites men travelling in sand of boundless depth, as is said to have been the case with the army of Cambyses long ago. The wind raised great billows of sand all over the plain, and buried up 50,000 men to their utter destruction. Almost all of Alexander's followers took all these things into consideration, but it was difficult to turn him aside from any course soever when he had once set out upon it. For fortune, by yielding to his onsets, was making his purpose obstinate, and the high spirit which he carried into his undertakings rendered his ambition finally invincible, so that it subdued not only enemies, but even times and places. At all events, during the journey which he made at this time, the assistance rendered him by heaven in his perplexities met with more credence than the oracles which he afterwards received. Nay, in a way, the oracles obtained credence in consequence of such assistance. For to begin with, much rain from heaven and persistent showers removed all fear of thirst, quenched the dryness of the sand so that it became moist and compact, and made the air purer and good to breathe. Again, when the marks for the guides became confused, and the travellers were separated and wandered about in ignorance of the route, ravens appeared, and assumed direction of their march, flying swiftly on in front of them when they followed, and waiting for them when they marched slowly and lagged behind. Footnote: according to Ptolemy, son of Lagus, 2 serpents served Alexander's army as guides to the oracle and back again. Quote, but Aristobulus, whose account is generally admitted to be correct, says that 2 ravens flew in front of the army and acted as Alexander's guides. End quote, Arian. End footnote. Moreover, what was most astonishing of all, Callisthenes tells us that the birds by their cries called back those who had straggled away in the night, and cawed until they had set them in the track of the march. When Alexander had passed through the desert, and was come to the place of the oracle, the prophet of Ammon gave him salutation from the god as from a father, whereupon Alexander asked him whether any of the murderers of his father had escaped him. To this the prophet answered by bidding him be guarded in his speech, since his was not a mortal father. Alexander therefore changed the form of his question, and asked whether the murderers of Philip had all been punished. And then, regarding his own empire, he asked whether it was given to him to become lord and master of all mankind. The god gave answer that this was given to him, and that Philip was fully avenged. Then Alexander made splendid offerings to the god, and gave his priests large gifts of money. This is what most writers state regarding the oracular responses, but Alexander himself, in a letter to his mother, says that he received certain secret responses which he would tell to her and to her alone on his return. And some say that the prophet, wishing to show his friendliness by addressing him with "O Paidion" or "O my son" in his foreign pronunciation, ended the words with S instead of N and said "O Paidios," and that Alexander was pleased at the slip in pronunciation, and a story became current that the god had addressed him with "O Paidios," or "son of Zeus." We are told also that he listened to the teachings of Samon, the philosopher in Egypt, and accepted most readily this utterance of his, namely, that all mankind are under the kingship of God, since in every case that which gets the mastery and rules is divine. Still more philosophical, however, was his own opinion and utterance on this head, namely, that although God was indeed a common father of all mankind, still he made particularly his own the noblest and best of them. In general, he bore himself haughtily towards the barbarians, and like one fully persuaded of his divine birth and parentage. But with the Greeks it was within limits, and somewhat rarely that he assumed his own divinity. However, in writing to the Athenians concerning Samos, he said, "I cannot have given you that free and illustrious city, for ye received it from him who was then your master and was called my father," meaning Philip. At a later time, however, when he had been hit by an arrow and was suffering great pain, he said, "This, my friends, that flows here is blood, and not ichor such as flows from the veins of the blessed gods." Once, too, there came a great peal of thunder, and all were terrified at it, whereupon Anaxarchus the sophist, who was present, said to Alexander, "Couldst thou, the son of Zeus, thunder like that?" At this Alexander laughed and said, "Nay, I do not wish to cause fear in my friends, as thou wouldst have me do, thou who despisest my suppers because, as thou sayest, thou seest the tables furnished with fish, and not with satraps' heads." For in fact we are told that Anaxarchus, on seeing a presentation of small fish which the king had sent to Hephaestion, had uttered the speech above mentioned, as though he were disparaging and ridiculing those who undergo great toils and dangers in the pursuit of eminence and power, since in the way of enjoyments and pleasures they have little or nothing more than other men. From what has been said, then, it is clear that Alexander himself was not foolishly affected or puffed up by the belief in his divinity, but used it for the subjugation of others. When he had returned from Egypt into Phoenicia, footnote, early in 331 BC, end footnote, he honoured the gods with sacrifices and solemn processions, and held contests of dithyrambic choruses and tragedies which were made brilliant not only by their furnishings, but also by the competitors who exhibited them. For the kings of Cyprus were the choregi, or exhibitors, just like at Athens, those chosen by lot from the tribes, and they competed against each other with amazing ambition. Most eager of all was the contention between Nicocreon of Salamis and Pasicrates of Soli. For the lot assigned to these exhibitors, the most celebrated actors, to Pasicrates, Athenodorus, and to Nicocreon, Thessalus, in whose success Alexander himself was interested. He did not reveal this interest, however, until, by the votes of the judges, Athenodorus had been proclaimed victor. But then, as it would appear, on leaving the theatre, he said that he approved the decision of the judges, but would gladly have given up a part of his kingdom rather than to have seen Thessalus vanquished. And yet, when Athenodorus, who had been fined by the Athenians for not keeping his engagement in the dramatic contest of the Dionysiac festival, asked the king to write a letter to them on his behalf, though he would not do this, he sent them the amount of the fine from his own purse. Furthermore, when Lycon of Scarphaea, who was acting successfully before Alexander, inserted into the comedy a verse containing a request for 10 talents, Alexander laughed and gave them to him. When Darius sent to him a letter and friends, footnote, this was during the siege of Tyre, according to Arrian, end footnote, begging him to accept 10,000 talents as ransom for the captives, to hold all the territory this side of the Euphrates, to take one of his daughters in marriage, and on these terms to be his ally and friend, Alexander imparted the matter to his companions. "If I were Alexander," said Parmenio, "I would accept these terms." "And so indeed would I," said Alexander, "were I Parmenio." But to Darius he wrote, "Come to me, and thou shalt receive every courtesy, but otherwise I shall march at once against thee." Footnote, this was but the conclusion of an arrogant letter. End footnote. Soon, however, he repented him of this answer, when the wife of Darius died in childbirth, and it was evident that he was distressed at this loss of opportunity to show great kindness. Accordingly, he gave the woman a sumptuous burial. One of the eunuchs of the bedchamber, who had been captured with the women, Tyreos by name, ran away from the camp, made his way on horseback to Darius, and told him of the death of his wife. Then the king, beating upon his head and bursting into lamentation, said, "Alas for the evil genius of the Persians! If the sister and wife of their king must not only become a captive in her life, but also in her death be deprived of royal burial." "Nay, O king," answered the chamberlain, "as regards her burial, and her receiving every fitting honour, thou hast no charge to make against the evil genius of the Persians. For neither did my mistress Statira, while she lived, or thy mother or thy children lack any of their former great blessings, except the light of thy countenance, which Lord Oromazdes will cause to shine again with lustre. Nor after her death was she deprived of any funeral adornment. Nay, she was honoured with the tears of enemies, for Alexander is as gentle after victory as he is terrible in battle." When Darius heard this, his agitation and grief swept him into absurd suspicions, and leading the eunuch away into a more secluded part of his tent, he said, "If thou also, together with the fortune of the Persians, dost not side with the Macedonians, and if I, Darius, am still thy lord and master, tell me, as thou reverest the great light of Mithras and the right hand of thy king, is it not the least of Statira's misfortunes that I am now lamenting? While she was alive, did I not suffer more pitiful evils? And would not my wretched fortune have been more compatible with my honour if I had met with an angry and savage enemy? For what intercourse that is proper can a young man have with an enemy's wife, when it leads to such marks of honour?" While the king was still speaking, Tyreos threw himself down at his feet and besought him to hold his peace, and neither to wrong Alexander, nor shame his dead sister and wife, nor rob himself of the greatest consolation for his disasters, namely, the belief that he had been conquered by a man who was superior to human nature. Nay, he should even admire Alexander for having shown greater self-restraint in dealing with Persian women than valour against Persian men. Then, while the eunuch was confirming his testimony with the most solemn oaths, and discoursing on the general self-mastery and magnanimity of Alexander, Darius went out to his companions, and lifting his hands towards heaven, prayed, "O ye gods of my race and kingdom, above all things else, grant that I may leave the fortune of Persia re-established in the prosperity wherein I found it, in order that my victory may enable me to requite Alexander for the favours which I received at his hands, when I had lost my dearest possessions. But if, then, a fated time has now come, due to divine jealousy and the vicissitudes of things, and the sway of the Persians must cease, grant that no other man may sit upon the throne of Cyrus but Alexander." That these things were thus done and said is the testimony of most historians. But to return to Alexander, when he had subdued all the country on this side of the Euphrates, he marched against Darius, who was coming down to meet him with 1,000,000 men. Footnote, late June or July of 331 BC. End footnote. On this march, one of his companions told him, as a matter worth laughing at, that the camp followers in sport had divided themselves into 2 bands, and set a general and commander over each of them, one of whom they called Alexander, and the other Darius, and that they had begun by pelting one another with clods of earth, then had fought with their fists, and finally, heated with the desire of battle, had taken to stones and sticks, being now many and hard to quell. When he heard this, Alexander ordered the leaders themselves to fight in single combat. To the one called Alexander he himself gave armour, and to the one called Darius, Philotas. The army were spectators of the combat, counting the issue as in some measure an omen of the future. After a strenuous battle, the one called Alexander was victorious, and received as a reward 12 villages and the right to wear Persian dress. This, at any rate, is what we are told by Eratosthenes. Now the great battle against Darius was not fought at Arbela, as most writers state, but at Gaugamela. The word signifies, we are told, camel's house, since one of the ancient kings of the country, after escaping from his enemies on a swift camel, gave the animal a home there, assigning certain villages and revenues for its maintenance. It so happened that in the month Bodromion, the moon suffered an eclipse, about the beginning of the mysteries at Athens. Footnote, September 20th, 331 BC. End footnote. And on the 11th night after the eclipse, the armies being now in sight of one another, Darius kept his forces under arms, and held a review of them by torchlight. But Alexander, while his Macedonians slept, himself passed the night in front of his tent with his seer Aristander, celebrating certain mysterious sacred rites and sacrificing to the god Fear. Meanwhile, the older of his companions, and particularly Parmenio, when they saw the plain between the Niphates and the Gordiaean mountains all lighted up with the barbarian fires, while an indistinguishably mingled and tumultuous sound of voices arose from their camp as if from a vast ocean, were astonished at their multitude, and argued with one another that it was a great and grievous task to repel such a tide of war by engaging in broad daylight. They therefore waited upon the king when he had finished his sacrifices, and tried to persuade him to attack the enemy by night, and so to cover up with darkness the most fearful aspect of the coming struggle. But he gave them the celebrated answer, "I will not steal my victory," whereupon some thought that he had made a vainglorious reply, and was jesting in the presence of so great a peril. Others, however, thought that he had confidence in the present situation, and estimated the future correctly, not offering Darius, in case of defeat, an excuse to pluck up courage again for another attempt, by laying the blame this time upon darkness and night, as he had before upon mountains, defiles, and sea. For Darius would not give up the war for lack of arms or men, when he could draw from so great a host and so vast a territory, but only when he had lost courage and hope, under the conviction brought by a downright defeat in broad daylight. End of section 11. Section 12 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Alexander, chapters 32 to 41. After the men were gone, Alexander lay down in his tent, and is said to have passed the rest of the night in a deeper sleep than usual, so that when his officers came to him in the early morning they were amazed, and on their own authority issued orders that the soldiers should first take breakfast. Then, since the occasion was urgent, Parmenio entered the tent, and standing by his couch called Alexander twice or thrice by name, and when he had thus roused him, he asked him how he could possibly sleep as if he were victorious, instead of being about to fight the greatest of all his battles. Then Alexander said with a smile, "What, pray? Dost thou not think that we are already victorious, now that we are relieved from wandering about in a vast and desolated country in pursuit of a Darius who avoids a battle?" And not only before the battle, but also in the very thick of the struggle, did he show himself great and firm in his confident calculations. For in the battle the left wing under Parmenio was thrown back, and in distress, when the Bactrian cavalry fell upon the Macedonians with great impetuosity and violence, and when Mazaeus sent horsemen around outside the line of battle to attack those who were guarding the Macedonian baggage. Therefore, too, Parmenio, much disturbed by both occurrences, sent messengers to Alexander telling him that camp and baggage were gone, unless he speedily sent strong reinforcements from front to rear. Now it chanced that at that instant Alexander was about to give the signal for the onset to those under his command. But when he heard Parmenio's message, he declared that Parmenio was beside himself, and had lost the use of his reason, and had forgotten in his distress that victors add the baggage of the enemy to their own, and that those who are vanquished must not think about their wealth or their slaves, but only how they may fight gloriously and die with honour. After sending this message to Parmenio, he put on his helmet, but the rest of his armour he had on as he came from his tent, namely a vest of Sicilian make girt about him, and over this a breastplate of 2-ply linen from the spoils taken at Issus. His helmet was of iron, but gleamed like polished silver, a work of Theophilus, and there was fitted to this a gorget, likewise of iron, set with precious stones. He had a sword too, of astonishing temper and lightness, a gift from the king of the Citaeans, and he had trained himself to use a sword for the most part in his battles. He wore a belt also, which was too elaborate for the rest of his armour, for it was a work of Helicon the Ancient, and a mark of honour from the city of Rhodes, which had given it to him. This also he was wont to wear in his battles. As long then as he was riding about and marshalling some part of his phalanx, or exhorting, or instructing, or reviewing his men, he spared Bucephalus, who was now past his prime, and used another horse. But whenever he was going into action, Bucephalus would be led up, and he would mount him, and at once begin the attack. On this occasion he made a very long speech to the Thessalians and the other Greeks. Footnote: sometimes the term Hellenes excludes, and sometimes it includes the Macedonians. The context must decide. End footnote. And when he saw that they encouraged him with shouts to lead them against the barbarians, he shifted his lance into his left hand, and with his right appealed to the gods, as Callisthenes tells us, praying them, if he was really sprung from Zeus, to defend and strengthen the Greeks. Aristander the seer, too, wearing a white mantle and having a crown of gold upon his head, rode along the ranks, pointing out to them an eagle which soared above the head of Alexander, and directed his flight straight against the enemy, at which sight great courage filled the beholders, and after mutual encouragement and exhortation the cavalry charged at full speed upon the enemy, and the phalanx rolled on after them like a flood. But before the foremost ranks were engaged, the barbarians gave way and were hotly pursued, Alexander driving the conquered foe towards the centre of their array where Darius was. For from afar he was seen by Alexander through the deep ranks of the royal squadron of horse drawn up in front of him, towering conspicuous, a fine-looking man and tall, standing on a lofty chariot, fenced about by a numerous and brilliant array of horsemen, who were densely massed around the chariot and drawn up to receive the enemy. But when they saw Alexander close at hand and terrible, and driving those who fled before him upon those who held their ground, they were smitten with fear and scattered for the most part. The bravest and noblest of them, however, slain in front of their king and falling in heaps upon one another, obstructed the Macedonians in their pursuit, weaving and twining themselves in their last agonies about riders and horses. But Darius, now that all the terrors of the struggle were before his eyes, and now that the forces drawn up to protect him were crowded back upon him, since it was not an easy matter to turn his chariot about and drive it away, seeing that the wheels were obstructed and entangled in the great numbers of the fallen, while the horses, surrounded and hidden away by the multitude of dead bodies, were rearing up and frightening the charioteer, forsook his chariot and his armour, mounted a mare which, as they say, had newly foaled, and took to flight. However, it is thought that he would not then have made his escape, had not fresh horsemen come from Parmenio, summoning Alexander to his aid on the ground that a large force of the enemy still held together there and would not give ground. For there is general complaint that in that battle Parmenio was sluggish and inefficient, either because old age was now impairing somewhat his courage, or because he was made envious and resentful by the arrogance and pomp, to use the words of Callisthenes, of Alexander's power. At the time then, although he was annoyed by the summons, the king did not tell his soldiers the truth about it, but on the ground that it was dark, and he would therefore remit further slaughter, sounded a recall, and as he rode towards the endangered portion of his army, he heard by the way that the enemy had been utterly defeated and was in flight. Footnote: Arrian makes no mention of a second appeal for aid from Parmenio. End footnote. The battle having had this issue, the empire of the Persians was thought to be utterly dissolved, and Alexander, proclaimed king of Asia, made magnificent sacrifices to the gods and rewarded his friends with wealth, estates, and provinces. And being desirous of honour among the Greeks, he wrote them that all their tyrannies were abolished and they might live under their own laws. Moreover, he wrote the Plataeans especially that he would rebuild their city, because their ancestors had furnished their territory to the Greeks for the struggle in behalf of their freedom. Footnote in 479 BC. End footnote. He sent also to the people of Croton in Italy a portion of the spoils, honouring the zeal and valour of their athlete Phalus, who in the Median wars, when the rest of the Greeks in Italy refused to help their brother Greeks, fitted out a ship at his own cost, and sailed with it to Salamis, that he might have some share in the peril there. So considerate was Alexander towards every form of valour, and such a friend and guardian of noble deeds. As he traversed all Babylonia, which at once submitted to him, he was most of all amazed at the chasm from which fire continually streamed forth as from a spring, and at the stream of naphtha, so abundant as to form a lake not far from the chasm. This naphtha is in other ways like asphaltum, but is so sensitive to fire that before the flame touches it, it is kindled by the very radiance about the flame, and often sets fire also to the intervening air. To show its nature and power, the barbarians sprinkled the street leading to Alexander's quarters with small quantities of the liquid. Then, standing at the farther end of the street, they applied their torches to the moistened spots, for it was now getting dark. The first spots at once caught fire, and without an appreciable interval of time, but with the speed of thought, the flame darted to the other end, and the street was one continuous fire. Now there was a certain Athenophanes, an Athenian, one of those who were accustomed to minister to the person of the king when he bathed and anointed himself, and to furnish suitable diversion for his thoughts. This man, one time when they were standing by Alexander in the bathroom, a youth who had a ridiculously plain countenance, but was a graceful singer, his name was Stephanus, said, "Wilt thou, O king, that we make a trial of the liquid upon Stephanus? For if it should lay hold of him and not be extinguished, I would certainly say that its power was invincible and terrible." The youth also, strangely enough, offered himself for the experiment, and as soon as he touched the liquid and began to anoint himself with it, his body broke out into so great a flame, and was so wholly possessed by fire, that Alexander fell into extreme perplexity and fear. And had it not been by chance that many were standing by holding vessels of water for the bath, the youth would have been consumed before aid reached him. Even as it was, they had great difficulty in putting out the fire, for it covered the boy's whole body, and after they had done so, he was in a sorry plight. It is natural, then, that some who wish to bring fable into conformity with truth should say that this naphtha is the drug which Medea used, when, in the tragedies, she anoints the crown and the robe. For it was not from these objects themselves, they say, nor of its own accord that the fire shot up, but a flame was placed near them, which was then so swiftly drawn into conjunction with them, that the senses could not take cognizance of it. For the rays and emanations of fire which come from a distance impart to some bodies merely light and warmth, but in those which are dry and porous, or which have sufficiently rich moisture, they collect themselves together, break into fierce flame, and transform the material. There has been much discussion about the origin of footnote. This naphtha and the first whether clause have fallen out of the text, end footnote. Or whether rather the liquid substance that feeds the flame flows out from a soil which is rich and productive of fire. For the soil of Babylonia is very fiery, so that grains of barley often leap out of the ground and bound away, as if its inflammation made the ground throb, and the inhabitants during the hot season sleep on skins filled with water. Harpalus, moreover, when he was left as overseer of the country and was eager to adorn the royal gardens and walks with Hellenic plants, succeeded with all except ivy. This the soil would not support, but always killed it. The plant could not endure the temper of the soil, for the soil was fiery, while the plant was fond of coolness. However, if such digressions are kept within bounds, perhaps my impatient readers will find less fault with them. On making himself master of Susa, Alexander came into possession of 40,000 talents of coined money in the palace, and of untold furniture and wealth besides. Footnote. A talent's weight was something over 50 pounds. End footnote. Among this, they say, was found 5,000 talents' weight of purple from Hermione, which, although it had been stored there for 190 years, still kept its colours fresh and lively. The reason for this, they say, is that honey was used in the purple dyes, and white olive oil in the white dyes. For these substances, after the like space of time, are seen to have a brilliancy that is pure and lustrous. Moreover, Danon says that the Persian kings had water also brought from the Nile and the Danube, and stored up among their treasures, as a sort of confirmation of the greatness of their empire and the universality of their sway. Persis was difficult of access, owing to the roughness of the country, and was guarded by the noblest of the Persians, for Darius had taken to flight. But Alexander found a guide to conduct him thither by a circuit of no great extent. The man spoke 2 languages, since his father was a Lycian and his mother a Persian, and it was he, they say, whom the Pythian priestess had in mind when she prophesied, Alexander being yet a boy, that a Lycus, or wolf, would be Alexander's guide on his march against the Persians. Footnote. Arrian speaks only of a forced march through the mountains. End footnote. In this country, then, as it turned out, there was a great slaughter of the prisoners taken, for Alexander himself writes that he gave orders to have the inhabitants butchered, thinking that this would be to his advantage, and they say that as much coined money was found there. Footnote. In Persepolis. End footnote. As at Susa, and that it took 10,000 pairs of mules and 5,000 camels to carry away the other furniture and wealth there. On beholding a great statue of Xerxes which had been carelessly overthrown by a throng that forced its way into the palace, Alexander stopped before it, and accosting it as if it had been alive, said, "Shall I pass on and leave thee lying there, because of thine expedition against the Hellenes, or because of thy magnanimity and virtue in other ways, shall I set thee up again?" But finally, after communing with himself a long time in silence, he passed on. Wishing to refresh his soldiers, for it was winter time, He spent 4 months in that place, and it is said that when he took his seat for the first time under the golden canopy on the royal throne, Demosthenes the Corinthian, a well-meaning man and a friend of Alexander's, as he had been of Alexander's father, burst into tears, as old men will, and declared that those Hellenes were deprived of great pleasure who had died before seeing Alexander seated on the throne of Darius. After this, as he was about to march forth against Darius, it chanced that he consented to take part in a merry drinking bout of his companions, at which women also came to meet their lovers and shared in their wine and revelry. The most famous among these women was Thais, an Athenian, the mistress of Ptolemy, who was afterwards king. She, partly in graceful praise of Alexander, and partly to make sport for him, as the drinking went on, was moved to utter a speech which befitted the character of her native country, but was too lofty for one of her kind. She said, namely, that for all her hardships in wandering over Asia, she was being requited that day by thus revelling luxuriously in the splendid palace of the Persians. But it would be a still greater pleasure to go in revel, rout, and set fire to the house of the Xerxes who burned Athens, she herself kindling the fire under the eyes of Alexander, in order that a tradition might prevail among men, that the women in the train of Alexander inflicted a greater punishment upon the Persians, in behalf of Hellas, than all her famous commanders by sea and land. As soon as she had thus spoken, tumultuous applause arose, and the companions of the king eagerly urged him on, so that he yielded to their desires, and leaping to his feet, with a garland on his hand and a torch in his hand, led them the way. The company followed with shouts and revelry and surrounded the palace, while the rest of the Macedonians who learned about it ran thither with torches and were full of joy, for they hoped that the burning and destruction of the palace was the act of one who had fixed his thoughts on home, and did not intend to dwell among barbarians. This is the way the deed was done according to some writers, but others say it was premeditated. However, it is agreed that Alexander speedily repented and gave orders to put out the fire. Alexander was naturally munificent, and became still more so as his wealth increased. His gifts, too, were accompanied by a kindly spirit, with which alone, to tell the truth, a giver confers a favour. I will mention a few instances. Ariston, the captain of the Paeonians, having slain an enemy, brought his head and showed it to Alexander, saying, "In my country, O king, such a gift as this is rewarded with a golden beaker." "Yes," says Alexander with a laugh, "an empty one, but I will pledge thy health with one which is full of pure wine." Again, a common Macedonian was driving a mule laden with some of the royal gold, and when the beast gave out, took the load on his own shoulders and tried to carry it. The king then, seeing the man in great distress, and learning the facts of the case, said, as the man was about to lay his burden down, "Don't give out, but finish your journey by taking this load to your own tent." Furthermore, he was generally more displeased with those who would not take his gifts than with those who asked for them. And so he wrote to Phocion in a letter that he would not treat him as a friend in future if he rejected his favours. Again, to Serapion, one of the youths who played that ball with him, he used to give nothing because he asked for nothing. Accordingly, whenever Serapion had the ball, he would throw it to others until the king said, "Won't you give it to me?" "No," said Serapion, "because you don't ask for it." Whereat the king burst out laughing and made him many presents. With Proteus, however, a clever wag and boon companion, he appeared to be angry. But when the man's friends begged his forgiveness, as did Proteus himself with tears, the king said that he was his friend again. Whereat Proteus said, "In that case, O king, give me something to prove it first." Accordingly, the king ordered that 5 talents should be given him. What lofty airs his friends and bodyguards were wont to display over the wealth bestowed by him is plain from a letter which Olympias wrote to him. She says, "I beg thee to find other ways of conferring favours on those thou lovest and holdest in honour. As it is, thou makest them all the equals of kings, and providest them with an abundance of friends, whilst thyself thou strippest bare." Olympias often wrote him in like vein, but Alexander kept her writing secret, except once when Hephaestion, as was his wont, read with him a letter which had been opened. The king did not prevent him, but took the ring from his own finger and applied its seal to the lips of Hephaestion. Again, though the son of Mazaeus, the most influential man at the court of Darius, already had a province, Alexander gave him a second and a larger one. He, however, declined it, saying, "O king, formerly there was one Darius, but now thou hast made many Alexanders." To Parmenio, moreover, Alexander gave the house of Bagoas at Susa, in which it is said there was found apparel worth 1,000 talents. Again he wrote to Antipater bidding him keep guards about his person, since plots were being laid against him. To his mother also he sent many presents, but would not suffer her to meddle in affairs nor interfere in his campaigns, and when she chided him for this, he bore her harshness patiently. Once, however, after reading a long letter which Antipater had written in denunciation of her, he said Antipater knew not that one tear of a mother effaced 10,000 letters. He saw that his favourites had grown altogether luxurious and were vulgar in the extravagance of their ways of living. For instance, Haglon the Teuan used to wear silver nails in his boots. Leonatus had dust for his gymnastic exercises brought to him on many camels from Egypt. Philotas had hunting nets 100 furlongs long. When they took their exercise in their baths, more of them actually used myrrh than olive oil, and they had in their train rubbers and chamberlains. Alexander therefore chided them in gentle and reasonable fashion. He was amazed, he said, that after they had undergone so many and so great contests, they did not remember that those who conquer by toil sleep more sweetly than those who are conquered by their toil, and did not see, from a comparison of their own lives with those of the Persians, that it is a very servile thing to be luxurious, but a very royal thing to toil. And yet, said he, how can a man take care of his own horse or furbish up his spear and helmet, if he is unaccustomed to using his hands on his own dear person? Know ye not, said he, that the end and object of conquest is to avoid doing the same thing as the conquered? Accordingly he exerted himself yet more strenuously in military and hunting expeditions, suffering distress and risking his life, so that a Spartan ambassador, who came up with him as he was bringing down a great lion, said, Nobly indeed, Alexander, hast thou struggled with the lion to see which should be king. This hunting scene Craterus dedicated at Delphi, with bronze figures of the lion, the dogs, the king engaged with the lion, and himself coming to his assistance. Some of the figures were moulded by Lysippus, and some by Leochares. Alexander then, in exercising himself and at the same time inciting others to deeds of valour, was wont to court danger, but his friends, whose wealth and magnificence now gave him a desire to live in luxury and idleness, were impatient of his long wanderings and military expeditions, and gradually went so far as to abuse him and speak ill of him. He, however, was very mildly disposed at first towards this treatment of himself, and used to say that it was the lot of a king to confer favours and be ill spoken of therefore. And yet, in the most trifling attentions which he paid his familiar friends, there were marks of great goodwill and esteem. I will instance a few of these. He found fault with Pusitas by letter because, after being bitten by a bear, he wrote about it to the rest of his friends, but did not tell him. Now, however, said he, write me how you are, and tell me whether any of your fellow huntsmen left you in the lurch, that I may punish them. To Hephaestion, who was absent on some business, he wrote that while they were diverting themselves with hunting in Ignumion, Craterus encountered the lance of Perdiccas, and was wounded in the thighs. After Pusitas had safely recovered from an illness, Alexander wrote to the physician Alexippus, expressing his thanks. While Craterus was sick, Alexander had a vision in his sleep, whereupon he offered certain sacrifices himself for the recovery of his friend, and bade him also sacrifice. He wrote also to Pausanias, the physician, who wished to administer hellebore to Craterus, partly expressing distress, and partly advising him how to use the medicine. Those who first brought word to him that Harpalus had absconded, namely Ephialtes and Cissus, he put in fetters on the ground that they were falsely accusing the man. When he was sending home his aged and infirm soldiers, Eurylochus of Aegae got himself enrolled among the sick, and then, when it was discovered that he had nothing the matter with him, confessed that he was in love with Telesippa, and was bent on following along with her on her journey to the seaboard. Alexander asked of what parentage the girl was, and on hearing that she was a freeborn courtesan, said, I will help you, O Eurylochus, in your amour, but see to it that we try to persuade Telesippa either by arguments or by gifts, since she is freeborn. End of section 12. Section 13 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius PLUTARCHUS, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Alexander, chapters 42 to 52. And it is astonishing that he had time to write so many letters for his friends. For instance, he wrote one giving orders to seek out a slave of Seleucus who had run away into Cilicia, and one in commendation of Peucetus for arresting Nikon, a servant of Craterus, and one to Megabyzus about an attendant who had taken refuge in a sanctuary, bidding him, if possible, entice the slave outside the sanctuary and then arrest him, but not to lay hands upon him in the sanctuary. It is said, too, that at first, when he was trying capital cases, he would put his hand over one of his ears while the accuser was speaking, that he might keep it free and unprejudiced for the accused. But afterwards the multitude of accusations which he heard rendered him harsh, and led him to believe the false because so many were true. And particularly when he was maligned, he lost discretion, and was cruel and inexorable, since he loved his reputation more than his life or his kingdom. Now, however, he marched out against Darius, footnote, in the spring of 330 BC, end footnote, expecting to fight another battle. But when he heard that Darius had been seized by Bessus, he sent his Thessalians home, after distributing among them a largesse of 2,000 talents over and above their pay. In consequence of the pursuit of Darius, which was long and arduous, for in 11 days he rode 3,300 furlongs, most of his horsemen gave out, and chiefly for lack of water. At this point some Macedonians met him who were carrying water from the river in skins upon their mules, and when they beheld Alexander, it being now midday, in a wretched plight from thirst, they quickly filled a helmet and brought it to him. To his inquiry for whom they were carrying the water, they replied, "For our own sons, but if thou livest, we can get other sons, even if we lose these." On hearing this, he took the helmet into his hands, but when he looked around and saw the horsemen about him, all stretching out their heads and gazing at the water, he handed it back without drinking any, but with praises for the men who had brought it. "For," said he, "if I should drink of it alone, these horsemen of mine will be out of heart." But when they beheld his self-control and loftiness of spirit, they shouted out to him to lead them forward boldly, and began to goad their horses on, declaring that they would not regard themselves as weary or thirsty or as mortals at all, so long as they had such a king. So then, all were alike ready and willing, but only 60, they say, were with Alexander when he burst into the camp of the enemy. There, indeed, they rode over much gold and silver that was thrown away, passed by many wagons full of women and children which were coursing hither and thither without their drivers, and pursued those who were foremost in flight, thinking that Darius was among them. But at last they found him lying in a wagon, his body all full of javelins, at the point of death. Nevertheless, he asked for something to drink, and when he had drunk some cold water, which Polystratus gave him, he said to him, "My man, this is the extremity of all my ill fortune, that I receive good at thy hands, and am not able to return it. But Alexander will requite thee for thy good offices, and the gods will reward Alexander for his kindness to my mother, wife, and children. To him, through thee, I give this right hand." With these words he took the hand of Polystratus, and then expired. When Alexander came up, he was manifestly distressed by what had happened, and unfastening his own cloak, threw it upon the body and covered it. And when, at a later time, he found Bessus, he had him rent asunder. Footnote, in the spring of 329 BC, end footnote. 2 straight trees were bent together, and a part of his body fastened to each. Then, when each was released and sprang vigorously back, the part of the body that was attached to it followed after. Now, however, he sent the body of Darius, laid out in royal state, to his mother. Footnote, quote, "To Persepolis, with orders that it should be buried in the royal sepulchre," end quote. Arrian, end footnote. And admitted his brother, Exathres, into the number of his companions. He himself, however, with the flower of his army, marched into Hyrcania, where he saw a gulf of the open sea which appeared to be as large as the Euxine, but was sweeter than the Mediterranean. He could get no clear information about it, but conjectured that in all probability it was a stagnant overflow from the Palus Maeotis, and yet naturalists were well aware of the truth, and many years before Alexander's expedition they had set forth that this was the most northerly of 4 gulfs which stretched inland from the outer sea, and was called indifferently the Hyrcanian or Caspian Sea. Here some barbarians unexpectedly fell in with those who were leading Alexander's horse, Bucephalus, and captured him. Alexander was angry beyond measure, and sent a herald threatening to put them all to the sword, together with their wives and children, if they did not send him back his horse. But when they came with the horse, and also put their cities into his hands, he treated them all kindly and gave a ransom for his horse to those who had captured him. From thence he marched into Parthia, in the early autumn of 330 BC, where, during a respite from fighting, he first put on the barbaric dress, either from a desire to adapt himself to the native customs, believing that community of race and custom goes far towards softening the hearts of men, or else this was an attempt to introduce the obeisance among the Macedonians. Prostration on the ground before a great personage, a peculiarly Persian custom, accustoming them little by little to put up with changes and alterations in his mode of life. However, he did not adopt the famous Median fashion of dress, which was altogether barbaric and strange, nor did he assume trousers, or sleeved vest, or tiara, but carefully devised a fashion which was midway between the Persian and the Median, more modest than the one, and more stately than the other. At first he wore this only in intercourse with the barbarians, and with his companions at home. Then people generally saw him riding forth or giving audience in this attire. The sight was offensive to the Macedonians, but they admired his other high qualities, and thought they ought to yield to him in some things which made for his pleasure or his fame. For, in addition to all his other hardships, he had recently been shot by an arrow in the leg below the knee, so that splinters of the larger bone came out, and at another time he was smitten in the neck with a stone so severely that his eyesight was clouded and remained so for some time. Nevertheless, he did not cease exposing himself to dangers without stint. Nay, he actually crossed the river Oryxates, which he himself supposed to be the Tanais, put the Scythians to rout, and pursued them for 100 furlongs, although he was suffering all the while from a diarrhea. Here the queen of the Amazons came to see him, as most writers say, among whom are Clitarchus, Polycletus, Onesicritus, Antigenes, and Ister, but Aristobulus, Chares the royal usher, Ptolemy, Anticleides, Philo the Theban, and Philippa Theangela, besides Hecataeus of Eretria, Philip the Chalcidian, and Durus of Samos, say that this is a fiction, and it would seem that Alexander's testimony is in favour of their statement. For in a letter to Antipater, which gives all the details minutely, he says that the Scythian king offered him his daughter in marriage, but he makes no mention of the Amazon. And the story is told that many years afterwards, Onesicritus was reading aloud to Lysimachus, who was now king, the 4th book of his history, in which was the tale of the Amazon, at which Lysimachus smiled gently and said, "And where was I all this time?" However, our belief or disbelief of this story will neither increase nor diminish our admiration for Alexander. Fearing that his Macedonians might tire of the rest of his expedition, he left the greater part of them in quarters, and while he had the best of them with him in Hyrcania, 20,000 foot and 3,000 horse, he addressed them, saying that at present they were seen by the barbarians as in a dream, but that if they should merely throw Asia into confusion, and then leave it, they would be attacked by them as if they were women. However, he said, he allowed those who wished it to go away, calling them to witness that while he was winning the inhabited world for the Macedonians, he had been left behind with his friends, and those who were willing to continue the expedition. This is almost word for word what he wrote in his letter to Antipater, and he adds that after he had thus spoken, all his hearers cried out to him to lead them to whatever part of the world he wished. After these had met his test of their loyalty, it was no longer a hard matter for the main body to be led along too, nay, they readily followed after. Under these circumstances, too, he adapted his own mode of life still more to the customs of the country, and tried to bring these into closer agreement with Macedonian customs, thinking that by a mixture and community of practice which produced goodwill, rather than by force, his authority would be kept secure while he was away. For this reason, too, he chose out 30,000 boys and gave orders that they should learn the Greek language and be trained to use Macedonian weapons, appointing many instructors for this work. His marriage to Roxana, whom he saw in her youthful beauty taking part in a dance at a banquet, was a love affair, and yet it was thought to harmonize well with the matters which he had in hand, for the barbarians were encouraged by the partnership into which the marriage brought them, and they were beyond measure fond of Alexander because, most temperate of all men that he was in these matters, he would not consent to approach even the only woman who ever mastered his affections without the sanction of law. Moreover, When he saw that amongst his chiefest friends Hephaestion approved his course, and joined him in changing his mode of life, while Craterus clung fast to his native ways, he employed the former in his business with the barbarians, the latter in that with the Greeks and Macedonians. And in general he showed most affection for Hephaestion, but most esteem for Craterus, thinking, and constantly saying, that Hephaestion was a friend of Alexander, but Craterus a friend of the king. For this reason, too, the men cherished a secret grudge against one another, and often came into open collision. And once, on the Indian expedition, they actually drew their swords and closed with one another. And as the friends of each were coming to his aid, Alexander rode up and abused Hephaestion publicly, calling him a fool and a madman for not knowing that without Alexander's favour he was nothing. And in private he also sharply reproved Craterus. Then he brought them together, and reconciled them, taking an oath by Ammon and the rest of the gods that he loved them most of all men, but that if he heard of their quarrelling again, he would kill them both, or at least the one who began the quarrel. Wherefore, after this, they neither did nor said anything to harm one another, not even in jest. Now, Philotas, the son of Parmenio, had a high position among the Macedonians, for he was held to be valiant and able to endure hardship, and, after Alexander himself, no one was so fond of giving and so fond of his comrades. At any rate, we are told that when one of his intimates asked him for some money, he ordered his steward to give it to him. And when the steward said he had none to give, "What meanest thou?" cried Philotas. "Hast thou not even plate or clothing?" However, he displayed a pride of spirit, an abundance of wealth, and a care of the person and mode of life which were too offensive for a private man, and at this time particularly his imitation of majesty and loftiness was not successful at all, but clumsy, spurious, and devoid of grace, so that he incurred suspicion and envy, and even Parmenio once said to him, "My son, pray be less of a personage." Moreover, for a very long time, accusations against him had been brought to Alexander himself, for when Darius had been defeated in Cilicia, and the wealth of Damascus was taken, among the many prisoners brought into the camp there was found a young woman, born in Pydna, and comely to look upon. Her name was Antigone. This woman Philotas got, and as a young man will often talk freely in vaunting and martial strain to his mistress and in his cups, he used to tell her that the greatest achievements were performed by himself and his father, and would call Alexander a stripling who through their efforts enjoyed the title of ruler. These words the woman would report to one of her acquaintances, and he, as was natural, to somebody else, until the story came round to Craterus, who took the girl and brought her secretly to Alexander. He, on hearing her story, ordered her to continue her meetings with Philotas, and to come and report to him whatever she learned from her lover. Now Philotas was ignorant of the plot thus laid against him, and in his frequent interviews with Antigone would utter many angry and boastful speeches, and many improper words against the king. But Alexander, although strong testimony against Philotas came to his ears, endured in silence and restrained himself, either because he had confidence in Parmenio's goodwill towards him, or because he feared the reputation and power of father and son. Meanwhile, however, a Macedonian named Limnus, from Calaestra, conspired against Alexander's life, (footnote, in the late autumn of 330 BC), and invited Nicomachus, one of the young men whose lover he was, to take part with him in the undertaking. Nicomachus would not accept the invitation, but told his brother Cabalinus of the attempt, and he, going to Philotas, ordered him to conduct them into the presence of Alexander, on the ground that there were matters of great importance about which they must see him. But Philotas, for whatever reason, and the reason is not known, would not conduct them in, alleging that the king was engaged on other matters of more importance, and he refused their request twice. They now became suspicious of Philotas, and applied to someone else by whom they were brought before Alexander. In the first place they told him about the plot of Limnus, and then threw out veiled insinuations against Philotas on the ground that he had neglected their petitions on 2 occasions. This greatly incensed Alexander, and when he found that Limnus had defended himself against arrest, and had therefore been killed by the man sent to fetch him, he was still more disturbed in mind, thinking that the proof of the plot had escaped him. And since he felt bitter towards Philotas, he drew to himself those who had long hated the man, and they now said openly that the king took things too easily when he supposed that Limnus, a man of Calaestra, had set his hand to do a deed of so great daring on his own account. Nay, they said, he was only an assistant, or rather an instrument sent forth by a higher power, and inquiry into the plot should be made in those quarters where there was most interest in having it concealed. After the king had once given ear to such speeches and suspicions, the enemies of Philotas brought up countless accusations against him. Consequently, he was arrested and put to the question, the companions of the king standing by at the torture, while Alexander himself listened behind a stretch of tapestry. Here, as we are told, on hearing Philotas beset Hephaestion with abject and pitiful cries and supplications, he said, "So faint-hearted as thou art, Philotas, and so unmanly, couldst thou have set hand to so great an undertaking?" After Philotas had been put to death, Alexander sent at once into Media, and dispatched Parmenio also, a man whose achievements with Philip had been many, and who was the only one of Alexander's older friends, or the principal one, to urge his crossing into Asia, and who, of the 3 sons that were his, had seen 2 killed on the expedition before this, and was now put to death along with the 3rd. These actions made Alexander an object of fear to many of his friends, and particularly to Antipater, who sent secretly to the Aetolians, and entered into an alliance with them. For the Aetolians also were in fear of Alexander because they had destroyed the city of Oeniadae, and because Alexander, on learning of it, had said that it would not be the sons of the Oeniadae, but he himself who would punish the Aetolians. Not long afterwards came the affair of Cletus, footnote, during the campaign of 328 BC, at Samarkand in Sogdiana, end footnote, which those who simply learn the immediate circumstances will think more savage than that of Philotas. If we take into consideration, however, alike the cause and the time, we find that it did not happen of set purpose, but through some misfortune of the king, whose anger and intoxication furnished occasion for the evil genius of Cletus. It happened on this wise. Some people came, bringing Greek fruit to the king from the seaboard. He admired its perfection and beauty, and called Cletus, wishing to show it to him and share it with him. It chanced that Cletus was sacrificing, but he gave up the sacrifice and came, and 3 of the sheep, on which libations had already been poured, came following after him. When the king learned of this circumstance, he imparted it to his soothsayers Aristander and Cleomantis the Lacedaemonian. Then on their telling him that the omen was bad, he ordered them to sacrifice in all haste for the safety of Cletus, for he himself, 2 days before this, had seen a strange vision in his sleep. He thought he saw Cletus, sitting with the sons of Parmenio in black robes, and all were dead. However, Cletus did not finish his sacrifice, but came at once to the supper of the king, who had sacrificed to the Dioscuri. After boisterous drinking was under way, verses were sung, which had been composed by a certain Pranicus, or, as some say, Pierio, to shame and ridicule the generals, who had lately been defeated by the barbarians. The older guests were annoyed at this, and railed at both the poet and the singer, but Alexander and those about him listened with delight and bade the singer go on. Then Cletus, who was already drunk, and naturally of a harsh temper and wilful, was more than ever vexed, and insisted that it was not well done, when among barbarians and enemies, to insult Macedonians who were far better men than those who laughed at them, even though they had met with misfortune. And when Alexander declared that Cletus was pleading his own cause, when he gave cowardice the name of misfortune, Cletus sprang to his feet and said, "It was this cowardice of mine, however, that saved thy life, God-born as thou art, when thou wast already turning thy back upon the spear of Spithridates. And it is by the blood of Macedonians, and by these wounds, that thou art become so great as to disown Philip and make thyself son to Ammon." Thoroughly incensed then, Alexander said, "Base fellow, dost thou think to speak thus of me at all times, and to raise faction among Macedonians with impunity?" "Nay," said Cletus, "not even now do we enjoy impunity, since such are the rewards we get for our toils, and we pronounce those happy who are already dead, and did not live to see us Macedonians thrashed with Median rods, or begging Persians in order to get an audience with our king." So spoke Cletus in all boldness, and those about Alexander sprang up to confront him and reviled him, while the elder men tried to quell the tumult. Then Alexander, turning to Xenodocus of Cardia and Artemius of Colophon, said, "Do not the Greeks appear to you to walk about among Macedonians like demigods among wild beasts?" Cletus, however, would not yield, but called on Alexander to speak out freely what he wished to say, or else not to invite to supper men who were free and spoke their minds, but to live with barbarians and slaves who would do obeisance to his white tunic and Persian girdle. Then Alexander, no longer able to restrain his anger, threw one of the apples that lay on the table at Cletus, and hit him, and began looking about for his sword, but one of his bodyguards, Aristophanes, conveyed it away before he could lay hands on it, and the rest surrounded him and begged him to desist, whereupon he sprang to his feet, and called out in Macedonian speech a summons to his corps of guards, and this was a sign of great disturbance, and ordered the trumpeter to sound, and smote him with his fist because he hesitated and was unwilling to do so. This man, then, was afterwards held in high esteem on the ground that it was due to him more than to anyone else that the camp was not thrown into commotion. But Cletus would not give in, and with much ado his friends pushed him out of the banquet hall. He tried to come in again, however, by another door, very boldly and contemptuously reciting these iambics from the Andromache of Euripides. Alas, in Hellas what an evil government! And so at last Alexander seized a spear from one of his guards, met Cletus as he was drawing aside the curtain before the door, and ran him through. No sooner had Cletus fallen with a roar and a groan than the king's anger departed from him, and when he was come to himself and beheld his friend standing speechless, he drew the spear from the dead body, and would have dashed it into his own throat, had not his bodyguards prevented this by seizing his hands and carrying him by force to his chamber. Here he spent the night, and the following day in bitter lamentations, and at last lay speechless, worn out with his cries and wailing, heaving deep groans. Then his friends, alarmed at his silence, forced their way in. To what the others said he would pay no attention. But when Aristander the seer reminded him of the vision he had seen concerning Cletus, and of the omen, assuring him that all this had long ago been decreed by fate, he seemed to be less obdurate. Therefore they brought in to him Callisthenes the philosopher, who was a relative of Aristotle, and Anaxarchus of Abdera. Of these, Callisthenes tried by considerate and gentle methods to alleviate the king's suffering, employing insinuation and circumlocution so as to avoid giving pain. But Anaxarchus, who had always taken a path of his own in philosophy, and had acquired a reputation for despising and slighting his associates, shouted out as soon as he came in, "Here is Alexander, to whom the whole world is now looking, but he lies on the floor, weeping like a slave, in fear of the law and the censure of men, unto whom he himself should be a law and a measure of justice, since he has conquered the right to rule and mastery, instead of submitting like a slave to the mastery of a vain opinion. Knowest thou not, said he, that Zeus has justice and law seated beside him, in order that everything that is done by the master of the world may be lawful and just?" By using some such arguments as these, Anaxarchus succeeded in lightening the suffering of the king, it is true, but rendered his disposition in many ways more vainglorious and lawless. He also made himself wonderfully liked by the king, and brought the intercourse of Callisthenes with him, which had always been unpleasant because of the man's austerity, into additional disfavour. It is said that once at supper the conversation turned upon seasons and weather, and that Callisthenes, who held with those who maintain that it is more cold and wintry there than in Greece, was stoutly opposed by Anaxarchus, whereupon he said, "You surely must admit that it is colder here than there, for there you used to go about in winter in a cloak merely, but here you recline at table with 3 rugs thrown over you." Of course, this also added to the irritation of Anaxarchus. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte PERRIN, Alexander, chapters 53 to 64. Moreover, the other sophists and flatterers in the train of Alexander were annoyed to see Callisthenes eagerly courted by the young men on account of his eloquence, and no less pleasing to the older men on account of his mode of life, which was well ordered, dignified, and independent, and confirmed the reason given for his sojourn abroad, namely, that he had gone to Alexander from an ardent desire to restore his fellow citizens to their homes and repeople his native city, Olynthus, which had been destroyed by Philip in 347 BC, And besides being envied on account of his reputation, he also at times by his own conduct furnished material for his detractors, rejecting invitations for the most part, and when he did go into company, by his gravity and silence making it appear that he disapproved or disliked what was going on, so that even Alexander said in allusion to him, "I hate a wise man, even to himself unwise." It is said, moreover, that once, when a large company had been invited to the king's supper, Callisthenes was bidden, when the cup came to him, to speak in praise of the Macedonians, and was so successful on the theme that the guests rose up to applaud him and threw their garlands at him. Whereupon Alexander said that, in the language of Euripides, when a man has for his words a noble subject, it is easy to speak well. But show us the power of your eloquence, said he, by a denunciation of the Macedonians, that they may become even better by learning their faults. And so Callisthenes began his palinode, and spoke long and boldly in denunciation of the Macedonians, and after showing that faction among the Greeks was the cause of the increase of Philip's power, added, "But in a time of sedition the base man too is in honour." This gave the Macedonians a stern and bitter hatred of him, and Alexander declared that Callisthenes had given a proof not of his eloquence, but of his ill will towards the Macedonians. This, then, according to Hermippus, is the story which Strabus, the slave who read aloud for Callisthenes, told to Aristotle, and he says that when Callisthenes was aware of the alienation of the king twice or thrice, as he was going away from him, he recited the verse, "Dead is also Patroclus, a man far braver than thou art." What Aristotle said, then, would seem to have been no idle verdict, namely that Callisthenes showed great ability as a speaker, but lacked common sense. But in the matter of the obeisance, at least, by refusing sturdily and like a philosopher to perform the act, and by standing forth alone, and rehearsing in public the reasons for the indignation which all the oldest and best of the Macedonians cherished in secret, he delivered the Greeks from a great disgrace, and Alexander from a greater, by leading him not to insist upon the obeisance, but he destroyed himself, because he was thought to use force rather than persuasion with the king. Chares of Mytilene says that once at a banquet, Alexander, after drinking, handed the cup to one of his friends, and he, on receiving it, rose up so as to face the household shrine, and when he had drunk, first made obeisance to Alexander, then kissed him, and then resumed his place upon the couch. As all the guests were doing this in turn, Callisthenes took the cup, the king not paying attention but conversing with Hephaestion, and after he had drunk went towards the king to kiss him. But Demetrius, surnamed Phaedo, cried, "O king, do not accept his kiss, for he alone has not done the obeisance." So Alexander declined the kiss, at which Callisthenes exclaimed in a loud voice, "Well then, I'll go away the poorer by a kiss." The king, having been thus alienated in the first place, Hephaestion found credence for his story that Callisthenes had promised him to make obeisance to the king, and then had been false to his agreement. Again, men like Lysimachus and Hagnon persisted in saying that the sophist went about with lofty thoughts as if bent on abolishing a tyranny, and that the young men flocked to him and followed him about as if he were the only free man among so many tens of thousands. For this reason also, when the conspiracy of Hermolaus and his associates against Alexander was discovered, it was thought that the accusations of his detractors had an air of probability. They said, namely, that when Hermolaus put the question to him how he might become a most illustrious man, Callisthenes said, "By killing the most illustrious," and that in inciting Hermolaus to the deed, he bade him have no fear of the golden couch, but remember that he was approaching a man who was subject to sickness and wounds. And yet not one of the accomplices of Hermolaus, even in the last extremity, denounced Callisthenes. Nay, even Alexander himself, in the letters which he wrote at once to Craterus, Attalus, and Alcitus, says that the youths confessed under torture that they had made this attempt of themselves, and that no one else was privy to it. But in a letter written later to Antipater, wherein he accuses Callisthenes also of the crime, he says, "The youths were stoned to death by the Macedonians, but the sophist I will punish, together with those who sent him to me, and those who harbour in their cities men who conspire against my life." And in these words, at least, he directly reveals a hostility to Aristotle, in whose house Callisthenes, on account of his relationship, had been reared, being a son of Hero, who was a niece of Aristotle. As to the death of Callisthenes, some say that he was hanged by Alexander's orders, others that he was bound hand and foot and died of sickness, and Chares says that after his arrest he was kept in fetters 7 months, that he might be tried before a full council when Aristotle was present, but that about the time when Alexander was wounded in India, he died from obesity and the disease of lice. This, however, belongs to a later time, footnote, the spring of 327 BC, end footnote. Meanwhile, Demaratus the Corinthian, who was now well on in years, was eagerly desirous of going up to Alexander, and when he had seen him, he said that those Greeks were deprived of a great pleasure who had died before seeing Alexander seated on the throne of Darius. However, he did not long enjoy the king's goodwill towards him, but died from debility. His obsequies were magnificent, and the army raised in his memory a mound of great circumference and 80 cubits in height. His ashes were carried down to the seaboard on a 4-horse chariot splendidly adorned. Alexander was now about to cross the mountains into India. Footnote, in the late spring of 327 BC, end footnote. And since he saw that his army was by this time cumbered with much booty and hard to move, at break of day, after the baggage wagons had been loaded, he burned first those which belonged to himself and his companions, and then gave orders to set fire to those of the Macedonians. And the planning of the thing turned out to be a larger and more formidable matter than its execution, for it gave annoyance to a few only of the soldiers, while the rest of them, with rapturous shouts and war cries, shared their necessaries with those who were in need of them, and what was superfluous they burned and destroyed by their own hands, thus filling Alexander with zeal and eagerness. Besides, he was already greatly feared, and inexorable in the chastisement of a transgressor. For instance, when a certain Menander, one of his companions, who had been put in command of a garrison, refused to remain there, he put him to death. And Orsidates, a barbarian who had revolted from him, he shot down with his own hand. When a sheep yeaned a lamb which had upon its head what looked like a tiara in form and colour, with testicles on either side of it, Alexander was filled with loathing at the portent, and had himself purified by the Babylonians, whom he was accustomed to take along with him for such purposes. And in conversation with his friends, he said that he was not disturbed for his own sake, but for theirs, fearing lest after his death heaven might devolve his power upon an ignoble and impotent man. However, a better portent occurred and put an end to his dejection. The Macedonian, namely, who was set over those in charge of the royal equipage, Proxenus by name, as he was digging a place for the king's tent along the river Oxus, uncovered a spring of liquid which was oily and fatty. But when the top of it was drawn off, there flowed at once a pure and clear oil, which appeared to differ from olive oil neither in odour nor in flavour, and in smoothness and lustre was altogether the same, and that too though the country produced no olive trees. It is said, indeed, that the Oxus itself also has a very soft water, which gives sleekness to the skin of those who bathe in it. However, that Alexander was marvellously pleased is clear from what he writes to Antipater, where he speaks of this as one of the greatest omens vouchsafed to him from heaven. The seers, however, held that the omen foreshadowed an expedition which would be glorious, but difficult and toilsome, for oil, they said, was given to men by heaven as an aid to toil. And so it proved, for he encountered many perils in the battles which he fought, and received very severe wounds. But the greatest losses which his army suffered were caused by lack of necessary provisions and severity of weather. Still, he was eager to overcome fortune by boldness, and force by valour, and thought nothing invincible for the courageous, and nothing secure for the cowardly. It is said that when he was besieging the citadel of Cicero, which was steep and inaccessible, so that his soldiers were disheartened, he asked Oxyates what sort of a man Cicero himself was in point of spirit, and when Oxyates replied that he was most cowardly of men, "Thy words mean," said Alexander, "that we can take the citadel, since he who commands it is a weak thing." And indeed he did take the citadel, by frightening Cicero. Again, after attacking another citadel equally precipitous, he was urging on the younger Macedonians, and addressing one who bore the name of Alexander, said, "It behooves thee at least to be a brave man, even for thy name's sake." And when the young man, fighting gloriously, fell, the king was pained beyond measure. And at another time, when his Macedonians hesitated to advance upon the citadel called Nysa, because there was a deep river in front of it, Alexander, halting on the bank, cried, "Most miserable man that I am, why, pray, have I not learned to swim?" And at once, carrying his shield, he would have tried to cross. And when, after he had put a stop to the fighting, ambassadors came from the beleaguered cities to beg for terms, they were amazed, to begin with, to see him in full armour, and without an attendant, and besides, when a cushion was brought him for his use, he ordered the eldest of the ambassadors, Acuphis by name, to take it for his seat. Acuphis, accordingly, astonished at his magnanimity and courtesy, asked what he wished them to do in order to be his friends. "Thy countrymen," said Alexander, "must make thee thy ruler, and send me 100 of their best men." At this Acuphis laughed and said, "Nay, O king, I shall rule better if I send to thee the worst men rather than the best." Taxiles, we are told, had a realm in India as large as Egypt, with good pasturage too, and in the highest degree productive of beautiful fruits. He was also a wise man in his way, and after he had greeted Alexander said, "Why must we war and fight with one another? Alexander, if thou art not come to rob us of water, or of necessary sustenance, the only things for which men of sense are obliged to fight obstinately. As for other wealth and possessions so called, if I am thy superior therein, I am ready to confer favours. But if thine inferior, I will not object to thanking you for favours conferred." At this Alexander was delighted, and clasping the king's hand said, "Canst thou think, pray, that after such words of kindness our interview is to end without a battle? Nay, thou shalt not get the better of me, for I will contend against thee and fight to the last with my favours, that thou mayest not surpass me in generosity." So, after receiving many gifts and giving many more, at last he lavished upon him 1,000 talents in coined money. This conduct greatly vexed Alexander's friends, but it made many of the barbarians look upon him more kindly. The best fighters among the Indians, however, were mercenaries, and they used to go about to the different cities and defend them sturdily, and wrought much harm to Alexander's cause. Therefore, after he had made a truce with them in a certain city, and allowed them to depart, he fell upon them as they marched and slew them all, and this act adheres like a stain to his military career. In all other instances he waged war according to usage and like a king. The philosophers, too, no less than the mercenaries, gave him trouble, by abusing those of the native princes who attached themselves to his cause, and by inciting the free peoples to revolt. He therefore took many of these also and hanged them. Of his campaign against Porus he himself has given an account in his letters. Footnote. It was in the spring of 326 BC. End footnote. He says, namely, that the river Hydaspes flowed between the two camps, and that Porus stationed his elephants on the opposite bank and kept continual watch of the crossing. He himself, accordingly, day by day, caused a great din and tumult to be made in his camp, and thereby accustomed the barbarians not to be alarmed. Then, on a dark and stormy night, he took a part of his infantry and the best of his horsemen, and after proceeding along the river to a distance from where the enemy lay, crossed over to a small island. Here rain fell in torrents, and many tornadoes and thunderbolts dashed down upon his men. But nevertheless, although he saw that many of them were being burned to death by the thunderbolts, he set out from the islet, and made for the opposite banks. But the Hydaspes, made violent by the storm and dashing high against its bank, made a great breach in it, and a large part of the stream was setting in that direction, and the shore between the two currents gave his men no sure footing, since it was broken and slippery. And here it was that he is said to have cried, "O Athenians, can ye possibly believe what perils I am undergoing to inglory in your eyes?" This, however, is the story of one Asicratus. Alexander himself says that they left their rafts and crossed the breach with their armour on, wading breast high in the water, and that after he had crossed, he led his horsemen 20 furlongs in advance of his infantry, calculating that, in case the enemy attacked with their cavalry, he would be far superior to them, and in case they moved up their men-at-arms, his infantry would join him in good season. And one of these suppositions came to pass. For after routing 1,000 of the enemy's horsemen, and 60 of their chariots which engaged him, he captured all the chariots, and slew 400 of the horsemen. And now Porus, thus led to believe that Alexander himself had crossed the river, advanced upon him with all his forces, except the part he left behind to impede the crossing of the remaining Macedonians. But Alexander, fearing the elephants and the great numbers of the enemy, himself assaulted their left wing, and ordered Caenis to attack their right. Both wings having been routed, the vanquished troops retired in every case upon the elephants in the centre, and were there crowded together with them. And from this point on the battle was waged at close quarters, and it was not until the 8th hour that the enemy gave up. Such then is the account of the battle which the victor himself has given in his letters. Most historians agree that Porus was 4 cubits and a span high, footnote 6 feet and 3 inches, end footnote, and that the size and majesty of his body made his elephant seem as fitting a mount for him as a horse for a horseman, and yet his elephant was of the largest size, and it showed remarkable intelligence and solicitude for the king, bravely defending him and beating back his assailants while he was still in full vigour, and when it perceived that its master was worn out with a multitude of missiles and wounds, fearing lest he should fall off, it knelt softly on the ground, and with its proboscis gently took each spear and drew it out of his body. Porus was taken prisoner, and when Alexander asked him how he would be treated, said, "Like a king," and to another question from Alexander, whether he had anything else to say, replied, "All things are included in my like a king." Accordingly, Alexander not only permitted him to govern his former kingdom, giving him the title of satrap, but also added to it the territory of the independent peoples whom he subdued, in which there are said to have been 15 nations, 5,000 cities of considerable size, and a great multitude of villages. He subdued other territory, also thrice as large as this, and appointed Philip, one of his companions, satrap over it. After the battle with Porus, too, Bucephalus died, not at once, but some time afterwards, as most writers say, from wounds for which he was under treatment, but according to Onesicritus, from old age, having become quite worn out, for he was 30 years old when he died. His death grieved Alexander mightily, who felt that he had lost nothing less than a comrade and friend. He also built a city in his memory on the banks of the Hydaspes, and called it Bucephalia. It is said, too, that when he lost a dog also, named Peritas, which had been reared by him and was loved by him, he founded a city, and gave it the dog's name. Sotion says he heard this from Potamon the Lesbian. As for the Macedonians, however, their struggle with Porus blunted their courage and stayed their further advance into India. Footnote: Alexander carried his conquests from the Indus to the Hephasis, subduing the Punjab. It was now September 326 BC. End footnote. For having had all they could do to repulse an enemy who mustered only 20,000 infantry and 2,000 horse, they violently opposed Alexander when he insisted on crossing the river Ganges also, the width of which, as they learned, was 32 furlongs, its depth 100 fathoms, while its banks on the further side were covered with multitudes of men-at-arms and horsemen and elephants, for they were told that the kings of the Gandarites and Praesi were waiting them with 80,000 horsemen, 200,000 footmen, 8,000 chariots, and 6,000 fighting elephants. And there was no boasting in these reports. For Androcotus, who reigned there not long afterwards, made a present to Seleucus of 500 elephants, and with an army of 600,000 men overran and subdued all India. At first, then, Alexander shut himself up in his tent from displeasure and wrath, and lay there, feeling no gratitude for what he had already achieved unless he should cross the Ganges, nay, counting a retreat a confession of defeat. But his friends gave him fitting consolation, and his soldiers crowded about his door and besought him with loud cries and wailing, until at last he relented and began to break camp, resorting to many deceitful and fallacious devices for the enhancement of his fame. For instance, he had armour prepared that was larger than usual, and mangers for horses that were higher, and bits that were heavier than those in common use, and left them scattered up and down. Moreover, he erected altars for the gods, which down to the present time are revered by the kings of the Praesi when they cross the river, and on them they offer sacrifices in the Hellenic manner. Androcotus, when he was a stripling, saw Alexander himself, and we are told that he often said in later times that Alexander narrowly missed making himself master of the country, since its king was hated and despised on account of his baseness and low birth. From thence, being eager to behold the ocean, and having built many passage boats equipped with oars, and many rafts, he was conveyed down the rivers. Footnote: Hydaspes, Acacenes, and Indus. End footnote. In a leisurely course, and yet his voyage was not made without effort, nor even without war, but he would land and assault the cities on his route, and subdue everything. However, in attacking the people called Mali, who are said to have been the most warlike of the Indians, he came within a little of being cut down, for after dispersing the inhabitants from the walls with missiles, he was the first to mount upon the wall by a scaling ladder, and since the ladder was broken to pieces, and he was exposed to the missiles of the barbarians who stood along the wall below, almost alone as he was, he crouched and threw himself into the midst of the enemy, and by good fortune alighted on his feet. Then, as he brandished his arms, the barbarians thought that a shape of gleaming fire played in front of his person. Therefore, at first, they scattered and fled, but when they saw that he was accompanied by only 2 of his guards, they ran upon him, and some tried to wound him by thrusting their swords and spears through his armour as he defended himself, while one, standing a little farther off, shot an arrow at him with such accuracy and force that it cut its way through his breastplate and fastened itself in his ribs at the breast. Such was the force of the blow that Alexander recoiled and sank to his knees, whereupon his assailant ran at him with drawn scimitar, while Peucetus and Limnaeus defended him. Both of them were wounded, and Limnaeus was killed, but Peucetus held out, and at last Alexander killed the barbarian. But he himself received many wounds, and at last was smitten on the neck with a cudgel, and leaned against the wall, his eyes still fixed upon his foes. At this instant his Macedonians flocked about him, caught him up, already unconscious of what was going on about him, and carried him to his tent. And straightway a report that he was dead prevailed in the camp. But when with much difficulty and pains they had sawn off the shaft of the arrow, which was of wood, and had thus succeeded at last in removing the king's breastplate, they came to the excision of the arrowhead, which was buried in one of the ribs. We are told, moreover, that it was 3 fingers broad and 4 long. Its removal, therefore, threw the king into swoons, and brought him to death's door. But nevertheless he recovered, and after he was out of danger, though he was still weak and kept himself for a long time under regimen and treatment, perceiving from their tumult at his door that his Macedonians were yearning to see him, he took his cloak and went out to them. And after sacrificing to the gods, he went on board ship again, and dropped down the river, subduing much territory and great cities as he went. He captured 10 of the gymnosophists, who had done most to get Sabas to revolt, and had made the most trouble for the Macedonians. These philosophers were reputed to be clever and concise in answering questions, and Alexander therefore put difficult questions to them, declaring that he would put to death him who first made an incorrect answer, and then the rest in an order determined in like manner, and he commanded one of them, the oldest, to be judged in the contest. The first one, accordingly, being asked which, in his opinion, were more numerous, the living or the dead, said that the living were, since the dead no longer existed. The second, being asked whether the earth or the sea produced larger animals, said the earth did, since the sea was but a part of the earth. The third, being asked what animal was most cunning, said, that which up to this time man has not discovered. The fourth, when asked why he had induced Sabas to revolt, replied, because I wished him either to live nobly or to die nobly. The fifth, being asked which in his opinion was older, day or night, replied, day, by 1 day. And he added, upon the king expressing amazement that hard questions must have hard answers. Passing on, then, to the 6th, Alexander asked how a man could be most loved. If, said the philosopher, he is most powerful, and yet does not inspire fear. Of the 3 remaining, he who was asked how one might become a god instead of a man replied, by doing something which a man cannot do. The one who was asked which was the stronger, life or death, answered, life, since it supports so many ills. And the last, asked how long it were well for a man to live, answered, until he does not regard death as better than life. So then, turning to the judge, Alexander bade him give his opinion. The judge declared that they had answered one worse than another. Well then, said Alexander, thou shalt die first for giving such a verdict. That cannot be, O king, said the judge, unless thou falsely saidst that thou wouldst put to death first him who answered worst. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Alexander, chapters 65 to 77. These philosophers, then, he dismissed with gifts, but to those who were in the highest repute and lived quietly by themselves, he sent Onesicritus, asking them to pay him a visit. Now, Onesicritus was a philosopher of the school of Diogenes the Cynic, and he tells us that Calenus very harshly and insolently bade him strip off his tunic and listen naked to what he had to say. Otherwise he would not converse with him, not even if he came from Zeus. But he says that Dandamis was gentler, and that after hearing fully about Socrates, Pythagoras, and Diogenes, he remarked that the men appeared to him to have been of good natural parts, but to have passed their lives in too much awe of the laws. Others, however, say that the only words uttered by Dandamis were these: Why did Alexander make such a long journey hither? Calenus, nevertheless, was persuaded by Taxiles to pay a visit to Alexander. His real name was Sphinx, but because he greeted those whom he met with Kale, the Indian word of salutation, the Greeks called him Calanus. It was Calanus, as we are told, who laid before Alexander the famous illustration of government. It was this. He threw down upon the ground a dry and shrivelled hide, and set his foot upon the outer edge of it. The hide was pressed down in one place, but rose up in others. He went all around the hide and showed that this was the result wherever he pressed the edge down. And then at last he stood in the middle of it, and lo! It was all held down firm and still. The similitude was designed to show that Alexander ought to put most constraint upon the middle of his empire, and not wander far away from it. His descent of the rivers to the sea consumed 7 months' time, and after emerging with his fleet into the ocean, footnote in midsummer of 325 BC, end footnote, he sailed out to an island, to which he himself gave the name of Silestis, others that of Psiltichus. Here he landed and sacrificed to the gods, and studied the nature of the sea and of all the sea coast that was accessible. Then, after praying that no man after him might pass beyond the bounds of his expedition, he turned to go back. His fleet he ordered to go round by sea, keeping India on the right. Nearchus was appointed admiral of the fleet, Onesicritus its chief pilot, but he himself proceeded by land through the country of the Oretes, where he was reduced to the direst straits and lost a multitude of men, so that not even the 4th part of his fighting force was brought back from India. And yet his infantry had once numbered 120,000, and his cavalry 15,000. But grievous diseases, wretched food, parching heats, and, worst of all, famine, destroyed them, since they traversed an untilled country of men who dragged out a miserable existence, who possessed but few sheep, and those of a miserable sort, since the sea fish which they ate made their flesh unsavoury and rank. It was with difficulty, then, that Alexander passed through this country in 60 days. But as soon as he reached Gedrosia, he had all things in abundance, for the nearest satraps and princes had provided them. Accordingly, after refreshing his forces here, he set out and marched for 7 days through Carmania in a revelling rout. He himself was conveyed slowly along by 8 horses, while he feasted day and night continuously with his companions on a dais built upon a lofty and conspicuous scaffolding of oblong shape, and wagons without number followed, some with purple and embroidered canopies, others protected from the sun by boughs of trees which were kept fresh and green, conveying the rest of his friends and commanders, who were all garlanded and drinking. Not a shield was to be seen, not a helmet, not a spear, but along the whole march, with cups and drinking horns and flagons, the soldiers kept dipping wine from huge casks and mixing bowls, and pledging one another, some as they marched along, others lying down, while pipes and flutes, stringed instruments and song, and revelling cries of women filled every place with abundant music. Then, upon this disordered and straggling procession, there followed also the sports of Bacchanalian licence, as though Bacchus himself were present and conducting the revel. Moreover, when he came to the royal palace of Gedrosia, he once more gave his army time for rest and held high festival. We are told, too, that he was once viewing some contests in singing and dancing, being well heated with wine, and that his favourite, Bagoas, won the prize for song and dance, and then, all in his festal array, passed through the theatre and took his seat by Alexander's side. At sight of which, the Macedonians clapped their hands and loudly bade the king kiss the victor, until at last he threw his arms about him and kissed him tenderly. Here Nearchus came up to meet him, and Alexander was so delighted to hear of his voyage that he eagerly desired to sail down the Euphrates himself with a large fleet, and then, after circumnavigating Arabia and Africa, to enter the Mediterranean by way of the Pillars of Heracles. And vessels of every sort were built for him at Thapsacus, and sailors and pilots were assembled from all parts. But the increasing difficulties of his march back, his wound among the Mali, and the losses in his army, which were reported to be heavy, led men to doubt his safe return, inclined subject peoples to revolt, and bred great injustice, rapacity, and insolence in the generals and satraps whom he had appointed. In a word, restlessness and a desire for change spread everywhere. For even against Antipater, Olympias and Cleopatra had raised a faction, and had divided his realm between them, Olympias taking Epirus, and Cleopatra Macedonia. When he heard of this, Alexander said that his mother had made the better choice, for the Macedonians would not submit to be reigned over by a woman. For these reasons he sent Nearchus back to the sea, footnote, early in 324 BC, end footnote, determined to fill all the regions along the sea with wars, while he himself, marching down from Upper Asia, chastised those of his commanders who had done wrong. One of the sons of Abuletes, Oxyates, he slew with his own hand, running him through with a spear, and when Abuletes failed to furnish him with the necessary provisions, but brought him instead 3,000 talents in coin, Alexander ordered the money to be thrown to his horses, and when they would not touch it, "Of what use to us, then," he cried, "is the provision you have made?" and threw Abuletes into prison. In Persia, to begin with, he distributed the money among the women, just as their kings were accustomed, as often as they came into Persia, to give each one of them a gold piece, and for this reason, it is said, some of their kings did not come often into Persia, and Ochus not even once, being so penurious as to expatriate himself. In the second place, having discovered that the tomb of Cyrus had been rifled, he put to death the perpetrator of the deed, although the culprit was a prominent Macedonian native of Pella, by name Polymachus. After reading the inscription upon this tomb, he ordered it to be repeated below in Greek letters. It ran thus: "O man, whosoever thou art, and whencesoever thou comest, for I know that thou wilt come, I am Cyrus, and I won for the Persians their empire. Do not, therefore, begrudge me this little earth which covers my body." These words, then, deeply affected Alexander, who was reminded of the uncertainty and mutability of life. In Persia, too, Calanus, who had suffered for a little while from intestinal disorder, asked that a funeral pyre might be prepared for him. To this he came on horseback, and after offering prayers, sprinkling himself and casting some of his hair upon the pyre, he ascended it, greeting the Macedonians who were present, and exhorting them to make that day one of pleasure and revelry with the king, whom, he declared, he should soon see in Babylon. After thus speaking, he lay down and covered his head. Nor did he move as the fire approached him, but continued to lie in the same posture as at first, and so sacrificed himself acceptably, as the wise men of his country had done from of old. The same thing was done many years afterwards by another Indian, who is in the following of Caesar, Augustus Caesar, at Athens, and the Indian's tomb is shown there to this day. But Alexander, after returning from the funeral pyre, and assembling many of his friends and officers for supper, proposed a contest in drinking neat wine, the victor to be crowned. Well then, the one who drank the most, Promachus, got as far as 4 pitchers. The coas, or picture, held about 3 quarts. He took the prize, a crown of a talent's worth, but lived only 3 days afterwards. And of the rest, according to Chares, 41 died of what they drank, a violent chill having set in after their debauch. At Susa, he brought to pass the marriage of his companions, took to wife himself the daughter of Darius, Statira, assigned the noblest women to his noblest men, and gave a general wedding feast for those of his Macedonians who had already contracted other marriages. At this feast, we are told, 9,000 guests reclined at supper, to each of whom a golden cup for the libations was given. All the other appointments, too, were amazingly splendid, and the host paid himself the debts which his guests owed, the whole outlay amounting to 9,870 talents. Alexander also paid the debts of all his soldiers, amounting to 20,000 talents, unless this is the donation which Plutarch has here erroneously connected with a great wedding feast. Now Antigenes, the one-eyed, had got himself enrolled as a debtor fraudulently, and, on producing somebody who affirmed that he had made a loan to him at the bank, the money was paid over. Then his fraud was discovered, and the king, in anger, drove him from his court, and deprived him of his command. Antigenes, however, was a splendid soldier, and while he was still a young man, and Philip was besieging Perinthus, though a bolt from a catapult smote him in the eye, he would not consent to have the bolt taken out, nor give up fighting until he had repelled the enemy and shut them up within their walls. Accordingly, he could not endure with any complacency the disgrace that now fell upon him, but was evidently going to make away with himself from grief and despondency. So the king, fearing this, put away his wrath and ordered him to keep the money. The 30,000 boys whom he had left behind him under instruction and training were now so vigorous in their bodies, and so comely in their looks, and showed besides such admirable dexterity and agility in their exercises, that Alexander himself was delighted. His Macedonians, however, were filled with dejection and fear, thinking that their king would now pay less regard to them. Therefore, when he also sent the weak and maimed among them down to the seaboard, they said it was insult and abuse, after using men up in every kind of service, now to put them away in disgrace and cast them back upon their native cities and their parents, no longer the men they were when he took them. Accordingly, they bade him send them all away, and hold all his Macedonians of no account, since he had these young war-dancers, with whom he could go on and conquer the world. At these words of theirs Alexander was displeased, and heaped much abuse upon them in his anger, and drove them away, and committed his watches to Persians, and out of these constituted his bodyguards and attendants. When the Macedonians saw him escorted by these, while they themselves were excluded from him, and treated with contumely, they were humbled. And when they reasoned the matter out, they found that they had been almost mad with jealousy and rage. So finally, after coming to their senses, they went to his tent, without their arms, and wearing their tunics only, and with loud cries and lamentations put themselves at his mercy, bidding him deal with them as base and thankless men. But Alexander would not see them, although his heart was softening. And the men would not desist, but for 2 days and nights persisted in standing thus before his door, weeping and calling upon their master. So on the 3rd day he came forth, and when he saw their piteous and humble plight, wept for some time. Then, after chiding them gently and speaking kindly to them, he dismissed those who had passed service with magnificent gifts, and wrote to Antipater that at all the public contests and in the theatres they should have the foremost seats and wear garlands. He also ordained that the orphan children of those who had lost their lives in his service should receive their father's pay. When he came to Ecbatana in Media, and had transacted the business that was urgent, he was once more occupied with theatres and festivals, since 3,000 artists had come to him from Greece. But during this time it chanced that Hephaestion had a fever, and since, young man and soldier that he was, he could not submit to a strict regimen, as soon as Glaucus, his physician, had gone off to the theatre, he sat down to breakfast, ate a boiled fowl, drank a huge cooler of wine, fell sick, and in a little while died. Alexander's grief at this loss knew no bounds. He immediately ordered that the manes and tails of all horses and mules should be shorn in token of mourning, and took away the battlements of the cities round about. He also crucified the wretched physician, and put a stop to the sound of flutes and every kind of music in the camp for a long time, until an oracular response from Ammon came bidding him honour Hephaestion as a hero and sacrifice to him. Moreover, making war a solace for his grief, he went forth to hunt and track down men, as it were, and overwhelmed the nation of the Cosaeans, slaughtering them all from the youth upwards. This was called an offering to the shade of Hephaestion. Upon a tomb and obsequies for his friend, and upon their embellishments, he purposed to expend 10,000 talents, and wished that the ingenuity and novelty of the construction should surpass the expense. He therefore longed for Stachycrates above all other artists, because in his innovations there was always promise of great magnificence, boldness, and ostentation. This man indeed had said to him at a former interview, that of all the mountains, the Thracian Athos could most readily be given the form and shape of a man. If therefore Alexander should so order, he would make out of Mount Athos a most enduring and most conspicuous statue of the king, which in its left hand should hold a city of 10,000 inhabitants, and with its right should pour forth a river running with generous current into the sea. This project, it is true, Alexander had declined, but now he was busy devising and contriving with his artists' projects far more strange and expensive than this. As he was on his way to enter Babylon, Nearchus, who had joined him again after sailing through the ocean into the Euphrates, told the king that certain Chaldeans had met him and advised that Alexander should keep away from Babylon. Footnote: according to Arrian, the Chaldeans besought Alexander in person to suspend his march to Babylon. It was in the spring of 323 BC. End footnote. Alexander paid no heed to this, but continued on his march, and when he was arrived at the walls he saw many ravens flying about and clawing one another, and some of them fell dead at his feet. Again, being informed that Apollodorus, the commandant of Babylon, had sacrificed to learn Alexander's fate, Alexander called Pythagoras the seer. Pythagoras did not deny the fact, whereupon Alexander asked him what was the character of the sacrifice. And when the seer told that the victim's liver had no lobe, "Ah me," said Alexander, "a forcible omen," and did Pythagoras no harm. He was sorry, too, that he had not obeyed Nearchus, and passed most of his time outside of Babylon, either living in his tent or sailing about on the Euphrates, and he was troubled by many omens. For instance, the largest and handsomest lion in his menagerie was attacked by a tame ass and kicked to death. Again, he once took off his clothes for exercise, and was playing at ball, and when it was time to dress again, the young men who were playing with him beheld a man seated on the king's throne in silence, wearing the royal diadem and robes. When the man was asked who he was speechless for a long time, but at last he came to his senses and said that his name was Dionysius, and that he was a native of Messenia. In consequence of some charge brought against him, he said, he had been brought thither from the seaboard, and for a long time had been in chains. But just now the god Serapis had come to him, and loosed his chains and brought him to this spot, bidding him put on the robe and diadem and sit on the throne and hold his peace. On hearing of this, Alexander put the man out of the way, as the seers directed, but he began to be low-spirited, and was distrustful now of the favour of heaven and suspicious of his friends. He was particularly afraid of Antipater and of his sons, one of whom, Iollas, was his chief cup-bearer. The other, Cassander, had only recently come to Babylon, and when he saw some barbarians doing obeisance to Alexander, since he had been reared as a Greek and had never seen such a sight as this before, he laughed boisterously. But Alexander was enraged, and clutching him fiercely by the hair with both hands, dashed his head against the wall. And at another time, when Cassander would have said something in opposition to those who were bringing charges against Antipater, Alexander interrupted him, saying, "What meanest thou? Would men come so long a journey if they had not been wronged and were making false charges?" And when Cassander declared that this very fact of their coming a long distance away from the proofs showed that they were making false charges, Alexander burst out laughing and said, "These are the famous sophisms of Aristotle's disciples for either side of the question. But ye shall rue the day, if it appear that ye have done these men even a slight wrong." And in general, as we are told, Cassander's spirit was deeply penetrated and imbued with the dreadful fear of Alexander, so that many years afterwards, when he was now king of Macedonia and master of Greece, as he was walking about and surveying the statues at Delphi, the sight of an image of Alexander smote him suddenly, with a shuddering and trembling from which he could scarcely recover, and made his head swim. Alexander, then, since he had now become sensitive to indications of the divine will and perturbed and apprehensive in his mind, converted every unusual and strange occurrence, were it never so insignificant, into a prodigy and portent, and sacrificers, purifiers, and diviners filled his palace. So, you see, while it is a dire thing to be incredulous towards indications of the divine will, and to have contempt for them, superstition is likewise a dire thing, which, after the manner of water ever seeking the lower levels, filled with folly the Alexander who is now become a prey to his fears. Notwithstanding, in consequence of oracular responses regarding Hephaestion which were brought him, he laid aside his grief, and betook himself once more to sacrifices and drinking bouts. He gave a splendid entertainment to Nearchus, and then, although he had taken his customary bath before going to bed, at the request of Medius, he went to hold high revel with him. And here, after drinking all the next day, he began to have a fever. This did not come upon him after he had quaffed a bowl of Heracles, nor after he had been seized with a sudden pain in the back as though smitten with a spear. These particulars certain writers felt obliged to give, and so, as it were, invented in tragic fashion a moving finale for a great action. But Aristobulus says that he had a raging fever, and that when he got very thirsty he drank wine, whereupon he became delirious, and died on the 30th day of the month Dacius. Moreover, in the court journals, there are recorded the following particulars regarding his sickness. On the 18th of the month Dacius, footnote June 2nd, 323 BC, end footnote, he slept in the bathing room because he had a fever. On the following day, after his bath, he removed into his bedchamber, and spent the day at dice with Medius. Then, when it was late, he took a bath, performed his sacrifices to the gods, ate a little, and had a fever through the night. On the 20th, after bathing again, he performed his customary sacrifice, and lying in the bathing room, he devoted himself to Nearchus, listening to his story of his voyage and of the great sea. The 21st he spent in the same way, and was still more inflamed, and during the night he was in a grievous plight, and all the following day his fever was very high. So he had his bed removed, and lay by the side of the great bath, where he conversed with his officers about the vacant posts in the army, and how they might be filled with experienced men. On the 24th his fever was violent, and he had to be carried forth to perform his sacrifices. Moreover, he ordered his principal officers to tarry in the court of the palace, and the commanders of divisions and companies to spend the night outside. He was carried to the palace on the other side of the river on the 25th, and got a little sleep, but his fever did not abate. And when his commanders came to his bedside, he was speechless, as he was also on the 26th. Therefore the Macedonians made up their minds that he was dead, and came with loud shouts to the doors of the palace, and threatened his companions until all opposition was broken down. And when the doors had been thrown open to them, without cloak or armour, one by one they all filed slowly past his couch. During this day, too, Python and Seleucus were sent to the temple of Serapis to inquire whether they should bring Alexander thither, and the god gave answer that they should leave him where he was. And on the 28th, footnote June 13th, 323 BC, end footnote, towards evening, he died. Most of this account is word for word as written in the journals, and as for suspicions of poisoning, no one had any immediately, but 5 years afterwards, as we are told, upon information given, Olympius put many men to death, and scattered abroad the ashes of Aeolus, alleging that he had administered the poison. But those who affirm that Aristotle counselled Antipater to do the deed, and that it was entirely through his agency that the poison was provided, mention one Hagnothemis as their authority, who professed to have heard the story from Antigonus the king. And the poison was water, icy cold, from a certain cliff in Nonocris. This they gathered up like a delicate dew, and stored it in an ass's hoof, for no other vessel would hold the water, but would all be eaten through by it, owing to its coldness and pungency. Most writers, however, think that the story of the poisoning is altogether a fabrication, and it is no slight evidence in their favour that during the dissensions of Alexander's commanders, which lasted many days, his body, although it lay without special care in places that were moist and stifling, showed no sign of such a destructive influence, but remained pure and fresh. Now Roxana was with child, and on this account was held in honour among the Macedonians. But she was jealous of Statira, and therefore deceived her by a forged letter into coming where she was, and when she had got her there, slew her, together with her sister, threw their bodies into the well, and filled the well with earth, Perdiccas being privy to the deed and partner in it. For it was he who was at once in the greatest authority, dragging Aridaeus around after him to safeguard, as it were, the royal power. Aridaeus was Philip's son by an obscure and common woman called Philina, and was deficient in intellect owing to bodily disease. This, however, did not come upon him in the course of nature, or of its own accord. Indeed, it is said that as a boy he displayed an exceedingly gifted and noble disposition, but afterwards Olympias gave him drugs which injured his body and ruined his mind. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7 by Lucius Mestrius PLUTARCHUS, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Caesar, chapters 1 through 14. Chapter 1. The wife of Caesar was Cornelia, the daughter of the Cinna, who had once held the sole power at Rome. And when Sulla became master of affairs, he could not, either by promises or threats, induce Caesar to put her away, and therefore confiscated her dowry. Now the reason for Caesar's hatred of Sulla was Caesar's relationship to Marius. For Julia, a sister of Caesar's father, was the wife of Marius the elder, and the mother of Marius the younger, who was therefore Caesar's cousin. Moreover, Caesar was not satisfied to be overlooked at first by Sulla, who was busy with the multitude of proscriptions, but he came before the people as candidate for a priesthood, although he was not yet much more than a stripling. To this candidacy Sulla secretly opposed himself, and took measures to make Caesar fail in it. And when he was deliberating about putting him to death, and some said there was no reason for killing a mere boy like him, he declared that they had no sense if they did not see in this boy many Mariuses. When this speech was reported to Caesar, he hid himself for some time, wandering about in the country of the Sabines. Then, as he was changing his abode by night on account of sickness, he fell in with soldiers of Sulla, who were searching those regions and arresting the men in hiding there. Caesar gave their leader, Cornelius, 2 talents to set him free, and at once went down to the sea and sailed to King Nicomedes in Bithynia. With him he tarried a short time, and then on his voyage back was captured near the island of Pharmacusa by pirates, who already at that time controlled the sea with large armaments and countless small vessels. Chapter 2. To begin with, then, when the pirates demanded 20 talents for his ransom, he laughed at them for not knowing who their captive was, and of his own accord agreed to give them 50. In the next place, after he had sent various followers to various cities to procure the money, and was left with one friend and 2 attendants among the Cilicians, most murderous of men, he held them in such disdain that whenever he lay down to sleep, he would send and order them to stop talking. For 38 days, as if the men were not his watchers, but his royal bodyguard, he shared in their sports and exercises with great unconcern. He also wrote poems and sundry speeches, which he read aloud to them, and those who did not admire these he would call to their faces illiterate barbarians, and often laughingly threatened to hang them all. The pirates were delighted at this, and attributed his boldness of speech to a certain simplicity and boyish mirth. But after his ransom had come from Miletus, and he had paid it, and was set free, he immediately manned vessels and put to sea from the harbor of Miletus against the robbers. He caught them, too, still lying at anchor off the island, and got most of them into his power. Their money he made his booty, but the men themselves he lodged in the prison at Pergamum, and then went in person to Junius, the governor of Asia, on the ground that it belonged to him, as praetor of the province, to punish the captives. But since the praetor cast longing eyes on their money, which was no small sum, and kept saying that he would consider the case of the captives at his leisure, Caesar left him to his own devices, went to Pergamum, took the robbers out of prison, and crucified them all, just as he had often warned them on the island that he would do, when they thought he was joking. Chapter 3. After this, Sulla's power being now on the wane, and Caesar's friends at home inviting him to return, Caesar sailed to Rhodes to study under Apollonius, the son of Molon, an illustrious rhetorician, with the reputation of a worthy character, of whom Cicero also was a pupil. It is said, too, that Caesar had the greatest natural talent for political oratory, and cultivated his talent most ambitiously, so that he had an undisputed second rank. The first rank, however, he renounced, because he devoted his efforts to being first as a statesman and commander, rather, and did not achieve that effectiveness in oratory to which his natural talent directed him, in consequence of his campaigns and of his political activities, by means of which he acquired the supremacy. And so it was that at a later time, in his reply to Cicero's Cato, he himself deprecated comparison between the diction of a soldier and the eloquence of an orator who was gifted by nature and had plenty of leisure to pursue his studies. Chapter 4. After his return to Rome, he impeached Dolabella for maladministration of his province, and many of the cities of Greece supplied him with testimony. Dolabella, it is true, was acquitted, but Caesar, in return for the zealous efforts of the Greeks in his behalf, served as their advocate when they prosecuted Publius Antonius for corruption before Marcus Lucullus, the praetor of Macedonia. And he was so effective that Antonius appealed to the tribunes at Rome, alleging that he could not have a fair trial in Greece against Greeks. At Rome, moreover, Caesar won a great and brilliant popularity by his eloquence as an advocate, and much goodwill from the common people for the friendliness of his manners in intercourse with them, since he was ingratiating beyond his years. He had also a large and gradually increasing political influence, in consequence of his lavish hospitality and the general splendor of his mode of life. At first his enemies thought this influence would quickly vanish when his expenditures ceased, and therefore suffered it to thrive among the common people. But later on, when it had become great and hard to subvert, and aimed directly at a complete revolution in the state, they perceived that no beginnings should be considered too small to be quickly made great by continuance, after contempt of them has left them unobstructed. At all events, the man who is thought to have been the first to see beneath the surface of Caesar's public policy, and to fear it, as one might fear the smiling surface of the sea, and who comprehended the powerful character hidden beneath his kindly and cheerful exterior, namely Cicero, said that in most of Caesar's political plans and projects he saw a tyrannical purpose. On the other hand, said he, when I look at his hair, which is arranged with so much nicety, and see him scratching his head with one finger, I cannot think that this man would ever conceive of so great a crime as the overthrow of the Roman constitution. This, it is true, belongs to a later period. Chapter 5. The first proof of the people's goodwill towards him he received when he competed against Caius Popilius for a military tribuneship, and was elected over him. A second and more conspicuous proof he received when, as nephew of Julia, the deceased wife of Marius, he pronounced a splendid encomium upon her in the Forum, and in her funeral procession ventured to display images of Marius, which were then seen for the first time since the administration of Sulla, because Marius and his friends had been pronounced public enemies. When, namely, some cried out against Caesar for this procedure, the people answered them with loud shouts, received Caesar with applause, and admired him for bringing back, after so long a time, as it were from Hades, the honors of Marius into the city. Now, in the case of elderly women, it was ancient Roman usage to pronounce funeral orations over them, but it was not customary in the case of young women, and Caesar was the first to do so when his own wife died. This also brought him much favor, and worked upon the sympathies of the multitude, so that they were fond of him, as a man who was gentle and full of feeling. After the funeral of his wife, he went out to Spain as quaestor, under Vetus, one of the praetors, whom he never ceased to hold in high esteem, and whose son, in turn, when he himself was praetor, he made his quaestor. After he had served in this office, he married for his third wife, Pompeia, having already by Cornelia a daughter who was afterwards married to Pompey the Great. He was unsparing in his outlays of money, and was thought to be purchasing a transient and short-lived fame at a great price, though in reality he was buying things of the highest value at a small price. We are told, accordingly, that before he entered upon any public office, he was 1,300 talents in debt. Again, being appointed curator of the Appian Way, he expended upon it vast sums of his own money, and again, during his aedileship, he furnished 320 pairs of gladiators, and by lavish provision besides for theatrical performances, processions, and public banquets, he washed away all memory of the ambitious efforts of his predecessors in the office. By these means he put the people in such a humor that every man of them was seeking out new offices and new honors with which to requite him. Chapter 6. There were two parties in the city, that of Sulla, which had been all-powerful since his day, and that of Marius, which at that time was in an altogether lowly state, being cowed and scattered. This party Caesar wished to revive and attach to himself, and therefore, when the ambitious efforts of his aedileship were at their height, he had images of Marius secretly made, together with trophy-bearing victories, and these he ordered to be carried by night and set up on the Capitol. At daybreak, those who beheld all these objects glittering with gold and fashioned with the most exquisite art, and they bore inscriptions setting forth the Cimbrian successes of Marius, were amazed at the daring of the man who had set them up, for it was evident who had done it, and the report of it quickly spreading brought everybody together for the sight. But some cried out that Caesar was scheming to usurp sole power in the state, when he thus revived honors which had been buried by laws and decrees, and that this proceeding was a test of the people, whose feelings towards him he had previously softened, to see whether they had been made docile by his ambitious displays, and would permit him to amuse himself with such innovations. The partisans of Marius, however, encouraged one another, and showed themselves on a sudden in amazing numbers, and filled the Capitol with their applause. Many, too, were moved to tears of joy when they beheld the features of Marius, and Caesar was highly extolled by them, and regarded as, above all others, worthy of his kinship with Marius. But when the Senate met to discuss these matters, Catulus Lutatius, a man of the highest repute at that time in Rome, rose up and denounced Caesar, uttering the memorable words, "No longer, indeed, by sapping and mining, Caesar, but with engines of war art thou capturing the government." Caesar, however, defended himself against this charge, and convinced the Senate, whereupon his admirers were still more elated, and exhorted him not to lower his pretensions for any man, since the people would be glad to have him triumph over all opposition, and be the first man in the state. Chapter 7. At this time, too, Metellus, the Pontifex Maximus, or high priest, died, and though Isauricus and Catulus were candidates for the priesthood, which was an object of great ambition, and though they were most illustrious men, and of the greatest influence in the Senate, Caesar would not give way to them, but presented himself to the people as a rival candidate. The favor of the electors appeared to be about equally divided, and therefore Catulus, who, as the worthier of Caesar's competitors, dreaded more the uncertainty of the issue, sent and tried to induce Caesar to desist from his ambitious project, offering him large sums of money. But Caesar declared that he would carry the contest through, even though he had to borrow still larger sums. The day for the election came, and as Caesar's mother accompanied him to the door in tears, he kissed her and said, "Mother, today thou shalt see thy son, either Pontifex Maximus or an exile." The contest was sharp, but when the vote was taken, Caesar prevailed, and thereby made the Senate and nobles afraid that he would lead the people on to every extreme of recklessness. Therefore Piso and Catulus blamed Cicero for having spared Caesar, when, in the affair of Catiline, he gave his enemies a hold upon him. Catiline, namely, had purposed not only to subvert the constitution, but to destroy the whole government and throw everything into confusion. He himself, however, was expelled from the city, having been overwhelmed by proofs of lesser iniquities before his most far-reaching plans were discovered. But he left Lentulus and Cethegus behind him in the city to promote the conspiracy in his place. Now, whether or not Caesar secretly gave these men any countenance and help is uncertain. But after they had been overwhelmingly convicted in the Senate, and Cicero, the consul, asked each senator to give his opinion on the manner of their punishment, the rest, down to Caesar, urged that they be put to death. But Caesar rose in his place and delivered a long and studied speech against this. He pleaded that to put to death without legal trial men of high rank and brilliant lineage was not, in his opinion, traditional or just, except under extremest necessity, but that if they should be bound and kept in custody in such cities of Italy as Cicero himself might elect, until the war against Catiline had been brought to a successful end, the Senate could afterwards, in a time of peace and at their leisure, vote upon the case of each one of them. Chapter 8. This opinion seemed so humane, and the speech in support of it was made with such power, that not only those who rose to speak after Caesar sided with him, but many also of those who had preceded him took back the opinions which they had expressed and went over to his, until the question came round to Cato and Catullus. These warmly opposed Caesar's proposal, and Cato even helped to raise suspicion against Caesar by what he said. As a result, the men were handed over to the executioner, and many of the young men who at that time formed a bodyguard for Cicero ran together with drawn swords and threatened Caesar as he was leaving the Senate. But Curio, as we are told, threw his toga around Caesar and got him away, while Cicero himself, when the young men looked to him for a sign, shook his head, either through fear of the people or because he thought the murder would be wholly contrary to law and justice. Now, if this is true, I do not see why Cicero did not mention it in the treatise on his consulship. However, he was afterwards blamed for not having improved that best of all opportunities for removing Caesar. Instead, he showed a cowardly fear of the people, who were extravagantly attached to Caesar. In fact, a few days afterward, when Caesar came into the Senate and tried to defend himself in the matters wherein suspicion had been fixed upon him, and met with a tumult of disapproval, the people, seeing that the session of the Senate was lasting a longer time than usual, came up with loud cries and surrounded the Senate house, demanding Caesar and ordering the Senate to let him go. It was for this reason, too, that Cato, fearing above all things a revolutionary movement set on foot by the poorer classes, who were setting the whole multitude on fire with the hopes which they fixed upon Caesar, persuaded the Senate to assign them a monthly allowance of grain, in consequence of which an annual outlay of 7,500,000 drachmas was added to the other expenditures of the state. However, the great fear which prevailed at the time was manifestly quenched by this measure, and the greatest part of Caesar's power was broken down and dissipated in the nick of time, since he was praetor-elect and would be more formidable on account of his office. Chapter 9. However, there were no disturbances in consequence of Caesar's praetorship, but an unpleasant incident happened in his family. Publius Clodius was a man of patrician birth and conspicuous for wealth and eloquence, but in insolence and effrontery he surpassed all the notorious scoundrels of his time. This man was in love with Pompeia, the wife of Caesar, and she was not unwilling. But close watch was kept upon the women's apartments, and Aurelia, Caesar's mother, a woman of discretion, would never let the young wife out of her sight, and made it difficult and dangerous for the lovers to have an interview. Now, the Romans have a goddess whom they call Bona, corresponding to the Greek Gynecia. The Phrygians claim this goddess as their own, and say that she was the mother of King Midas. The Romans say she was a dryad nymph and the wife of Faunus. The Greeks that she was the unnameable one among the mothers of Dionysus. And this is the reason why the women cover their booths with vine branches when they celebrate her festival, and why a sacred serpent is enthroned beside the goddess, in conformity with the myth. It is not lawful for a man to attend the sacred ceremonies, nor even to be in the house when they are celebrated, but the women, apart by themselves, are said to perform many rites during their sacred service which are Orphic in their character. Accordingly, when the time for the festival is at hand, the consul or praetor at whose house it is to be held goes away, and every male with him, while his wife takes possession of the premises and puts them in due array. The most important rites are celebrated by night, when mirth attends the revels and much music too is heard. Chapter 10. At the time of which I speak, Pompeia was celebrating this festival, and Clodius, who was still beardless, and on this account thought to pass unnoticed, assumed the dress and implements of a lute girl, and went to the house, looking like a young woman. He found the door open, and was brought in safely by the maidservant there, who was in the secret. But after she had run on ahead to tell Pompeia, and some time had elapsed, Clodius had not the patience to wait where he had been left, and so as he was wandering about in the house, a large one, and trying to avoid the lights, an attendant of Aurelia came upon him and asked him to play with her, as one woman would another, and when he refused, she dragged him forward and asked who he was, and whence he came. Clodius answered that he was waiting for Pompeia's Abra. This was the very name by which the maid was called, and his voice betrayed him. The attendant of Aurelia at once sprang away with a scream to the lights and the throng, crying out that she had caught a man. The women were panic-stricken, and Aurelia put a stop to the mystic rites of the goddess and covered up the emblems. Then she ordered the doors to be closed and went about the house with torches, searching for Clodius. He was found where he had taken refuge, in the chamber of the girl who had let him into the house. And when they saw who he was, the women drove him out of doors. Then at once, and in the night, they went off and told the matter to their husbands, and when day came, a report spread through the city that Clodius had committed sacrilege, and owed satisfaction, not only to those whom he had insulted, but also to the city and to the gods. Accordingly, one of the tribunes of the people indicted Clodius for sacrilege, and the most influential senators leagued themselves together and bore witness against him that, among other shocking abominations, he had committed adultery with his sister, who was the wife of Lucullus. But against the eager efforts of these men, the people arrayed themselves in defense of Clodius, and were of great assistance to him with the jurors in the case, who were terror-stricken and afraid of the multitude. Caesar divorced Pompeia at once, but when he was summoned to testify at the trial, he said he knew nothing about the matters with which Clodius was charged. His statement appeared strange, and the prosecutor therefore asked, "Why then didst thou divorce thy wife?" "Because," said Caesar, "I thought my wife ought not even to be under suspicion." Some say that Caesar made this deposition honestly, but according to others it was made to gratify the people, who were determined to rescue Clodius. At any rate, Clodius was acquitted of the charge, the majority of the jurors giving their verdicts in illegible writing, in order that they might neither risk their lives with the populace by condemning him, nor get a bad name among the nobility by acquitting him. Chapter 11. Immediately after his praetorship, Caesar received Spain as his province, and since he found it hard to arrange matters with his creditors, who obstructed his departure and were clamorous, he had recourse to Crassus, the richest of the Romans, who had need of Caesar's vigor and fire for his political campaign against Pompey. And it was only after Crassus had met the demands of the most importunate and inexorable of these creditors, and given surety for 830 talents, that Caesar could go out to his province. We are told that, as he was crossing the Alps and passing by a barbarian village, which had very few inhabitants and was a sorry sight, his companions asked, with mirth and laughter, "Can it be that here too there are ambitious strifes for office, struggles for primacy, and mutual jealousies of powerful men?" Whereupon Caesar said to them in all seriousness, "I would rather be first here than second at Rome." In like manner, we are told again that in Spain, when he was at leisure and was reading from the history of Alexander, he was lost in thought for a long time, and then burst into tears. His friends were astonished and asked the reason for his tears. "Do you not think," said he, "it is a matter for sorrow, that while Alexander at my age was already king of so many peoples, I have as yet achieved no brilliant success?" Footnote: Suetonius and Dio Cassius connect this anecdote more properly with Caesar's quaestorship in Spain, 67 B.C., when he was 33 years of age, the age at which Alexander died. End of footnote. Chapter 12. At any rate, as soon as he reached Spain, he set himself to work, and in a few days raised 10 cohorts, in addition to the 20 which were there before. Then he led his army against the Callaeci and Lusitani, overpowered them, and marched on as far as the outer sea, subduing the tribes which before were not obedient to Rome. After bringing the war to a successful close, he was equally happy in adjusting the problems of peace, by establishing concord between the cities, and particularly by healing the dissensions between debtors and creditors. For he ordained that the creditor should annually take 2/3 of his debtor's income, and that the owner of the property should use the rest, and so on until the debt was cancelled. In high repute for this administration, he retired from the province. He had become wealthy himself, had enriched his soldiers from their campaigns, and had been saluted by them as Imperator. Chapter 13. Now, since those who sued for the privilege of a triumph must remain outside the city, while those who were candidates for the consulship must be present in the city, Caesar was in a great dilemma. And because he had reached home at the very time for the consular elections, he sent a request to the Senate that he might be permitted to offer himself for the consulship in absentia, through the agency of his friends. But since Cato began by insisting upon the law in opposition to Caesar's request, and then when he saw that many senators had been won over by Caesar's attentions, staved the matter off by consuming the day in speaking, Caesar decided to give up the triumph and try for the consulship. So, as soon as he entered the city, he assumed a policy which deceived everyone, except Cato. This policy was to reconcile Pompey and Crassus, the most influential men in the city. These men Caesar brought together in friendship after their quarrel. And by concentrating their united strength upon himself, succeeded before men were aware of it, and by an act which could be called one of kindness, in changing the form of government. For it was not, as most men supposed, the quarrel between Caesar and Pompey that brought on the civil wars, but rather their friendship, since they worked together for the overthrow of the aristocracy in the first place. And then, when this had been accomplished, they quarreled with one another. And Cato, who often foretold what was to come of their alliance, got the reputation of a morose and troublesome fellow at the time, but afterwards that of a wise, though unfortunate, counselor. Chapter 14. Caesar, however, encompassed and protected by the friendship of Crassus and Pompey, entered the canvass for the consulship, and as soon as he had been triumphantly elected, along with Calpurnius Bibulus, and had entered upon his office, he proposed laws which were becoming, not for a consul, but for a most radical tribune of the people. For to gratify the multitude, he introduced sundry allotments and distributions of land. In the Senate, the opposition of men of the better sort gave him the pretext which he had long desired, and crying with loud adjurations that he was driven forth into the popular assembly against his wishes, and was compelled to court its favor by the insolence and obstinacy of the Senate, he hastened before it, and stationing Crassus on one side of him and Pompey on the other, he asked them if they approved his laws. They declared that they did approve them, whereupon he urged them to give him their aid against those who threatened to oppose him with swords. They promised him such aid and Pompey actually added that he would come up against swords with sword and buckler too. At this impulsive and mad speech, unworthy of the high esteem in which Pompey stood, and unbecoming to the respect which was due to the Senate, the nobility were distressed, but the populace were delighted. Moreover, Caesar tried to avail himself still more of the influence of Pompey. He had a daughter, Julia, who was betrothed to Servilius Caepio. This daughter he betrothed to Pompey, and said he would give Pompey's daughter in marriage to Servilius, although she too was not unbetrothed, but had been promised to Faustus, the son of Sulla. And a little while afterwards Caesar took Calpurnia to wife, a daughter of Piso, and got Piso made consul for the coming year, although here too Cato vehemently protested and cried out that it was intolerable to have the supreme power prostituted by marriage alliances, and to see men helping one another to powers and armies and provinces by means of women. As for Caesar's colleague Bibulus, since he availed nothing by obstructing Caesar's laws, but often ran the risk with Cato of being killed in the forum, he shut himself up at home for the remainder of his term of office. Pompey, however, immediately after his marriage, filled the forum with armed men and helped the people to enact Caesar's laws, and give him as his consular province Gaul, on both sides of the Alps, for 5 years, together with Illyricum and 4 legions. Cato, of course, tried to speak against these measures, but Caesar had him led off to prison, supposing that he would appeal to popular tribunes. But when Cato walked off without a word, and Caesar saw not only that the most influential men were displeased, but also that the populace, out of respect for Cato's virtue, were following him in silence and with downcast looks, he himself secretly asked one of the tribunes to take Cato out of arrest. Of the other senators, only a very few used to go with Caesar to the Senate. The rest, in displeasure, stayed away. Considius, a very aged senator, once told Caesar that his colleagues did not come together because they were afraid of the armed soldiers. "Why, then," said Caesar, "dost thou too not stay at home out of the same fear?" To this Considius replied, "Because my old age makes me fearless, for the short span of life that is still left me does not require much anxious thought." But the most disgraceful public measure of the time was thought to be the election of the tribuneship during Caesar's consulate of the notorious Claudius, who had trespassed upon his rights as a husband and upon the secret nocturnal vigils. He was elected, however, for the overthrow of Cicero, and Caesar did not go forth upon his campaign until, with the help of Claudius, he had raised a successful faction against Cicero and driven him out of Italy. End of section 16. Recording by Carol Pelster. Section 17 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 7 by Lucius Mestrius PLUTARCHUS, translated by Bernadotte PERRIN. Chapters 15 to 27. Chapter 15. Such, then, is said to have been the course of Caesar's life before his Gallic campaigns. But the period of the wars which he afterwards fought, and of the campaigns by which he subjugated Gaul, as if he had made another beginning, and entered upon a different path of life, and one of new achievements, proved him to be inferior as soldier and commander to no one soever of those who have won most admiration for leadership, and shown themselves greatest therein. Nay, if one compare him with such men as Fabius, and Scipio, and Metellus, and with the men of his own time or a little before him, like Sulla, Marius, the 2 Luculi, or even Pompey himself, whose fame for every sort of military excellence was at this time flowering out and reaching to the skies. Caesar will be found to surpass them all in his achievements. One he surpassed in the difficulty of the regions where he waged his wars, another in the great extent of country which he acquired, another in the multitude and might of the enemies over which he was victorious, another in the savage manners and perfidious dispositions of the people whom he conciliated, another in his reasonableness and mildness towards his captives, another still in the gifts and favors which he bestowed upon his soldiers, and all in the fact that he fought the most battles and killed the most enemies. For although it was not full 10 years that he waged war in Gaul, he took by storm more than 800 cities, subdued 300 nations, and fought pitched battles at different times with 3 million men, of whom he slew 1 million in hand-to-hand fighting, and took as many more prisoners. Chapter 16. His soldiers showed such good will and zeal in his service that those who in their previous campaigns had been in no way superior to others were invincible and irresistible in confronting every danger to enhance Caesar's fame. Such a man, for instance, was Achilles, who in the sea fight at Massalia boarded a hostile ship and had his right hand cut off with a sword, but clung with the other hand to his shield, and dashing it into the faces of his foes, routed them all and got possession of the vessel. Such a man again was Cassius Sceva, who in the battle at Dyrrhachium had his eye struck out with an arrow, his shoulder transfixed with one javelin, and his thigh with another, and received on his shield the blows of 130 missiles. In this plight he called the enemy to him as though he would surrender. 2 of them accordingly coming up, he lopped off the shoulder of one with his sword, smote the other in the face, and put him to flight, and came off safely himself with the aid of his comrades. Again, in Britain, when the enemy had fallen upon the foremost centurions, who had plunged into a watery marsh, a soldier, while Caesar in person was watching the battle, dashed into the midst of the fight, displayed many conspicuous deeds of daring, and rescued the centurions, after the barbarians had been routed. Then he himself, making his way with difficulty after all the rest, plunged into the muddy current, and at last, without his shield, partly swimming and partly wading, got across. Caesar and his company were amazed, and came to meet the soldier with cries of joy. But he, in great dejection, and with a burst of tears, cast himself at Caesar's feet, begging pardon for the loss of his shield. Again, in Africa, Scipio captured a ship of Caesar's, in which Granius Petro, who had been appointed quaestor, was sailing. Of the rest of the passengers, Scipio made booty, but told the quaestor that he offered him his life. Granius, however, remarking that it was the custom with Caesar's soldiers not to receive, but to offer mercy, killed himself with the blow of his sword. Chapter 17. Such spirit and ambition Caesar himself created and cultivated in his men in the first place, because he showed by his unsparing bestowal of rewards and honors that he was not amassing wealth from his wars for his own luxury or for any life of ease, but that he treasured it up carefully as a common prize for deeds of valor, and had no greater share in the wealth than he offered to the deserving among his soldiers. And in the second place, by willingly undergoing every danger and refusing no toil. Now, at his love of danger, his men were not astonished, knowing his ambition, but that he should undergo toils beyond his body's apparent power of endurance amazed them, because he was of a spare habit, had a soft and white skin, suffered from distemper in the head, and was subject to epileptic fits. a trouble which first attacked him, we are told, in Cordoba. Nevertheless, he did not make his feeble health an excuse for soft living, but rather his military service a cure for his feeble health, since by wearisome journeys, simple diet, continuously sleeping in the open air, and enduring hardships, he fought off his trouble and kept his body strong against its attacks. Most of his sleep, at least, he got in cars or litters, making his rest conduce to action. And in the daytime he would have himself conveyed to garrisons, cities, or camps, one slave who was accustomed to write from dictation as he traveled, sitting by his side, and one soldier standing behind him with a sword. And he drove so rapidly that on his first journey from Rome to Gaul, he reached the Rhone in 7 days. Horsemanship, moreover, had been easy for him from boyhood, for he was wont to put his hands behind his back, and holding them closely there, to ride his horse at full speed. And in the Gallic campaigns he practiced dictating letters on horseback, and keeping 2 scribes at once busy, or, as Oppius says, even more. We are told, moreover, that Caesar was the first to devise intercourse with his friends by letter, since he could not wait for personal interviews on urgent matters, owing to the multitude of his occupations and the great size of the city. Of his indifference in regard to his diet, the following circumstance also is brought in proof. When the host who was entertaining him in Mediolanum, Valerius Leo, served up asparagus dressed with myrrh instead of olive oil, Caesar ate of it without ado, and rebuked his friends when they showed displeasure. "Surely," said he, "it were enough not to eat what you don't like, but he who finds fault with ill-breeding like this is ill-bred himself." Once, too, upon a journey, he and his followers were driven by a storm into a poor man's hut, and when he found that it consisted of 1 room only, and that one barely able to accommodate a single person, he said to his friends that honors must be yielded to the strongest, but necessities to the weakest, and bade Oppius lie down there, while he himself with the rest of his company slept in the porch. Chapter 18. But to resume, the first of his Gallic wars was against the Helvetii and Tigerini, who had set fire to their 12 cities and 400 villages, and were advancing through that part of Gaul which was subject to the Romans, as once the Cimbrian Teutones had done. To these they were thought to be not inferior in courage, and of equal numbers, being 300,000 in all, of whom 190,000 were fighting men. The Tigerini were crushed at the river Arar, not by Caesar himself, but by Labienus, his deputy. The Helvetii, however, unexpectedly attacked Caesar himself on the march, as he was leading his forces towards a friendly city, but he succeeded in reaching a strong place of refuge. Here, after he had collected and arrayed his forces, a horse was brought to him. "This horse," said he, "I will use for the pursuit after my victory. But now let us go against the enemy," and accordingly led the charge on foot. After a long and hard struggle, he routed the enemy's fighting men, but had the most trouble at their rampart of wagons, where not only did the men themselves make a stand and fight, but also their wives and children defended themselves to the death, and were cut to pieces with the men. The battle was hardly over by midnight. To the noble work of victory Caesar added a nobler still, that of settling those of the barbarians who had escaped alive from the battle, there were more than 100,000 of them, and compelling them to resume the territory which they had abandoned, and the cities which they had destroyed. He did this because he feared that if the territory became vacant, the Germans would cross the Rhine and occupy it. Chapter 19. His second war, directly in defense of the Gauls, was against the Germans. Although previously in Rome he had made their king Ariovistus an ally, but they were intolerable neighbors of Caesar's subjects, and if an opportunity presented itself, it was thought that they would not remain quietly in their present homes, but would encroach upon and occupy Gaul. Seeing that his officers were inclined to be afraid, and particularly all the young men of high rank who had come out intending to make the campaign with Caesar an opportunity for high living and money-making, he called them together and bade them be off, since they were so unmanly and effeminate, and not force themselves to face danger. As for himself, he said he would take the 10th Legion alone and march against the barbarians. The enemy would be no better fighters than the Cimbri, and he himself was no worse a general than Marius. Upon this, the 10th Legion sent a deputation to him, expressing their gratitude, while the other legions reviled their own commanders, and all the army, now full of impetuous eagerness, followed Caesar on a march of many days, and at last encamped within 200 furlongs of the enemy. Now the very approach of Caesar somewhat shattered the purpose of Ariovistus, for he did not expect that the Romans would attack the Germans, whose onset he thought they could not withstand, and he was amazed at the boldness of Caesar. Besides, he saw that his own army was disturbed. Still more, too, was the spirit of the Germans blunted by the prophecies of their holy women, who used to foretell the future by observing the eddies in the rivers, and by finding signs in the whirlings and splashings of the waters, and now forbade joining battle before a new moon gave its light. When Caesar learned this, and saw that the Germans kept quiet, he decided that it was a good plan to engage them while they were out of heart, rather than to sit still and wait for their time. So, by attacking their entrenchments and the hills on which they were encamped, he irritated them, and incited them to come down in anger and fight the issue out. They were signally routed, and Caesar pursued them a distance of 400 furlongs, as far as the Rhine, and filled all the intervening plain with dead bodies and spoils. Ariovistus, with a few followers, succeeded in crossing the Rhine. His dead are said to have been 80,000 in number. Chapter 20. After this achievement, Caesar left his forces among the Sequani to spend the winter, while he himself, desirous of giving attention to matters at Rome, came down to Gaul along the Po, which was the part of the province assigned to him, for the river called Rubicon separates the rest of Italy from Cisalpine Gaul. Here he fixed his quarters and carried on his political schemes. Many came to see him, and he gave each one what he wanted, and sent all away in actual possession of some of his favors, and hoping for more. And during all the rest of the time of his campaign in Gaul, unnoticed by Pompey, he was alternately subduing the enemy with the arms of the citizens, or capturing and subduing the citizens with the money which he got from the enemy. But when he heard that the Belgae, who were the most powerful of the Gauls, and occupied the third part of all their country, had revolted, and had assembled unknown myriads of armed men, he turned back at once and marched thither with great speed. He fell upon the enemy as they were plundering the Gauls that were in alliance with Rome, and so routed and destroyed the least scattered and most numerous of them, after a disgraceful struggle on their part, that the Romans could cross lakes and deep rivers for the multitude of dead bodies in them. All the rebels who dwelt along the ocean submitted without a battle. Against the Nervii, however, the most savage and warlike of the people in these parts, Caesar led his forces. The Nervii, who dwelt in dense woods and had placed their families and possessions in a recess of the forest, at farthest remove from the enemy, at a time when Caesar was fortifying a camp and did not expect the battle, fell upon him suddenly 60,000 strong. They routed his cavalry, and surrounded the 7th and 12th legions, and slew all their centurions. And had not Caesar snatched a shield, made his way through the combatants in front of him, and hurled himself upon the barbarians, And had not the 10th legion, at sight of his peril, run down from the heights and cut the ranks of the enemy to pieces? Not a Roman, it is thought, would have survived. As it was, however, owing to Caesar's daring, they fought beyond their powers, as the saying is, and even then did not rout the Nervii, but cut them down as they defended themselves. For out of 60,000, only 500 are said to have come off alive, and only 3 of their senators out of 400. Chapter 21. The Roman Senate, on learning of these successes, decreed sacrifices to the gods and cessation from business, with festival for 15 days, a greater number than for any victory before. For the danger was seen to have been great when so many nations at once had broken out in revolt, and because Caesar was the victor, the good will of the multitude towards him made his victory more splendid. Caesar himself, after settling matters in Gaul, again spent the winter in the regions along the Po, carrying out his plans at Rome. For not only did the candidates for office there enjoy his assistance, and win their elections by corrupting the people with money from him, and do everything which was likely to enhance his power, but also most of the men of highest rank and greatest influence came to see him at Lucca, including Pompey, Crassus, Appius, the governor of Sardinia, and Nepos, the proconsul of Spain, so that there were 120 lictors in the place, and more than 200 senators. They held a council and settled matters on the following basis. Pompey and Crassus were to be elected consuls for the ensuing year, and Caesar was to have money voted him, besides another 5 years in his provincial command. This seemed very strange to men of understanding, for those who were getting so much money from Caesar urged the Senate to give him money as if he had none. Nay, rather, they forced it to do so, though it groaned over its own decrees. Cato, indeed, was not there, for he had purposely been sent out of the way on a mission to Cyprus, and Favonius, who was an ardent follower of Cato, finding himself unable to accomplish anything by his opposition, bounded out of doors and clamored to the populace. But no one gave heed to him, for some were in awe of Pompey and Crassus, and most wanted to please Caesar, lived in hopes of his favors, and so kept quiet. Chapter 22. On returning to his forces in Gaul, Caesar found a considerable war in the country, since 2 great German nations had just crossed the Rhine to possess the land, one called the Eusipes and the other the Tenterete. Concerning the battle which was fought with them, Caesar says in his commentaries that the barbarians, while treating with him under a truce, attacked on their march, and therefore routed his 5,000 cavalry with their 800, since his men were taken off their guard. That they then sent other envoys to him who tried to deceive him again, but he held them fast and led his army against the barbarians, considering that good faith towards such faithless breakers of truces was folly. But Tanusius says that when the Senate voted sacrifices of rejoicing over the victory, Cato pronounced the opinion that they ought to deliver up Caesar to the barbarians, thus purging away the violation of the truce in behalf of the city, and turning the curse, therefore, on the guilty man. Of those who had crossed the Rhine into Gaul, 400,000 were cut to pieces, and the few who succeeded in making their way back were received by the Sugambri, a German nation. This action Caesar made a ground of complaint against the Sugambri, and besides he coveted the fame of being the first man to cross the Rhine with an army. He therefore began to bridge the river, although it was very broad, and at that point in its course especially swollen, rough, and impetuous, and with the trunks and branches of trees which it bore downstream, kept smiting and tearing away the supports of his bridge. But Caesar caught up these trunks and branches with bulwarks of great timbers planted across the stream, and having thus bridled and yoked the dashing current, he brought his bridge, sight beyond all credence, to completion in 10 days. Chapter 23. He now threw his forces across the river. No one ventured to oppose him, but even the Suevi, who were the foremost nation of the Germans, bestowed themselves and their belongings in deep and woody defiles. Caesar ravaged the country of the enemy with fire, and gave encouragement to the constant friends of Rome, and then retired again into Gaul, having spent 18 days in Germany. His expedition against the Britanni was celebrated for its daring, for he was the first to launch a fleet upon the Western Ocean and to sail through the Atlantic Sea, carrying an army to wage war. The island was of incredible magnitude, and furnished much matter of dispute to multitudes of writers, some of whom averred that its name and story had been fabricated, since it never had existed, and did not then exist. And in his attempt to occupy it, he carried the Roman supremacy beyond the confines of the inhabited world. After twice crossing to the island from the opposite coast of Gaul, and in many battles damaging the enemy, rather than enriching his own men, for there was nothing worth taking from men who lived in poverty and wretchedness, he brought the war to an end, which was not to his liking, it is true. Still he took hostages from the king, imposed tributes, and then sailed away from the island. In Gaul he found letters which were about to be sent across to him. They were from his friends in Rome, and advised him of his daughter's death. She died in childbirth at Pompey's house. Great was the grief of Pompey, and great the grief of Caesar, and their friends were greatly troubled too. They felt that the relationship which alone kept the distempered state in harmony and concord was now dissolved, for the babe also died presently, after surviving its mother a few days. Now Julia, in spite of the tribunes, was carried by the people to the Campus Martius, where her funeral rites were held, and where she lies buried. Chapter 24. Caesar's forces were now so large that he was forced to distribute them in many winter quarters, while he himself, as his custom was, turned his steps towards Italy. Then all Gaul once more broke out in revolt, and great armies went about attacking the entrenchments and trying to destroy the winter quarters of the Romans. The most numerous and powerful of the rebels, under Abriorix, utterly destroyed Titurius and Cotta, together with their army, while the legion under Cicero was surrounded and besieged by 60,000 of them, and narrowly escaped having its camp taken by storm, although all were wounded and went beyond their powers in the ardor of their defense. When tidings of these things reached Caesar, who was far on his journey, he turned back quickly, got together 7,000 men in all, and hurried on to extricate Cicero from the siege. But the besiegers became aware of his approach, and went to meet him with the purpose of cutting his forces off at once, despising their small numbers. Caesar deceived them by avoiding battle continually, and when he had found a place suitable for one who was fighting against many with few, fortified a camp, where he kept his men altogether from fighting, and forced them to increase the height of their ramparts and the defenses of their gates, as though they were afraid. His strategy thus led the enemy to despise him, until at last, when their boldness led them to attack in scattered bands, he sallied out, routed them, and destroyed many of them. Chapter 25. The numerous revolts of the Gauls in those parts were quieted by this success, as well as by the fact that Caesar himself during the winter went about in all directions and kept close watch on the disturbers of the peace. For there had come from Italy 3 legions to replace the men that he had lost, Pompey having lent 2 of those under his command, and 1 having been newly levied in Gaul about the Po. But in remoter regions the germs of the greatest and most dangerous of the wars waged in those parts began to show themselves. They had for a long time been secretly sown and cultivated by the most influential men among the most warlike tribes, and derived strength from large bodies of young men assembled from all sides in arms, from great riches brought together, from strong cities, and from countries which were hard to invade. At that season of winter, too, frozen rivers, forests buried in snow, plains converted into lakes by winter torrents, in some parts paths obliterated by deep snow, and in others the great uncertainty of a march through swamps, and streams diverted from their courses, all seemed to make it wholly impossible for Caesar to oppose the plans of the rebels. Accordingly, many tribes had revolted, but the head and front of the revolt were the Arverni and the Carnunтini, and Vercingetorix was chosen to have the entire authority in the war. His father the Gauls had put to death because they thought he was aiming at a tyranny. Chapter 26. This leader, then, after dividing his forces into many parts and putting many officers in command of them, was winning over all the country round about as far as the watershed of the Arar. He purposed, now that there was a coalition at Rome against Caesar, at once to rouse all Gaul to war. If he had done this a little later, when Caesar was involved in the civil war, Italy would have been a prey to terrors no less acute than those aroused by the Cimbri of old. But as it was, the man endowed by nature to make the best use of all the arts of war, and particularly of its crucial moments, namely Caesar, as soon as he learned of the revolt, set out and marched by the same roads over which he had previously come, and by the vigor and speed of his passage in so severe a winter, showed the barbarians that an unconquered and invincible army was coming against them. For where it was incredible that one of his messengers or letter-carriers could make his way in a long time, there he was seen with his whole army, at once ravaging their lands and destroying their strongholds, subduing cities and receiving those who came over to his side, until the nation of the Aedui also entered the war against him. These, up to this time, had called themselves brethren of the Romans, and had been conspicuously honored, but now, by joining the rebels, they caused great dejection in Caesar's army. In consequence of this, Caesar removed from those parts and passed across the territory of the Lingones, wishing to reach the country of the Sequani, who were friends, and stood as a bulwark between Italy and the rest of Gaul. There the enemy fell upon him and surrounded him with many tens of thousands, so that he essayed to fight a decisive battle. In the main he got the best of the struggle, and after a long time and much slaughter overpowered the barbarians. But it appears that at first he met with some reverse, and the Arverni show a short sword hanging in a temple, which they say was captured from Caesar. When Caesar himself saw it at a later time, he smiled, and though his friends urged him to have it taken down, he would not permit it, considering it sacred. Chapter 27. However, the most of the barbarians who escaped at that time took refuge with their king in the city of Alesia. And while Caesar was besieging this city, which was thought to be impregnable, by reason of the great size of its walls and the number of their defenders, there fell upon him from outside the city a peril too great for words to depict. For all that was mightiest among the nations of Gaul assembled and came in arms to Alesia, 300,000 strong, and the number of fighting men inside the city was not less than 170,000. Thus Caesar, caught between so large hostile forces and besieged there, was compelled to build 2 walls for his protection, one looking towards the city and the other towards those who had come up to relieve it. He felt that if the two forces should unite, his cause was wholly lost. For many reasons, then, and naturally, Caesar's peril at Alesia was famous, since it produced more deeds of skill and daring than any of his other struggles. But one must be amazed above all that he engaged and conquered so many tens of thousands outside the city without the knowledge of those inside, nay, more, without the knowledge even of the Romans who were guarding the wall that faced the city. For these did not learn of the victory until the wailing of the men in Alesia and the lamentations of the women were heard, as they beheld in the quarters of the enemy many shields adorned with gold and silver, many corslets smeared with blood, and also drinking cups and tents of Gallic fashion, carried by the Romans into their camp. So quickly did so great a force, like a phantom or a dream, disperse and vanish out of sight, the greater part of them having fallen in the battle. Those who held Alesia, too, after giving themselves and Caesar no small trouble, finally surrendered, and the leader of the whole war, Vercingetorix, after putting on his most beautiful armor and decorating his horse, rode out through the gate. He made a circuit round Caesar, who remained seated, and then leaped down from his horse, stripped off his suit of armor, and seating himself at Caesar's feet, remained motionless until he was delivered up to be kept in custody for the triumph. End of section 17.